Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? It is now exactly 1 minute past 6 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and this is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. I'm with Mr. CT Muga here in the studio. Of course, yule jamaa wa maarifa mengi. Na unajuaje jamaa ako na maarifa? Sababu ukiangalia nywele zake ni nyeupe, but most importantly, the one thing that tells you mtu ako na maarifa ni mtu ambaye anavaa miwani. Good morning. City Muga, how are you doing?
Good morning, Paul.
Uko salama?
I am very well, thank you. Niko salama?
Yes.
Yes, now AJ?
I'm good. Yesterday, Kenya was thrashed, a proper one, by Ivory Coast. 3-0.
3-0.
Yeah, but in their defense, they actually did play a good game. However, they had no shot on target. Sisi tulikuwa tunapatiana tu mpira. Hatukuwa tuna shoot towards goalkeeper wa adui wetu, kama naweza muita hivyo.
I see.
Yes.
So it's like our agenda wasn't one for winning.
Well, I think they had a strategy, and perhaps that strategy was just defend this thing. And unfortunately, we lost 3-0.
Okay.
Yeah. But tulikuwa kule Alassane Ouattara Stadium, meaning we were away from our home area. So we didn't have home advantage.
Is a stadium in which country?
It's in Ivory Coast.
Right. So it means all the other countries whose teams were represented there were also not in there?
In their home grounds,
and
yes.
some actually won, isn't it?
Some actually won in different stadia, of course.
Precisely.
Yes,
so,
yes.
Sorry, look for another excuse.
Spain walitandika Bulgaria 4-0.
And where were they playing?
They were playing in Spain. I don't know the stadium, but it was in Spain. So Spain obviously having home advantage, but Spain is a pretty solid team. Portugal also played Hungary, wakatoka 2-2.
What's the name of that league that is played in Spain?
La Liga. Yes.
That's where there's Barcelona.
That is where Barcelona is. That is where Real Madrid is. Atletico Madrid.
Those are serious teams. Eh?
Oh yes. Huko ndio kuna timu zile poa. Alafu pia ni game gani nyingine ilicheza jana na jaribu kukumbuka. Yes, England played Latvia. They thrashed Latvia 5-0. They thrashed Latvia 5-0. And the reason I'm laughing is because I actually, this, in this World Cup qualifying games, there are some teams I honestly didn't think they have, what are they called? National football teams. For example, I didn't know Luxembourg had a football team. I knew football is played in Luxembourg. I just didn't know they were serious about it until I saw their a couple of their games being played there in the last couple of days.
Okay, who beat them?
Luxembourg, I can't remember. They played with a couple of countries because they were in a group stage, so they played with a couple of them. Another country I didn't know had a football team is a country we've actually discussed here before, matters economics. Liechtenstein. Hiyo kitu by then anipatanga off guard. Honestly,
right. We know the one you're talking about.
Liechtenstein, that one. The one that has 40,000 people, a population of 40k people. Another country I honestly didn't know has a formidable, let me call it, football team is Estonia. They actually played quite well in these group stages. I don't know if they've qualified, highly doubt it. But a country that has qualified for the World Cup and their issues zinaka ish is Iran.
Why?
Because they might not get visas to go and play in Washington DC next year.
You do know that at some point the Trump presidency will come to an end.
Oh yes, it will. Yes, it will. That's a fact. It will.
Yes.
Yeah.
It may be sooner than you think.
But until then,
you know.
Kwani uko pia wameanza kusema must go.
Let me put it to you this way. The word impeachment and the processes of impeachment.
Yes.
Where we witnessed it first was in that very country, all right? So, impeachment is a legal process.
Yes.
What this government, this particular government is doing things that some of them are directly from, you think they've actually been drawn directly from a horror movie. You wonder, what do these people actually think they're doing? But when you pause for a second, and whatever emotions may be running through your system, you let them sort of like pipe it down.
Yes.
You realize this is good.
Okay.
Because this government has supporters. If you wanted to get to the heart of certain individuals and how it is they view the rest of the world, please
Yes.
pause.
Yeah.
Don't get angry.
Okay.
Just observe. If people did not agree with this man, and there are many people in that country who don't,
Yes.
and they keep voicing it,
Right.
all right?
Uh-huh.
But he won.
Yes.
Now, because he won, it tells you the majority of people think he's the right person to lead them.
Yes.
And they even support his presidency.
True story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, whenever one thinks of a nation and a civilization and you look at them and you marvel, point that I have garnered from this is this country isn't great because of their presidents.
It is great because of
Their
the people.
Yes.
Yes. Kweli kabisa.
Yes. So the presidents, many seem to be more of a spoiler race than anything else.
Yeah.
Yes. Because when you think of that country and the things it has achieved, the doors it has opened for many people, it has been a blessing to very many people on this continent.
Yeah.
Now it's turning to be a serious curse. But it's a nice wake-up call.
Yes.
Yes. It is their country, after all.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. But as far as this sports situation is concerned, actually Iran kuna one of the teams, I can't remember which one. I don't know if it's the cricket team, tennis, or some other team. Pia walinyimwa visa za kwenda United States most recently. So it might happen to the football team. I don't know. But also, I don't think FIFA will just allow that to slide. Because
No, they won't.
if a country like Iran has qualified to play in the World Cup, my friend, they will ensure that country gets to the stadia that they're supposed to play in, and they will play. And in all honesty, I think they should be allowed to play, and or rather to travel to the United States, because we are talking about footballers here. We're not talking about soldiers. We're not talking about spies. We're not talking about people carrying any kind of weaponry. They're just going to play.
Let me just say this. Study the situation in America carefully.
Right.
It is full of lessons to be learned
Yeah.
when you have a state such as the one they have.
True story.
This logic and reason that we're now trying to apply
Yeah.
out of the window completely.
Haitafanya kazi.
No. You abandon the logic that you have,
Yes.
and you look at the situation and ask, there's a logic they're using here. It may seem illogical to you, but there's a logic. Understand that.
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see indeed. But big shout out to the countries that have already qualified, the ones that are playing, the ones that are we have another international face-off starting, I think, November 18th. It will be like the last round, the last round towards now, deciding who's going to be playing in the World Cup. And I cannot wait to see. Portugal are now literally fighting for their lives as far as that World Cup is concerned, qualification. They're literally, and I really do hope they get to the World Cup, because, man, Cristiano Ronaldo, this might actually be his last World Cup. So I am actually rooting for him to get there. Let's check out what's happening as far as international days are concerned. Today is when? 15th. So 15th of October is Global Hand Washing Day. Global Hand Washing Day, 15th of October. We all remember hand wash from the COVID era, but now it's been stamped onto our calendars by the United Nations. So today is the International Hand Washing Day. Please, let's remember to wash our hands as regularly as possible and sanitize if you still can. Kwa sababu tunataka to reduce magonjwa mengine kama sijui homa, influenza, na hata hiyo COVID ambayo haikupotea completely 100%. So take care of yourself. Before I read out who's watching and tuned in, where is our methali today coming from?
Oh, no, we are still in the delightful and wonderful
country
of
Mozambique.
Yes, we haven't left.
Usumbiji ulisema wanaitwa?
Msumbiji.
Naya. Ni Msumbiji ama Usumbiji? Msumbiji. All right. Wanasema aje watu wa Msumbiji?
Angola, that's Msumbiji.
I honestly don't know. Forgetting my Swahili. Yes.
Tafuta
Acha nitafute Msumbiji umesema eh?
Msumbiji.
Acha ni Google nione kama italeta.
The proverb.
Mozambique is actually Msumbiji. I got it.
When the lion is crippled, the hare goes to the house for debt recovery. When the lion is crippled, the hare, H-A-R-E,
Sungura.
Sungura mjanja,
Naam.
goes to the house for debt collection. Bwana Simba, nipe changu baba.
Why would is there usually a debt between the lion and the hare?
Let's put it this way. If the lion isn't injured, would the hare be so stupid as to even approach it?
Of course not.
Precisely. So when it's injured,
the
hare can dare.
Because anajua huyu ana mbio, haezi nifanya chochote. Lakini ataulizia kwa umbali. He will ask from a distance for that debt.
True, but
yes. Nani? Vipi? Simba. Bana nirushie zangu.
Vipi le something?
Yes. Mbona simu yangu ili? I like it. That's a nice one. Big shout out to Douglas Kibogong saying, morning City, Mbuvi and the crew. Well, Douglas Kibogong, good morning to you. There's a very huge crew behind us that keeps this show running. A big shout out to them. Siku moja nitawatajia majina. Nikiwatajia they're almost like 10 if not 12. Wako wengi. So Douglas Kibogong, asante sana. John Mutua, morning my lovely TV show, watching live nikiwa Doha. Just say hi to my grandfather, City from Chef John. Grandpapa, umesalimiwa na John Mutua aka Chef John.
Asante sana.
Alafu tunaye Don Sabwa amesema a security officer killed by a stranger at State House Gate B using a crude weapon. Was it a stage managed situation or security breach? Well, Don Sabwa, very good question. It's actually on the front page of the Daily Nation. We'll be checking that out later on as we move on. But to the rest of you who are watching na mjandika salamu zenu, andika, ningependa kuwasoma. Lakini tukiangalia rdk.co.ke, our first story takes us all the way to Madagascar. Madagascar military takes charge as President Rajoelina flees amid protests. Bro, you remember we actually mentioned this yesterday, and we did highlight the fact that President Rajoelina at the time appointed a general as the prime minister. And what did we say? And we said that these things don't end well. Yes. And that military junta, as they like to call it, has actually junta, has actually suspended the constitution. And what did they expect? So let me just read this kidogo. Madagascar was thrown into turmoil on Tuesday as the army announced it had taken control of the country following the impeachment of President Andry Rajoelina, who left amid escalating nationwide protests. Lawmakers voted to remove Rajoelina after weeks of demonstrations led by young people and growing defections within the armed forces, leaving the nation in political uncertainty. Colonel Michael Randrianirina, speaking to the nation.
They have lovely names.
Oh, yes, they
Madagascans. Do. It's like their compound names.
Yes, they
like
do.
3 names combined into one.
So Colonel Michael, speaking to the nation over radio, stated, "We have taken the power," and explained that the military would dissolve all major institutions except the lower house of parliament, the National Assembly. He added that a military-led transitional administration would manage affairs for up to 2 years before organizing elections to restore civilian leadership. Yes, reminds me of the song, I've Got the Power. Sasa. A statement from the military listed the bodies being suspended, oh my goodness, including, listen, the Senate. Out. The High Constitutional Court. Out. The Independent National Electoral Commission. Out. The High Court of Justice. Out. And the High Council for the Defense of Human Rights and Rule of Law. Out. My friend, when you suspend something such as the Council for Defense of Human Rights and the Rule of Law, it is called martial law. It's a wrap. They do not exist side by side by this democratic experiment that we've had. Oh, no. Yes, so anytime you talk of bringing the military, bear in mind, they have a way in which they do things and they have laws by which they abide. So for all intents and purposes, they have suspended the constitution. Because if they have suspended the High Constitutional Court, the Independent National Electoral Commission, the Senate, the High Court of Justice, basically the judiciary has been suspended.
But the lower court, but the lower house is still in place.
Yes, because they represent the people.
Right.
Hao wengine wote nendeni nyumbani.
Right. What about the police?
Oh, they haven't mentioned anything about the police in this news story, but perhaps we can check out and follow this story pole pole.
Martial law is not to be trifled with, eh?
It's not.
No. And you don't debate with it.
If I were this Colonel Michael, perhaps what I would do, I wouldn't suspend the police, but they would be under my command. Because they need them. They need those bodies.
No, they don't.
They need the police.
They don't.
They cannot post the military everywhere and also leave their, what are they called? Their borders open.
They do not. It's an island.
Yeah, I know. But you see, borders can be the airports. Borders can also be the waterfront.
Allow me to repeat.
The seafront, the shores.
Allow me to repeat.
Please do.
You're thinking like a civilian, and you're thinking of civilian rule and law. Martial law doesn't function under those laws. No, they don't need to have policemen walking everywhere.
Okay.
You'll be shot on sight, and that'll be the end of that story.
But people also need to.
Again,
people need their lives to continue their lives.
They will continue their lives, and they'll be told how they should continue their lives.
We will need to come to radio generation, for example.
Yes, we will come to radio generation.
The banks will still need to run.
They will be opened.
Yeah.
But
the markets, food,
everything will function as normal. But you will be told these are the things you will not do.
Yeah.
Yes, this nonsense of saying funny things about the government, movie and CT, you will cease immediately.
Okay.
In fact, you need to come to our headquarters for
briefing, a proper briefing.
No, re-education. So that when you go back, you know exactly what to talk about. By the way, all the known freedoms that you have go out of the window. It's not complicated. Because it's no longer democracy. Martial law.
Freedom of speech inaenda hivyo.
What freedom of speech?
See, like the way we can, be here and say that this government is not this and that.
Yes, like you'll think that you can poke some fun at this Colonel Michael or something.
Or like the way people like poking fun at the president, the former PM, and other leaders. Yes,
I'm giving people nicknames.
So we cannot do a caricature of Colonel Michael.
Or give him a nickname. Nah. Nah. Or the general who is in charge of, it's usually a military council. When you pick each of them.
Actually, Michael is just, I think, like the spokesperson of this government.
Yes. So there's some generals there. A cartoonist drawing funny images of these fellows and making fun of them.
So we're talking about Gado. We're talking about Mado.
No, they can continue, but they'll be making fun of other things.
Not the military junta.
No. That Chief, it's a no-brainer, really. Countries that have been under military, our neighbor Ethiopia was under military rule for a very long time.
Yes.
You couldn't even breathe as vigorously as you wanted. It's not fun.
And you couldn't breathe
as
vigorously as you wanted.
No, meaning you can't do what you want. No, military rule is oppressive. It's extremely oppressive.
Hey, bro.
And it's oppressive to the civilian because, see, the military exists under a strict regime.
Yeah.
It's why they exist and how they exist. Now, when you bring that to civilian rule, it is strange.
Yeah.
And that is what it means.
Where? And I'm looking at a picture here of Colonel Michael and, of course, his colleagues and some people who look like they're government officials because they're in suits. Ni wale sasa maybe ministers, assistant ministers wenye sasa wameambiwa kuja hapa, simama hapa. You're just here to show people that the country has some sense of normalcy.
Yes.
But just stand there. Then
but remember, the civil servants are still in place, huh?
Yeah, of course. Like we said, services will still be provided. Barabara people will still collect tax as they should.
Yes.
Sorry, the KRA of Madagascar, let me call it MRA. MRA will still collect tax. I don't know what it's called, so I'm going to call it MRA. The what is it called? The wengine wanaitwa nani? Kanjo, ya huko itafanya kazi. Lazima mlipe parking. Lazima streets zifagiliwe, kazi itaendelea. Ni venye tu sasa military ndio wako usukani.
Yes. Yes.
I really hope that things and they've promised to have elections in what, 2 years? Do you think they'll let go of this power in 2 years?
So we for our lives we will know.
Yeah. Aye. There's a comment here from a student. While some celebrated the president's departure, others cautioned that civilian authority and elections should be restored quickly. High school student Fi Nomansanari said, "We are so happy Andre Rajoelina is finally gone. We will start again." While IT consultant Rezafi Lova stressed they need to hand over to a civilian administration quickly and have an election. The CAPSAT, they are calling themselves that, the CAPSAT Elite Army Unit, central to Rajoelina's 2009 rise, refused to fire on protesters and assumed control, appointing a new army chief. Police and paramilitary forces also broke from the president, solidifying military authority. So you're asking something about police? So police and paramilitary forces like the GSU Yauko also broke from the president, solidifying military authority. So I think they will work together.
Good.
Yeah, let's see how that pans out. We shall be following the situation in Madagascar closely.
What is it that is wrong with some of these presidents? Why do you fire on your own citizens, man?
I know.
Huh?
It's crazy. Yep.
The Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh pulled such a stunt.
Mm.
Similar results.
Kamba kanyaga kubwa
Naomba
kubwa.
wewe.
Yeah.
But in that instant,
Yeah.
they did not take over. They said, guys, can we find somebody who can do this job?
Yeah.
Said, Yusuf, you come.
Yeah.
Yunus, come.
Kanyaga.
Kanyaga hapa kidogo tu as we sort out this thing. Yeah.
I think it's actually a smart move. When, if as a president, for example, if it were me na nione kumenza kukaa vibaya, I'll probably just call the next, because like we said, giving things to the military might not necessarily be a good thing. I would actually call the next person I think Kenyans will be okay with, and it must be, of course,
But it's not the president who calls it the military.
Yeah, someone constitutionally allowed to actually. So when I resign, I leave that office to, in this case, it would have been a deputy president.
Yes.
Yeah. Or if myself and the DP actually resign, if we were the issue, then Speaker na fanya kazi.
We know this.
And we agree that this is the way forward, that in X amount of time, there will be elections.
Yes.
According to the constitution.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's why I told you that any law, any constitution is a pact. And we all agree to abide by it. When we don't abide by it is when we have a problem. This country of Madagascar has a constitution.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line, the president somehow, the plot went a little awry. Okay? Continent of Africa.
Yes.
We had murmurs and rumors and fighting. Goma. That ended. There's been some peace. Cameroon. Paul Biya is still president.
Yes.
There's an Anglophone, there's a Francophone situation that has been created, where those who speak English and those who speak French seem to be at constant loggerheads. And the people who bear the brunt of this are those who belong to the English-speaking part of Cameroon. What is it about our people? I mean, what is it about our people and this thirst and hunger and greed for power, where you disenfranchise your own people? Right. Cry the beloved country. Is it a beloved continent?
Madagascar is an island country. Michael Eugene Archer, globally known as D'Angelo, the Grammy-won R&B singer and neo-soul pioneer, has died at 51 after battling cancer.
Oh dear.
His family confirmed yesterday. Now, they described his passing as the loss of a shining star and encouraged fans to remember the gift of song that he has left for the world. D'Angelo's music reshaped modern R&B, combining elements of jazz, hip-hop, and soul into a signature sound that influenced a generation of artists. His 3 albums earned him 4 Grammys, while the music video for How Does It Feel captured widespread attention for its bold one-shot performance featuring him singing unclothed. The shining star of our family has dimmed his light for us in this life, his family said in a statement shared with CBS News. And of course, the BBC, CBS rather, is the US partner of BBC. Born in Richmond, Virginia, to a Pentecostal minister, D'Angelo taught himself piano at the age of 3. Yeah, so D'Angelo amekwenda zake, RIP. Kama in case unashanga ni nani, and I'm sure majority of Gen Z right now are asking D'Angelo. Like, D'Angelo amemangoma gani? Yeah, like Sialewi. You can actually just check out our website, first of all, to get the correct spelling of his name. It's D with an apostrophe, then Angelo. Yes, check out his music so that you can actually understand who this guy is. People like City here probably, danced to his music, mkakatia madem na ngoma zake, hence why he is going to be an icon for a very long time. All right, let's check out another story. Hapa kuna akina nani wengine tunaweza soma shughuli zao. GSU officer killed in State House, buried in Kajiado. See, this guy died like 2 days ago.
Yes.
Okay. Constable Ramadan, yeah, he's a Muslim, I get it now. Constable Ramadan Kamisi Matanka of the General Service Unit has been laid to rest in his Kajiado home following full Islamic funeral rites after a fatal attack at the State House entrance. He was honored with a full police gun salute during his burial on Tuesday. An autopsy confirmed that State House General Service Unit officer died from severe bleeding after being struck by an arrow that pierced his ribs, lung and heart. The examination took place at Kenyatta National Hospital mortuary with police and family members present. Matanka was laid to rest in Kajiado County while human rights activists called for justice over the fatal attack. Like I said, that story is on the front page of the Daily Nation. We shall be checking it shortly once we give you an update of the traffic situation. There's one story here, interesting. The situation that unfolded a couple of weeks ago. Blogger and IT professional Ndiangui Kinyagia has approached the High Court seeking the release of electronic gadgets and travel documents that have been in the possession of the DCI for almost 4 months now. Appearing before Justice Lawrence Mugambi at the Milimani Constitutional and Human Rights Division on Tuesday, Kinyagia, through his lawyer, explained that 2 laptops, 2 mobile phones, 2 passports. Why does he have 2 passports? And an international vaccination card were taken during a raid on his Kino residence on June 21st. He said that the devices are central to his work and that the continued withholding of his passports has restricted his ability to travel and manage international assignments. In a certificate of agency submitted on September 18th, Kinyagia requests the court orders directing the DCI to return the confiscated items. Sasa washaangalia, I'm sure wameshapitia hiyo laptop yote wakajua mali ameficha nini wapi katika katika hiyo kompyuta yake, na ama ni kompyuta zake, simu zake pia. Kwa hivyo jamaa amekuwa akitumia mulika mwizi akingoja au kumeenda vipi? DCI. City, what do you think about this?
I am not very conversant with police procedures and why it is certain things happen the way they do. I will say this, that we will get to hear the end of this at an appropriate time. But meanwhile,
yes,
I take the information you've given me as what it is, information. That is what has happened, and that is where we are.
This is a guy who disappeared and then appeared after a while and said that he had hid because he was afraid of, what are they called? He was afraid of the DCI.
Why was he afraid of the DCI?
Because he was afraid that they would arrest him and take him somewhere.
Why was he afraid he would be arrested?
The point is he hid.
Yes, but what is it about him that would warrant an arrest?
Because he's a blogger, he's an IT specialist, he's one of those guys who do things online.
Is he the only blogger in Kenya?
No, he's not.
Then?
He's not. But he had that situation whereby he thought atakujua because
was it
he
just
posted
something
some
that
things.
he did and he posted that he had gone into hiding? So now we know about him. When if he hadn't gone into hiding and if he hadn't said he was afraid of DCI, we wouldn't know about him.
Now, by the way, before apotee, alikuwa ameenda kwa DCI alikuwa amekuja kwake rather. They went through his house, searched nini. Then a few days after that, I think it was like a day or two, he disappeared from the face of the earth. His parents were asking, "Huyu jamaa ako wapi?" Remember, there is even a judge who told Desai, "Look, guys, let's stop this nonsense of back and forth. I want this guy produced by Monday." And by Monday, he was produced. Then the DCI said, you see? We didn't know where he was. Mumeona. Then everyone is like, hi.
You know something? As far as I'm concerned, it's drama. And when he appeared, was he well?
Well, he was taken to hospital, obviously, for checkup, but we never really got a report about whether they found anything. That is the hospital, the doctors. We never told whether he was touched somewhere.
But surely the human rights bodies who normally get fairly involved in such matters, did they not get involved?
They did actually get involved, and they were in court also while the judge was making his pronouncements. That is Justice Chacha Mwita. They were there. Yeah, so that's about Kinyagia. History ya Kinyagia, but inakuanga funny. And like you said, I was saying that one day, one time, we shall know exactly what happens in this country, or rather what happened in this country during abductions, whether fake or not. You said it might be sooner than we think.
Yes. People have abducted themselves also. It has been reported.
Oh yeah.
So
kuna wale wa kujipoteza.
There are some who even write ransom notes to themselves.
There was a time some kids, let me call them kids, they were very young, like first year university students. They actually abducted themselves and wrote to their parents demanding ransom.
Okay. What happened? What became of these students?
They were arrested. After the DCI found out that watu walikuwa wanajiabduct. Let's check out traffic and see what's happening on the roads of Nairobi.
Traffic.
Barabara ya Ngong inakaa sawa sawa. Then tukiangalia barabara ya Haile Selassie pia inakaa sawa sawa. A small situation at what's the name of this road? The situation that we're looking at is pale karibu na Afya Center, where mnachukua basi za Easy Coach na Edna Coach. That entire stretch currently is bumper to bumper. Also, Landis Road bumper to bumper right now. Hey, kwanza hapa kuna mahali panaitwa Rescos Road. Hiyo pia hamsongi. And it's what? 6:33 a.m. This is the CBD. What's happening there, guys? Mudhuru Open Market. Also around that roundabout kuna traffic kidogo. Yeah, but everything else looks fantastico. Jogoo Road pia, no complaints coming from that particular road at this particular hour. Apart from that situation at Makadara, where we have the train station. Apo Mumeshikana. This looks like it's a 1 kilometer stretch of traffic. Then after that, opens up. Then Outer Ring Road, looking good. Manyanja kule naona hamna shida yote. Watu wa Doni, good morning. Wait. Donholm Savannah Road. There's a slight traffic as you're approaching Total Energies service station. Then as you're heading towards Embakasi Airport North Road, barabara inakaa sawa kabisa. Nothing to complain about. However, this is now where? This is Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road pale karibu na Ideal Ceramics. There's actually the traffic there is not moving at all. I don't know what's happening there. What could be the problem? Is it because of that intersection at General Motors, Enterprise Road? Perhaps, I guess. Yeah, because that's where the traffic is. Otherwise, you guys are moving quite well on the rest of the roads. If you see something you think I should know, holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Killer linked to State House Road. Murder of slain GSU officer Ramadan Matanka slain GSU officer Ramadan Matanka was the son of a former State House employee. He first worked at the State House residence after completing high school in 2019 during a cleanup campaign where he met and befriended Kithuka Kimunyi. Later, he joined the elite squad guarding the premises where his life was cut short. That story is on page 4 and 5. Then we also have a picture here of President Ruto, Commander-in-Chief. Ruto outlines plan to modernize Kenya Defense Forces, and he has pledged military bases and upgrade of equipment and addressed soldiers' welfare to boost war on cybercrime and terrorism. Most popular senior school pathway. There's that story is on page 7. Most popular senior school pathway. Okay. Probably read that to understand more about it. But yeah, that's as much as the front page.
That's an interesting story.
Yeah.
When you look at the pathways that seem popular with the students who are choosing them. Yes.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right. So it's like the most popular pathway to a senior school, to a high school.
The one that has been selected by most. Over 550,000. Those are many. Yes.
All right. Back page of the Daily Nation. Keep your gun. Chebet stellar season demands Athlete of the Year title. I actually agree. Yeah. Gold medalist Beatrice Chebet with silver medalist Faith Kipyegon after the women's 5,000 meter final at the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo on September 20th. New world champion Jepchirchir out to reclaim Valencia marathon crown. Ayatapata. Kenya's Perez Jepchirchir, after winning the women's marathon gold medal at the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo, Japan, September 14th, amepigwa picha hapo hivyo akifurahia akijishika kifua akisema wulela. Then we have Kenya's top amateur player John Lejima takes the lead at Sunshine Tour at Royal Nairobi Club. That is as far as golf is concerned. You can check it out, page 30 of the Daily Nation. Over to you.
Right. In the Standard, our father has problems as anger problems. This is a quote from the daughter of this gentleman called Kithuka Kimunyi. And this fellow apparently has been troubled and is considered to be a loner. And many of the actions that he has had seem to point to a mental instability. Okay? Then bang in the middle of the paper, bully in chief. Who? Duale. This is how tempers flooded in Parliament as Health Cabinet Secretary Helen Duale clashed with MPs during a stormy Health Committee session. I saw clips of this and I wondered, was it not possible for that conversation to be had without people shouting at each other? People shout at each other.
Yeah, the Kibagendi situation was, it was all over social media yesterday.
Yeah, but was it necessary?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. However, I wasn't shocked that it happened because I've always seen MPs, and unfortunately, this is a blanket.
Please, condemnation. Please continue.
Yes. Wanakwanga, they are usually dramatic.
They're playing the gallery.
Yes, specific times because, like you're saying, they play the gallery and they choose and they say, right now is my time to shine. It is now or never.
Because the issue that was at hand, was it really even discussed?
The conversation hadn't even started. If you listen to the clip very well, I can't remember who it was, but I know it was a lady who was complaining and telling the chair of the meeting, like, hata tujaweza kuongea vizuri, hata minister hajaweza kujitetea, hajaweza kusema chochote. Kibagendi ndio amesimama akisema, bwana wewe mwezi, you are stealing, you are a thief. He said many things.
That sounded like the CEO of SHA. And the chair of that particular session was the same MP, Dr. Nikal. He tried to come down there, but it was not necessary. I mean, the very purpose for which that gathering was there seemed not to have been met.
Yeah. I also will commend the CS, Aden Duale, for keeping his calm. He was so cool. Even as Kibagendi, rose up and, was saying whatever he was saying, being, very physical with his body language.
He was gesturing wildly.
Yeah, and the CS seated in his seat, just whatever. Whenever he got a chance, he would respond to a few of those claims. Yeah, and for me, that one was, you're umejishikilia.
That for me.
Kidogo. But let me tell you, the comment section of the places that video popped up,
yes,
whether it was on Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, people were actually cheering Mheshimiwa Kibagendi there. They were like, yeah, this is the kind of fight we need in our MPs.
No, we don't actually.
Yeah,
we don't. The fight, if you want to make an issue, yes, that fight. But when it's a shouting match where it's somebody speaking really loudly and gesturing really wildly and speaking angrily.
Because, he banged the table, but he was like, these are lies, bwana. stop lying to us. And I was like, okay, he could be lying, yes, but can I also get the chance to listen to these lies?
Yes, exactly.
I want to hear these lies so that I can also determine whether they're
More
lies.
to the point, I really want to know what these lies are.
Exactly.
And how it is they constitute a lie. I'm very much interested in knowing this.
Stop lying, and he banged the table.
Yeah, but then the CS also did pour a little oil into that particular fire when he brought in the aspect of extortion.
Yeah. But unajua mimi nataka kuuliza swali moja. Was he lying?
We don't know, do we? And then he also mentioned that there are people here who have health facilities that we have closed.
Yes.
And they're kicking off us.
Oh, so he was like, he's not fighting for the people. He's fighting for himself. Or fighting for those people.
Yes.
He could be someone's...
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Kuna shamba ya mtu. Tulifunga mlango. Now, the thing is, the person who or every one of these individuals claim to represent got the short end of the stick.
Yes.
We, the public, on whose behalf these people were speaking, whether it is the CS, whether it is the MP, did we really get our money's worth in this discourse or in this shouting match? Did we?
If we're being honest, you and I will obviously say no, we didn't get our money's worth. However, I can tell you, I did not see a single comment, and I could have been wrong because I also didn't read every one of those comments. But I can tell you where that video appeared on Facebook, on Instagram. I didn't check TikTok. On WhatsApp, because it also was being shared. Every comment in every group that I was actually cheering on.
So then we suggest that this thing was choreographed because that overwhelming support.
I don't think it was choreographed.
You know me, I don't know how these things work, but I do know this. When someone is playing to the gallery and then there seems to be an outpouring in a certain direction, I'm loath to believe that is necessarily something that is spontaneous. No. Look, man, this conversation of Shah causes consternation because we are never sure when it's going to work. But we do know it works. But we also know that sometimes it doesn't work. What we also don't know is the circumstances under which it works and
the one where it doesn't work.
Yes. See, that discussion is lost in a shouting match. Because this was an opportunity for these things to be explained. Meaning, these are the problems. People have said this. Those who have these non-communicable diseases, this critical disease, this is what they say. There are those who are saying it works, but we'd like to have the money extended. They're saying it works, but it pays for 2 sessions. We'd like it to pay for 4 sessions. That would have made sense. But all that is lost. Is there a way in which those who have reached that age where the government said categorically they would be paid for, how are we ensuring that the infirm, the indigent, how are we confirming that all these people are getting what was promised? Is there a way in which this can be understood from county to county, from ward to ward, so that these people actually get registered and they start benefiting? Because we do have many old people in this country, and there are very many who simply don't have the means. Okay? That opportunity to have this discussion went up in smoke.
Yeah.
Okay? Then there is the question of, fine, there are many hospitals that are owed money. What is the plan to pay them? Because if you don't pay them, there's a limit to how much credit they can keep offering the government. And the likelihood of them shutting down also exists.
Yeah.
There are very many honest and sober discussions that should have been held.
That were missed because of this situation.
Went up in smoke. That didn't happen.
Kweli sana mheshimiwa sitimu gani kweli. And something I need to point out is when Kibagendi stood up, and of course he was told to leave, and you could see the sergeant at arms coming for him. Big shout out to those sergeant at arms. There was a lady and a gentleman, and they were very also they handled the situation well. But there's a point where he was walking now behind Duale as he was shouting, and nilikuanga ninangoja kuona akieko jamango. Nilikuwa nangoja because the passion he had in that argument, the fire in that argument, I was like, hey, kwani hawa watu kuna mahali wamekosana huko mahali hatujui.
By the way, when you talk to Kibagendi,
yes,
he's a very reasonable fellow.
I was actually waiting for him. Amkule zile tena, we wacha kutuibia.
Let me tell you, when you speak to him like I'm speaking to you now,
yes,
very reasonable fellow.
Let's invite him.
Yes.
Yeah, let's invite him.
Then there was somebody who also walked out of that meeting.
Who else?
There's a meeting where Onyonka featured. I'm not sure it was a...
Oh, Richard, no, that was a different.
That's a different one.
That's a different meeting. But yes, actually, Onyonka almost cried in the meeting that you're talking about. But it was still around.
It was health.
Yeah. And I remember when he also did not allow the rest of the people to talk.
He also wasn't allowed to say what he wanted to say.
Yeah, and he was like, "What? Why are we wasting time here, going around in circles, beating around the bush, not dealing with things head on?" And he almost cried and walked out. And he was like, "Wase bana, mnaharibia taxpayers pesa." Kuna watu wanafanya kazi, lakini pia moja saa zingine when it comes now to MPs and senators, you really can't know whether they're being genuine in that conversation.
Look, yesterday we had the Secretary General of KMPDU.
Yes, we did.
And there are matters that concerned healthcare workers that led to series of strikes over a long period of time. Internship, postgraduate studies. He was here.
Yes.
And told us those are issues that have been settled. Now, so it cannot be said that the Ministry of Health is doing nothing. It cannot be said that Mr. Duale is doing nothing. No.
He actually did give Duale his flowers while he was here. And he said a couple of things that have actually been achieved that hadn't been achieved for
a very long period of time. Yeah. And he said, look, man, this CS has promised and has done what he has said he's going to do. So, I mean, even if we were to complain, what are we complaining about essentially? I mean, I'm paraphrasing. But he was saying, but he has done this, he has done this, he has done this. Unless someone is going to say that Mr. Atela was just speaking. Well, nobody has said that so far.
I don't think the union leader was just speaking.
Atela doesn't just say things for the sake of saying things. If I have listened to him over time and have spoken to him over time, he doesn't. So, this CS, by all accounts, is trying to ensure that things work within his ministry.
Yes.
Now, clearly there's a problem with Shah. My point, the sober discussion around Shah, that opportunity was missed. Because there was need for that sober discussion. Yes, it was missed. Completely missed.
Yeah. Maybe there will be a time where we shall actually have a sober conversation. How that will happen, I honestly don't know. But it will happen. All right. So, umemaliza kuangalia gazeti?
The Star, there's a picture here of the president. I like what the president is in fatigues here. And there's a picture of him here donning what you may refer to as Surakazi. Looking, yes, very somber and very serious.
I think it's the same photo on the Daily Nation.
Yes. But he looks good in this uniform.
Yeah,
he looks very, very good. El Presidente, they should have given you a gun. Then this thing would have been complete.
Why?
Holster.
Why?
See,
Ayeke kwa nini?
Holster. See, I've been influenced by the movies you watch.
Kona shida.
Right.
Wampate bunduki.
Ruto appoints Owalo to lead new government office for efficiency. Story on page 2. Owalo,
former CS.
Former CS, former advisor, now head of efficiency unit. Good for you, Mr. Owalo. We'll look for Owalo. Bring him here and ask him.
There's an efficiency unit and then there's a delivery unit.
Yes.
But aren't they doing the same thing?
No, they're not. They're not. When you're efficient, the efficiency ought to bring about delivery. We need to see it, isn't it? Yes.
That should be one office.
No.
What I'm trying to say is that it should be one office. No, it should.
No.
It should.
Quality management, quality control. Same office.
I don't see why not. Office of quality. Then now we can have a department of control and a department of management.
Right, then why do we even have a deputy president? Why do we just have president and forget about the deputy? After all, the CSS are all deputies.
Those ones are doing the same thing. The president and his deputy, because more or less one is just an extension of the first.
My point exactly. Efficiency, delivery.
Sioni, but ni sawa.
one is allowed not to see. MPs lay bare sharp flaws as CS Duale defense program.
Give me the gift of sight.
Give you the gift of sight. Rifts emerge as Gachagua battles for Mount Kenya grip. This is going to be an ongoing story, and we will follow it as it continues to grow.
All right. Let me check out real fast. We're about 10 minutes, so I won't be that fast. Killer linked to State House. Man, when I was reading this, I was like, hello. So let me just read this again in case you're joining us. Slain GSU officer Ramadan Matanka was the son of a former State House employee. He first worked at the state residence after completing high school in 2019 during a cleanup campaign where he met and befriended Kithuka Kimunyi. Kithuka Kimunyi is the suspect that did the thing. Later, he joined the elite squad guarding the premises where his life was cut short. The elite squad is the Reke squad. Now, this guy who attacked him with a bow and arrow, Kithuka Kimunyi, the suspect accused of killing a GSU officer with a bow and arrow near State House, Nairobi. That is yesterday, or it was the day before yesterday. Why choose that kind of weaponry? Perhaps he couldn't access a different kind of weaponry.
Do we even know if his intention was to kill this fellow? This is somebody he knew. Look, this fellow is trained. Yeah. The reason why he was even shot in the first place was he did not suspect that this guy was going to shoot. He knew this person. Do you really think that if for a moment he suspected that this fellow was causing him harm, the guy would have caused him harm? By the time you have the sort of training that these people have, it's very unlikely.
So I saw Kimunya, the suspect. There's a video of him doing rounds on social media of him having, in court. That guy looked roughed up. Jamaa alikuja na mguu moja akilimp, being helped by officers taking him to the court, to take the plea or do whatever he was doing. But what Jamaa, I can assure you, the last 48 hours have been rough on him.
If you've ever been to a function where there's a high-ranking official, I remember one function where it was the then First Lady.
Yes.
She had a program that was supposed to help buttress the care given for patients who had HIV and the like. Now, what some people didn't know, I was among them, but I wasn't caught off guard. When you have such a dignitary, you're not allowed to go around speaking on your phone.
Okay.
You keep it away.
All right.
Now, there was an individual who didn't know. I think he was busy talking to his people. He wanted to take a picture.
I'm also one of those people who don't
of the First Lady. Now, I did not witness this, but I was told. The next thing he knew, there were 2 people standing next to him.
72?
No, 2 people.
Oh, okay.
One was stepping on his foot.
Ndiasisonge.
And he was in pain.
Yes.
And when he turned, when the look that guy gave him, he just held his breath.
Breathing in pain.
Yes, there was another one who had something that was pressing against his ribs. He said he has never felt such pain in such a short time.
In his entire life.
He has never felt such pain. So like your kid too. Then they left. I was told he also left. He decided here, I am not safe. What I'm trying to say is there's a way in which if you make the mistake of harming a police officer.
Yes. Jamaa ameona, I can tell you the last 48 hours have been really tough on him. Speaking of dignitaries, there's a time, I think I told you this story, but I didn't tell you this specific part, where President Kibaki came to Kenyatta University at the time. I was a student there. And I was performing with a friend of mine called Daddy Mato. Tulikuwa tunafanya skit, a stand-up comedy skit. And then at the end and we were expressly warned the previous day by one Sami Louis, who was in charge of
the presidential press
performances,
unit.
something. Hizo performances as president anafanya.
Because
he had to vet the performance days before. So we went, and then he vetted it, and then there's a point where we wanted to go and greet the president in the skit, and he said, "Forget that part. Remove it." He actually told us our whole performance was shambolic. He said it is a sore thumb. He used some very nasty words on us, and that time we were students, we were really hurt. So of course we approached our professor, the vice chancellor, Professor Mugenda, and we told her that now,
Madam,
we cannot perform because we have been told that our performance is
below par.
Yeah, so she said, but I know you guys really do some nice performances. Performing in Yone. And she called
Sammy Louis.
No. University management there. There were the DVCs and other registrars and other lecturers. And she was like, there's something these boys have told me. Let's watch this skit of theirs. And we did our thing. It was about 5 minutes long.
And they liked it.
And she was like, did you do exactly what you showcased to Sammy? And she was, yes. She was like, by the you are performing. The president is coming tomorrow. You are performing. And she called Sammy and she told Sammy, look, this is my house. You've come to my house. This thing is happening. So anyway, long story short, we did perform yesterday. But Sammy told us, iyo mali ya kusalimia president.
Wacheni hiyo kitu.
Nyonga, hiyo msieke. Tukamwambia, mheshimiwa, umesema hivyo?
Bro.
Haiko.
Siwe ni serikali?
Yes. Sisi chini ya maji tukaambiana, iko. So at the end of the performance, we were like, so Your Excellency, can we approach and, shake your hand?
What could he do?
And he was like, Kujeni. The moment the president stood up, everyone in that dais
stood up.
What? And we're talking about dais now to over 200-300 maybe.
They all stood up.
The president stood up like this. For the first time, I actually saw power with my own 2 eyes.
Yes.
And then the security apparatus, watu walitoka sijui kutoka wapi, about 15 to 20 guards walked with us to the president just to ensure
no mischief.
Hakuna kitu tumeleta hapa isipokuwa salamu zetu.
Yes.
We got there, shook the president's hand, and I told you he invited us to State House a few days.
Na mkaenda. Mkakula vidono.
Bro,
yes.
Let me tell you something. Yes. For the very first time, I was walking towards the president, yes. But in my head I was walking towards my grave because I was like, and President Kibaki was old, kind of fragile-ish that time because it was in his last term. Mimi nilikuwa najua tumeisha. Nilikuwa nimejua tumeisha. Huyu jamaa tukamguza hivi anguke. It's a wrap. But I saw power with my own 2 eyes for the very first time. It was awesome. It was awesome. Yeah.
So mambo ya president. Bro. The president and the presidency.
Yes.
That's an institution, my friend. You don't joke.
Yeah, you don't. Even after that, because funny enough, I met my cousin who was in the record squad, and he was actually in the security of the president.
He was a security detail.
Yes, he was part of the security. After that, we met and he was like, bro, we have never seen anyone do what you guys have done. And you actually made the president laugh. This guy doesn't laugh. And we were like, well, I have achieved something in life.
Well done.
Thank you. Let me give a few shout outs before we exit. Kuna Nell amesema, morning fam. Morning to you too, Nell. My take 2.0. Oh my God. What's happening in Madagascar is exactly the picture MP Kaluma painted almost word by word. Yeah, I remember MP Kaluma when he came here a couple of weeks ago. He said that, if the president resigns and things go south and the government and the military takes over, it's a very bad situation. Then Douglas Kibogongo amesema, I like CT's advice to Gen Z in Kenya last year on having military government. Oh yeah. Robert, good morning CT and Mungala. Good morning Robert. Kenson Mugolo, morning guys. I think kila mtu akue kwa SHA ndio everything ikue solved kwa health sector. Kibagendi ako right. All right, Kenson Mugolo, thank you for your comment. This is where we're going to take a short break and get into that news break. In case you'd like to hit us up, you can find us on our social media pages. That is at Radio Generation Kenya. Across all of them, Radio Gen KE on X. On YouTube, it is Radio Generation Kenya. Get to interact with us on the chat box. Let's hear what you have to say. And if you'd like to also send a shout out on X, please do. We'll definitely read it out. Right now, though, we're going to get into the news with Winnie Maganga. And then when we return, by the way, there's a conversation that is going to be taking place in the next hour. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
It's 7 o'clock.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The High Court in Kampala, Uganda has instructed Ugandan police to produce Kenyan activist Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo dead or alive within 7 days. The activists have been unaccounted for since they were allegedly abducted in the Ugandan capital 2 weeks ago, with reports suggesting they are being held in a military detention facility. Activists and politicians in Kenya have threatened to hold demos to pressure the government to act on the matter. Here's PLP leader Martha Karua.
And we are telling the KK administration, style up, it is time to act. And if they don't act, then the public will have to act in whatever way they know. Why should they continue to draw salaries if they're not doing the work they are paid to do? Why take money for work not done?
Education CS Julius Ogamba is expected to appear before the National Assembly today to address the continued delays in the disbursements of school capitation funds. This follows a directive from National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula after MPs voiced frustration over the Ministry of Education's unfulfilled promises to release the funds to schools. Last week, the CS told the House that the delays were caused by an ongoing audit that had uncovered irregularities.
I think he's just telling the House he's not serious with his work. And we want to ask the Cabinet Secretary, not just the Cabinet Secretary in charge of education, all Cabinet Secretaries. If you come and pronounce yourself in the House, what you pronounce yourself on must be done. And if it is not done, the onus is on you to communicate to the House what challenges you have. And Honorable Speaker, I'll be reaching out to the Cabinet Secretary for Education to know what challenges he may have had not to have disbursed this money at the right time.
The government has launched a nationwide mobile registration drive. This comes barely weeks after President William Ruto announced the removal of fees for applying for new or replacement national ID cards. Speaking to the media on Tuesday, Immigration Principal Secretary Belio Kipsang said the new exercise has already started in 15 counties and aims to speed up the issuing of national identification cards to Kenyans across the country.
It captures your photo, it captures your fingerprints, your information is captured in the same system, and when the information is submitted, it is submitted directly to the headquarters for just verification and printing. And this has made it possible for us to be able to avail IDs to our Kenyan citizens between 1 day and 7 days.
2 men accused of sexual assault, gang rape, and robbery with violence will remain in custody until the end of the month. The Kibera Law Court has ordered that Clef Juma Mbaka, Musa Kafe Masur, be remanded at the Industrial Area Prison ahead of the pre-trial hearing set for October 31st, 2025. The two suspects are alleged to have attacked and robbed a 40-year-old man at Mashimoni in Kibra before allegedly sodomizing him and dumping him at Langata Cemetery. The Democratic Republic of Congo and the Alliance of Forces for Change have agreed to establish a ceasefire monitoring and verification mechanism aimed at consolidating peace efforts in the country's conflict-hit eastern region. In a statement on Tuesday, U.S. Senior Advisor for Arab and African Affairs, Massad Boulos, commended both parties for taking a critical step toward a comprehensive peace accord. He said the new mechanism, agreed upon during talks in Qatar, marks a significant milestone in advancing the implementation of the Washington Peace Agreement. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. This is the People's Breakfast. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. The People's Breakfast is on Radio Generation Kenya. Mombasa, it's 90.7 FM. Nairobi, it's 88.8 FM. And across all social media channels by there, including our website, rgk.co.ke. We're definitely live there. You can catch us, watch us on YouTube as well. Radio Generation Kenya, that's on YouTube. You can also watch us live on X. We are currently live on X. In case you are, an X person, unasema sasa nani ataenda kufungua YouTube. I don't even have YouTube on my... Well, you can actually get us live. And on your TV, if you're there just doing your chores in the morning, you can switch on your TV and just stream us live on YouTube as well. Facebook, by the way, before I forget, we're also live on Facebook. If you want to see CT na maarifa yake, nywele zake ziko shwari, uweze kuwa na mahali maarifa yake yantoka, fungulia televisheni yako, utaweza kutuona. We should be having a guest in studio shortly. I honestly hope she makes it. But as we wait for her, there's a story I'd seen here about the most popular senior school pathway. Let's see here what it's all about. Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics, that is STEM, is the most popular pathway among grade 9 learners. Some 569,000 students have opted to study STEM in senior school. Another 437,000 have chosen social sciences, and some 121,000 students want to specialize in arts and sports. Officials have promised a smooth transition to grade 10 next year. Some 9,000 public secondary schools have been clustered into 4 categories. That is C1, C2, C3, and C4. CT.
Yes, please.
Umesikia hiyo?
Yes,
I'm happy
C1,
that
C2,
folks,
CT.
C3, C4, and now CT. I'm happy that children are choosing STEM subjects.
They are.
I feel like when you, and I'm not saying that social sciences are not good. I'm just saying that I feel like when you're doing a science subject, a STEM subject, you really get to polish your brain. You really, really, really get to polish your brain, and you probably get to exercise that brain and, start thinking critically about a lot of things in life. And I feel like that can be achieved through science subjects, so that whether you're doing biology, whether you're doing physics, whether you're doing chemistry, mathematics,
of course,
inasaidianga.
Of course. And as a person who studied science subjects,
Yes.
namely yourself,
Right.
You're speaking about something you know well.
Nam.
As somebody who studied humanities and social sciences,
Right.
I would say the interest that students have in the subjects they want to study is a reflection on what it is that they've been exposed to.
Yes.
Okay?
Right.
And that's one of the beautiful things and the positive things about what we call social media.
Right.
People get to understand that this path will lead you to a destination of this nature.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's actually, and I usually tell kids, and I even encourage my own children to first of all follow their passions in terms of education and academics, what they want to do, because at the end of the day, I don't want someone to struggle and then say, but I encourage them.
But at some point you have to guide, brother.
Yeah, of course. Right now they're still young, and
that's when you start. When they're still young.
mapema. Yeah. All right, let's introduce our guest who has arrived in studio. We are talking about the Secretary General, People's Liberation Party, Asha Bashir. Good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Yes. We want to have this conversation, but before we do that, you've heard what I was telling City in terms of STEM subjects and what students are doing. Quite a huge number of students who are focused on STEM subjects. 569,000 students. What do you think about that? 569,000 students.
I should tell you the number who are taking the social sciences.
Oh yeah, let me tell you.
It's 400 and
437. Kama wanaenda head to head somehow.
Exactly, and the sports section.
And then those who have chosen social sciences, and then 121,000 students want to specialize in arts and sports.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So it tells you, okay, now you've given her a balanced view of what you're saying.
Yes.
Now she can comment.
I think it's commendable. It shows we are now raising children who are all round. Initially there were some areas that people really specialize. Even us growing up, parents used to think if you're a lawyer, you're a doctor, and engineer, you're good.
You're the best.
If you're a footballer, we ni mchezo. You know, that was now the slogan. But I'm happy where we are now. Children are now coming out, learning and accepting that you can achieve whatever you want in whatever area that you feel you're good at and you're strong at. So it's quite commendable and impressing.
True.
Yeah.
And actually, hopefully, we'll get some of the statistics to actually divide and see how many girls are doing what in terms of these particular numbers. I'm interested.
What you will find
Yes.
is you'll probably find it's 50-50.
Really?
If you only look at, for instance, the entry level of students, every time there's a transition, primary school to secondary school, and secondary school to university, the numbers speak well. And then if you look at the courses that are taken in our tertiary institutions at the university level, and you look at the division of gender within these subjects, it'll speak to what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Like I said, I can't wait to see and hope. I'm sure we will see.
Once upon a time, there were courses that you were told were predominantly favored by men. Not necessarily true right now.
Yeah, now things have changed.
They have changed significantly.
And vice versa. There were courses that people thought it's more for women.
True.
But now even the men are doing it.
Yes.
Such as?
Home science.
Home science.
Ati unapata mwanaume anapika. You know, a chef.
Home science ilikuanga ya wanawake.
Yes.
For real. Growing up, I didn't see that distinction though. Maybe it's where I grew up. I don't know. But kwetu tulikuwa, and when I say kwetu, I even mean in our own family, we have men who did all these different so-called women courses. Yes, and
that is
excelled.
that is credit to your parents, not to your siblings. Yeah.
And I'm glad you actually said that, because the setup a child comes from matters a lot.
True.
And how you expose your child and how you raise your child tells a lot, because there are homes where a young man is not supposed to even be seen anywhere near the kitchen.
Yeah.
Leave alone even being a chef.
Right. Growing up, kwanza in my home, I used to cook a lot. But anyway, story for another day. Let's talk about PLP. How are things at the People's Liberation Party?
We are well, we thank God.
Yes. After the relaunch, we've obviously seen Martha Karua doing rounds around the country and even outside the country, trying to popularize the new outfit. And we know that being in the united opposition, which by the city says that a bit united opposition.
The opposition that calls itself united.
Yes.
That is the term I prefer to use. Yes.
Is the opposition united?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Because from where I sit and what I read online, and also the feedback we get from viewers, is that the opposition might not necessarily be as united as they say they are. And some of the viewers actually calling it a confused situation.
Just to answer that, when you have a home which has different rooms, all the principals have their own outfits, which is parties. And that thrives in democracy, because you don't want where you will come and sit like a class, I lecture you, one principal decides this is the path. So of course it is a home which has different rooms, like I call it. So you find there's PLP, there's DCP, there's DAPK, there's Wiper, all these parties, Jubilee. Every party has its own identity. However, bado mapema.
Yeah.
So when you say we are not united, we might differ. I might say this is blue, you tell me no, it's purple,
right,
or it's lilac. But that does not mean we don't have a common agenda. There is a whole structure behind it. And at the right time, once they give the direction on who will be the flag bearer, you will see it. And of course, you've been seeing, they've been doing the rounds across the country, speaking. We might disagree on a specific topic. For example, I might say the route going to Narok, I'll use this road, and CT says I'll use this road. But eventually we'll be at Narok.
You'll get to the
But
destination.
you do not want where you have a dictatorial character that we all follow one principle. We don't want even to think. So if he says jump, you ask how high, and you just do it. So and then number two, we can't also control people's perception.
Right.
But what we say is that despite the differences in terms of parties, and despite all this, the opposition is united in terms of knowing where they want to be in the next formation.
In terms of ideologies as well?
Yes, there are pillars that bring us together, for example, and some that stand out in terms of the one term. You know, people make it as a joke and say the only agenda we have is one term. But guys, you're forgetting that is also a clerical call. That's the whole thing that glued. Number two, there is the issue of the cost of living. You come back, the basics, this issue of now our young people being found in Russia. Actually, even in a home, their upbringing is different. Your work environment is different. The way CT, and I like using my good friend CT, the way CT will view life and the way he's brought up and how he expresses himself is different from mine. I would wish that people attack me or raise the issues of PLP and tell me. And one time I told one of the radio stations, ask me your member has spoken badly, or Martha was seen in public, or your youth leader. I can address, but I cannot decide for another home. Yeah.
All right. You cannot address something happening in another
home
room in
the house.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I get you. Let's talk about ladies and their contribution as far as the legislature is concerned. There's an obvious breach there as far as the 2/3 gender rule is concerned, and even previously, like the former CJ even told the president when he was CJ that there's a problem here, and perhaps you even need to dissolve parliament. What are your thoughts as far as the 2/3 gender rule is concerned?
Thank you for that question. Most of the time people confuse Kwanzaa. It's good that I tell the listeners something. The word gender is not for women. Whenever men see gender, that one for women, ile wanawake, Gender is either. So at any one point where the country we reach that there are more men and there are more women in elective and appointive positions than men, we will still apply the 2/3 gender. But at the current situation, it is the men who are more. Just to take the viewers into perspective, this thing has been long overdue. The 2010 Constitution gave a very solid article 27(8) and 8 and also 81B, just to put into perspective and bring the rights of now either gender, because the constitution is not something you change after every couple of years. So it had the vision at any one point one gender will be more. So when we implemented the 2010 constitution, which was again, we went the first election, which was now the 2013 after the new formation, the AG then got advisory from the Supreme Court that should this be implemented now or is it progressive? It's important to tell the viewers that the Constitution left it the mandate for the legislator to put mechanisms in place, unlike the county assembly. You see, Article 177 of the Constitution stipulates how the MCAs, the top-ups will be done. So in terms of this 2/3 gender, it's implemented only at the county assembly. But where there is a problem is the National Assembly and the Senate, which National Assembly combines both, the Senate and the lower house. Now, after that advisory, and the Supreme Court said, yes, it can be progressive until 2015. They were given a deadline of 2015 August. They never implemented. And it went on like that. It went to Justice Mativo. It went on and on until the advisory that you saw for Maraga during his tenure saying dissolve parliament, because now you've been given all the time to implement it. The problem we are facing, my brother, is not about the law. And I say this in all quarters. We have very good laws. We don't even need to amend. We just need to implement. So what is lacking is what we call the political goodwill, that parliament decided we will not address this issue. So as it is, if we go by the legal way, that parliament, the way it's constituted, is unconstitutional. But is there the goodwill, the political goodwill? The answer is no. Rwanda, which implemented the same, there is political goodwill, so they have the highest number in parliament.
Right.
Go to Namibia, where there is no political goodwill, but one SWAPO party, which is a major party, decided we will implement it from the political party act formation in their own local way. There was political goodwill. Therefore, the numbers have worked so hard.
So why are we lacking political goodwill here in 254?
I can say maybe patriarchal nature, a lot of things, because when you look at the bills being presented, even the Duale bill, when it was brought, there is no quorum. Kina City decide we will not be in parliament, particularly for that one. So I think it's just the lack of, like I said, political goodwill. And so that thing has been on and on. No matter how many bills you bring, it seems there is clear way. So the only problem we are facing, unlike the 177, which put a mechanism, this one left it for the parliament to put up measures. Legislative, the word was both legislative and measures, so that they can put in place.
Are the women MPs doing enough as far as that conversation is concerned?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yes, in that we have seen, there's also, yes, in terms of they have tried, whenever the bills came, at the time, like the Duale bill when it came, they were in parliament trying to say, okay, we vote. But no, also, because even after that, there's no push from their side, the vigorous push to say, we cannot continue like this. So it's like, Sasa, we've already accepted. See, the bill has been brought, you people don't want to pass. See, me, I'm here as an MP or a senator. Sawa, we just chill and continue with life.
Is there a way we can actually achieve this through perhaps even lobbying and having women MPs and other MPs as well, just encouraging their counterparts, the male counterparts, and telling them that, guys, we actually need to make this happen, and they make it an agenda and just fight through it until it actually happens?
Do you know how badly behaved Kenyan men are when you give them power? Do you know how obnoxious they become? You look at the concept of Mheshimiwa.
You know you're a Kenyan man, right?
But of course, that's why I'm speaking. I'm speaking from a position of knowledge.
Okay.
Yes. When you look at people who are elected, these are servants of the people. They have come and sought your vote. You've given it to them to represent you. And then look at what they do with it. There are those who are the exception, but there are few. The vast majority are now lords over you. Your servant has now become your lord. And they make decisions that don't necessarily favor you. They're supposed to check the executive. They hardly check the executive. The executive needs checking. That is why the three arms of government, it was understood. Human beings do badly when they're given power. African men, Kenyan men, do really, really, really badly when they have power. So what manifests as patriarchy is actually a very, should we say, a distilled form of impunity that people have. That is, and it tells you where in their minds they place women and how it is they view women. We have communities who categorize women, children, and some throw dogs into it, the same category. Okay? Now, when people entertain such a thought, and women are considered to be essentially an extension, a plaything, and not an equal human being, how on earth do you think this two-third gender rule is actually going to pass? Let's start with the communities where we elect from the position. We may have an equal population, men, women, equal number. But this is where the problem comes in. Women who become mothers of men also encourage this particular behavior. In what the Honorable Secretary General stated and said, boys shouldn't do this, men shouldn't do this. You are actually entrenching a certain idea about what this little human being is. And from a very tender age, this little human being already begins to feel entitled, and they think that they are better. Now imagine what sort of monster that creature is going to be when they're fully grown. They believe they are special, and they believe they are different, and they believe women should be in a certain place. Yes, this is not something where you wait for goodwill. This is something that you insist upon, and you push, and you agitate.
Then how can we achieve that? Yes.
That's the only way you do it. Because if you go about it gently, speaking, it won't happen. There are people and communities whose way of looking at life will continue to be the way that suits them best.
Okay.
Communities where children are married off, girl children are married off. Communities where you have some barbaric practices, it is because it suits certain people in that community. Yes. Now, the only way you change it is by being proactive. You don't sort of like just discuss. You discuss and say, look, this is what we're going to do. You take people to court. You make sure that you protest. You make sure every civil action that falls within the law, you take that. That's the only time that they'll understand that this thing is serious and you need to change.
It looks like we have a cultural problem then.
Yeah.
That is finding its way all the way to parliament.
You know, like I said again, we have no problem because even from the political parties side, the Political Parties Act, Section 91, very clear in terms of this issue of gender equality. But the issue, like I like how CT has put it, it's starting from society and we're the ones raising those young men. Even when you have sons, it's how you raise them. If you show them that a woman is supposed not to be heard, there is no single day that man will go out there and respect a woman. Even if you come and preach to him, that's the way. Because the norm is different. And look at it, the lack of goodwill is clear because I've given examples of Rwanda, which has done very well. Look at Namibia. Yeah, even Senegal now has higher numbers than us because they tried to implement it also in 2010. But what we lack is that political goodwill, and more so, even let me now give you an example. What happens? So CT and I'm sorry today, CT, I'll use your name more often.
Let me give you license. Please continue.
Thank you.
Yes.
So let's say CT and I are vying for Member of Parliament X. So you're the political party. So what happens? This is a very competitive seat, okay? So either, let's assume it's in a cosmopolitan area, so I have a stronger chance than CT. That party will grant CT the certificate, but look where there is patriarchal nature of society, and then give women. So that the IEBC list is compliant. See, you said you want gender. See, we've given you the list. It is. So what that does, I had a chance here, let's say in Nairobi, but you're sending me to go to Turkana. And you're denying me, you're giving CT. Then in Turkana, you're picking another Asha there, who you know very well that society will never allow. Then we give her the ticket. Then we tell us, as a CC, to comply. So, like I said, the issue is not the law. It is just a certain way that the society has decided. Another example I like giving, Uganda, our counterparts, which are our neighbors. Uganda decided they'll not go the parliament way. So Museveni told his people, I'm going to give you appointments in cabinet. So that you want women, we will give you. Then, if you remember, women protested and said, now you're just giving us any women. Even if you're giving us women, give us quality women. You know, you just don't pick. So that they don't perform, then you say, Sunona tulipatia. We gave them. Nyindo mkona shida. We gave you the positions. You see, you guys are not performing. And that is not an exemption here at home. Because what happens, you tend to prefer someone who's not a threat. Like CT said, the men are looking at it like, these women are a threat. They're a nuisance, actually. So how best do we deal with them? Deny them opportunities, do not even come to parliament when the bill is being passed, and then extend now, even go a notch higher, and ensure that even if ni lazima tu we give you people, it's not people who can speak for you or who will challenge the status quo. So period. We are done with that chapter. So we've given you. We now have nominations at the Senate and National Assembly.
Right.
See, we've given you women. So, but is that something that is a percentage? Because you see, I tell people when you have more men, like in parliament now, we have more men. If CT is a member of parliament and I am, and CT is involved in a corruption scandal, society will not judge CT the way they will judge me.
Of course.
Okay? So what happens? There are a bunch of men there, 50, let's say 50 in parliament X. Even if 2 are not performing, it will not be looked like these men have failed. Give us 7 women nominated and 1 misbehaves. It becomes the problem of all of them. It's now by association. You see, we gave them nomination and they are misbehaving because of 1. But them, 3 of them in that same ratio will misbehave. 1 is found in corruption, 1 overlapping, 1 is doing what? Those ones are not touched. It's normal. So it's more of society.
You know, there's something you need to understand, perhaps, Paul. Huh?
Yeah.
Privilege has many disadvantages, but one of the monsters it tends to create, it creates people who believe that they are entitled. What you see manifest in many men, even if they're in position of leadership, is entitlement. They feel they are entitled to behave badly. They are entitled to say what they want when they want. They are entitled to have an opinion no matter how wrong it is. and they're also entitled not to be questioned. So this is the breeding ground for impunity. And so something that starts as something we dismiss or we talk lightly of and say, these men behave this way. Actually, you may be witnessing a process of what is the making of these terrible leaders that we have.
Yeah.
You know, for instance, my opinion on members of parliament.
Yes.
Okay? It hasn't altered a single bit. And it isn't based on what I think, it's based on what I have seen repeatedly. You've never seen a group of people who demonstrate the concept of a letdown more than these particular individuals. And why? Because they're entitled. After all, Sidewa Ishimuya. Now, how on earth do you think a collective mentality of that nature can actually bring about progress? You just tell me. Every once in a while, you'll come across women who also adopt that because they want to be like men. Don't pick up bad habits from creatures who should not be emulated in any way. We are where we are as a continent because of some of these retrogressive ways in which we've done things. If you look at countries where the representation of women is higher, beyond even 33%, all right? Look at how developed those countries are and look at how they go about their business.
Classical example, Rwanda.
Yes.
They have 60.
No, they are 67%.
Yeah. Which is quite commendable in an African country.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've mentioned something about political parties. So when they behave in that way, what happens? And we don't get to hear about it until, actually I've never heard about it until you've mentioned it here. I thought it was, we've heard of where parties hand direct nomination to particular individuals, but the level of which you've explained it, that it is that bad in a way that it is even cloaked within the law, it makes it sound like political parties actually do not, they do. Is there a political party that actually cares about women? Apart from PLP, of course.
Yeah, because PLP, you can see the leadership is women. I cannot speak for other parties because for me, what I can tell you for a fact, a political party is vital. Because you can have, and I tell women often, we have no reason why we should not be at the table in any political party. Reason being, there are leagues, the SIGs. Women fit all. Because I have women who are youth. Okay? You have women who are PWDs. You have women who are minority and marginalized. So at any one point, you should not be allowed to sit at the back where unatumwa, go and bring tea for CT and the rest in a neck meeting. You should actually sit there as of right. And what happens is that when you know where you belong, because most people, and that's what CT is saying, we just have a very bad culture, because what happens in political parties, people don't build it as an institution. So I come in as Asha, I'm coming because I want to vie for Member of Parliament Region Y. Okay, so I get in, nikipata 2 ticket like this, and I go and I get elected. I have no business with the party. So I have no ideology or no standards that I'm measured against, and I have no impact I'm bringing to the party. So people come to use it as a vehicle. Get the certificate, move. So institutional building is hardly there. Number 2, we work in a political party where most of the time, and I'm happy PLP set the example, that I do not have to have Asha remaining the party leader forever. You must have a term limit. If a president has term limits, why can't a party leader have term limits? Reason why I'm saying that is important, because over the years, we have political parties who, if the party leader says you turn right, we're not even supposed to think. Even if we are told go and fall in that hole, we just go. What that does over the years is that they decide who will sit on the neck, they decide who will be nominated, and even worse, women issues, because the lobbying should start from the political party side, cannot be had, because agenda, who sets it? It's the party leader and a few people, the cronies who are around that person.
Right.
So we don't seem to make progress. So for me, I still tell people it's not all lost. Women must understand, and the youth must understand the power they have, because again, like I said, the youth also fit in certain categories. You're a woman who's a youth, you might be a youth who's PWD, so you have the power. And these special interest groups, what we call the SIGs, it's a constitutional mandate that they must be an organ in the party. I cannot interfere with, even if I'm a Secretary General, I cannot interfere with the Youth League or Women League. So, but what issues are you bringing on the table in a neck so that even if we are now going to push for a reform, are you also involved? Are you actually taking that space? So from PLP's perspective, allow parties run. Don't be the ones now you want to micromanage the leagues and say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. That's where the bad habit starts, because you find City or Russia wants to do everything. And as a result, you come for a meeting to just discuss my agenda and not what you're bringing on the table.
But you know what you're discussing exactly? It gets the heart of the matter in this sense. We do not hold our laws as sacrosanct. We do not adhere to the social pact that we have with our constitution, our laws. The pact that you hear me speaking of, where it's not written but it's understood that laws work when we all agree to abide by them. That's the pact. And when we say that we have a constitution, their pact is we agree that we will pay homage and will abide by what of the dictates. Now, when people who we claim or we see to be in authority abrogating these, then you see the problem begins then. You have then set the example for others to follow that we can disregard the law. And disregarding the law then leads to literally outrightly disobeying it. And when it's done over time, then we have what we keep referring to as impunity. And it begins the political parties.
Yeah.
What Kenyans like calling bad manners or bad habits begin political parties. The democracy we speak, by the way, political parties are not democratic, just so that we understand each other. I know people like thinking that they're not. They're not. Political parties are based on the understanding that people who are in it have a certain, you know, this unity we're speaking of, a commonality of thought and purpose, and they can call it, they can give it a title. They can be social democrats, they can be communist, socialists, whatever they want to call themselves. But they more or less determine how it is they're going to function. That determination is what you call their document for operation. That's what they use to function.
Okay.
Now, when you're in a democratic society like this one of ours here, and you're trying to adhere to norms of democracy, then the party must align itself to those norms. Okay? Because, again, those are enshrined in our constitution. Where our problem arises is when individuals believe that they're greater than. Yes.
There's a question here I've just seen on YouTube. Mbuvi, but even in the villages, women don't vote for women. Where is the problem?
Okay, how many women vie for positions in the villages? Let's start there.
I honestly don't know.
Well, yes, because for you to be voted, you must vie. What we've seen over time,
yes.
Remember, this disadvantage that women suffered, or rather endured, began also with education. There are very many communities for the longest time, women did not go to school, and if they went to school, they hardly went to any level of school that could enable them to do very much of their lives. It's like it was believed they got to a certain point and they were married off.
Yes.
Okay, it's not that they decided to get married, they were married off. Okay, now times have somewhat changed. You find more and more women vying. Now, what is true about the women vote in this country?
Yes.
They're the most reliable and they're the ones you can rely on the most. It is said by politicians that when the women population support you, you will win. So, when they say women don't vote for other women, I have to counter by asking how many women actually vie.
And because I don't want to believe that there is no woman that is vying in, at the very least, every constituency.
Really?
What I can say, we have women vying, and people should separate between me waking up and telling you I want to be a member of parliament, constituency Y, and me actually being on the ballot. So announcing, most of them come and tell you, I'm vying member of parliament, this area, this area, this area. But look at what IBC will list. Are you a candidate on that? That's where now the different position rises, because then you're an aspirant. And what happens is that the society, again, we come back.
Yeah.
A good example is you look at women in the last cycle of general elections. there is violence. One in Nairobi, a party candidate of mine was the posters were removed overnight. You maskini, you go work hard, get little
She was
money.
decampaigned at night.
At night, goons are sent to you, especially if you're in Nairobi. We have the story. She's spoken about it. One of the, I don't know if she's still an MCA, but a MCA then in Kibra, who the daughters were sexually assaulted. So these things are there. There's political violence. Even if I say I'm going to vie, women now fear. So what happens? I just come and tell you, hey, City, by there, I'm vying for Kiamba. Okay? But City wakes up the day for voting as a Kiamba voter, and Asha is not on that ballot. So in between the time you've declared and the ballot, there's a lot. One, women, because of the way society has created, I even tell women, when you're walking around, have at least security if you're going for campaign, because that's another issue that people don't talk about, violence. Two is the issue of money. I compete with CT, mimi na zile pesa yangu kidogo ya mboga, and CT has millions. So me, I come and talk to my people and ask for votes. I have nothing to give them. CT is coming with 1,000 shillings each. Yeah? So each person goes home. And our voters, unfortunately, move with CT. One, for patriarchal nature, where we are, like we say, the society where we are at. And number two, CTC ametupea pesa ya chakula. This woman comes here na marinda yake, and that's the language they talk. Anakuja na marinda, talks and leaves. So we have actually, and I'm glad with also organizations like FIDA. Last election, they tried to do the Voter Dada campaign, which I was part of. And when you look at it, they tried to bring so many women so that they can be able to do capacity building and assist them in terms of now, how do you go to messaging? How do you get, not all women again get the platforms. And remember, you're fighting incumbents. So if I want to unseat CT, and CT is already a member of parliament, let's say Migori, he has the National Assembly platform, he has money allocated by the as an MP, and he has a platform in social media and also in normal media, stream media, because journalists like you will prefer, let me call Mheshimiwa, so that I get more viewership, you know, or people can listen to me. Hardly will you call Atimama amekuja anakwambia I'm vying for Kibra, and you now sit and ask her, Sasa, what do you want? So the platforms are not the same.
And it looks like everything is stacked against you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually it is. The
and sorry, City, just to add now, Salt,
Sure.
so that at least people can understand. You find a woman vying, anaambiwa, you can't vie here. Hapa umeolewa. Go to your people where you came from. Go to your father's home and vie. When you go to your father's home, the wazee tell you, apana madam, si umeolewa, si tulikupeana. Go and vie there. So
now you're
what
between
is
a
her
rock
identity?
and a hard place.
What is her identity? So that has also happened. So many of the women came and said, I went to vie. Others, even the husband. A good example in Uganda, I use that example. There was a woman who, I'm happy she won, who was going for those seats of theirs, and the husband decampaigned her. Literally went and decampaigned her. I'll give you the name shortly. Decampaigned Roho Safi and said this woman should not. She's not even fit. Ni bibi yangu. I'm the one telling you.
They still live together at the time of decampaigning.
Yeah, but the woman won. And for her it was a plus. So rudisha mzee nyumbani because sasa si nimeshinda. And I'm happy she won because that explains how Africa tuko na shida mingi.
Coming back to Kenya here, and I was saying that it looks like everything is stacked against you. So by the time we're seeing a female MP in Parliament, Senate, who's been elected, forget nominated, elected, they've actually gone through thick and thick.
Give them the flowers. Give them the flowers because the violence is there. I'm not quite sure, but I think someone was telling me how some even burning of houses. The Ambo is there.
It's actually more.
Yeah, she'll tell you. So the violence is there.
It's actually more. It's actually more. The violence that men perpetrate against men is not the same as the one they perpetrate against women. Women are targeted and harassed. Women are they are harassed vocally. It's actually unbelievable. For a woman to actually vie for a political seat, you really have to respect that person. They are apart. Let me tell you, have you ever been on a trail of any electioneering process in this country? Just an ordinary one.
No.
Next time we should take you on a tour.
I'm actually now intrigued. Yeah.
It is the display of some of the worst possible traits you can see in human beings. There was a time
Yeah.
in this country when we had the provincial administration. During the campaign time, you've heard of all these nasty things about political parties and KANU and one. Do you know what used to happen?
What used to happen?
Everybody vying in that district used one platform to address people. Everybody.
Oh yeah, I remember this story.
Yes, you heard me say it before. So you came and presented your case.
Kila mtu
Movie unakuja unasema.
Wiper UDA or
Yes,
DM
yes.
wote.
Asha comes, says, I come so you get to hear these people. Everybody got to speak and everybody was heard. That was the time before money became the centerpiece of our electioneering process. Why am I going down that particular lane? Even then, believe me, thuggery and hooliganism had begun.
Yeah.
And the insults that the wives of political aspirants would get. Wives, you're not vying.
Yeah.
The things that would be said about you on the platform, some completely, absolutely fabricated. There's one which I have always considered an all-time favorite from my neck of the woods, where somebody's vying and seems to have a good chance.
Yep.
Male. You know, the rumor that begins, you know, this fellow is not really from here. His mother came with him. Now, usually it's an older person, so nobody really knows. Everybody who's talking and who's voting for them is much younger, so they have no idea. This issue of where you come from and how you're voted, if you're vying for political, believe me, that heritage becomes the center of that discussion. You can lose an election because of that false narrative.
You're a commissioner with the, Restorative Justice Commission, right?
Yes.
With Justin Muturi.
Yes.
Is there anything you're doing to address some of these issues? For example, this violence that is meted on women during elections or campaigns, rather.
So the commission, of course, now with the by-election, because what happened, we came in place as proponents who are pushing for restorative justice. It's not enough to tell us that the young people are still missing, over 200, just to bring into perspective. And you say these 200 people are missing, so what? Or you tell me Rex Masai died, but you're not telling me who killed, because you're saying we are putting up compensation. So PGRC was formed, first of all, because of that time, the need. And we've been collecting a lot of info, because it's a whole system where now you want to put up a tight case. And one of the avenues we will be using is now the private prosecution, because then the law allows us to do. If you cannot do your job, then we will move with private prosecution.
Okay.
With the current by-elections, because what PGRC is doing is, we must have now the person who is aggrieved. So for this two-thirds gender and in future going forward, yes, we will be picking such, because violence, it's still violence and it's an injustice, and over the years it has been made to look normal, unfortunately. So what happens, I'm attacked today, another one is attacked tomorrow. It's just normal. In fact, men put it so casually. One time I asked one, hey, you people are too violent. And he said, hiyo ni kawaida ya siasa. Madam, if you guys don't have the energy, mtoke. Yeah, this is politics. Sasa hii ndo siasa, and they try to justify it. So just to answer you, yes, we will. We are now keenly following to see if there are any in terms of the by-elections and then 2027, and if there are other Kenyans who vied and were subjected to violence, then they can reach out to the commission so that now we can pick their case, because it's a case-by-case study.
Yeah. I'm actually very sad, because I thought this was a level playing field, and for a very long time I've always held this notion that women should do more when it comes to just asking for votes, and they shouldn't wait and be nominated in these particular positions. And I knew, yes, it's difficult because of the patriarchy, misogyny, and a lot of other things that are thrown in there. But now, when you talk about the violence and some of those other aspects where you said rudi kwenu because sasa uliolewa sijui then unaenda huko naambia tulishakuuza.
And just before City speaks, that's the example I gave you when I was talking earlier. I told you if City does something like corruption, he gets away with it. If I do it, City will not be crucified alongside other men. But if one woman commits a mistake, instead of dealing with that one woman, we now want to put it as a campaign. You see, we gave these women seats.
But on that issue, by the way, now that if you actually get to be in a leadership position as a woman, nominated, elected, or otherwise, I think the pressure is already too much on you. So you should actually be very, very careful. And I know you're human. At the end of the day, you will make mistakes, whether you like it or not. But I feel like more should be done, because you represent some, I don't know how many million women in Kenya, and others who actually want to be in that position one day in future, so that when they actually come and vie, they can say, look what Asha did. If Asha could do it, I as Jasmine can do it. Me as Susan can actually do it. And I feel like you're Pina Kwanga.
No, that
and
is
I'm not
true.
blaming you. I'm just saying that sometimes...
That one I totally agree with you, because we say you're actually holding that seat for other women because of the society, the way we live.
Yes.
But we are saying with the exception, because every market has a mad person. Yeah? With that madness, also society cannot put the same way. I'm just giving that example of corruption. If a man commits a crime, an economic crime like corruption, it will be that man. They will just say city.
Yeah.
They will not say
Men.
how anaume. Are you getting the difference?
I get it.
And that is the same that is brought down to society. And it gets worse by the day.
You know, the things that change what you call the thought process and the social understanding of the role of women in society, you probably need an act of God. I'm calling it an act of God because the certain issues, certain circumstances need to conspire to bring this about. Let's look at how these Western countries treated women with regards, forget voting. Voting, women weren't considered. But just work. No, I'm not talking equal pay, work. In the Second World War, there was a type of plane called a Spitfire that was manufactured by the British. Men went to war, so even skilled labor in the putting together of this particular plane became problematic. So the people who were left to do this work were women. And somehow what they found interesting was that when women were given to do this, not only were they truly organized, but their attention to detail was greater than the men who previously had worked in this. And there were no men. So it became accepted that women were putting together these planes that were used to fight in the Second World War. If you look at the Mau Mau War, the role of women is underestimated because you don't see them among the names that you mentioned. One name might be mentioned in passing. But in the absence of the support of these women, some of whom acted as spies, some of whom acted as people who took information and who, but more importantly, looked after the family in the absence of these men, that particular struggle wouldn't have gone as far as it did. Now, you see, the role of women is always underestimated. And in many patriarchal societies, women have understood that you downplay your role. Even when it is you who's actually in charge, you downplay your role and you make the man feel that he's actually in charge. Things work better when the man thinks he's in charge, even when he absolutely is not. If you look at now African society, the traditional African society, the role of women is not something you can push away or wish away. It is clear, it is obvious, and the position is also clear. In the absence of women in our society, these societies don't exist.
True story. And like I said, I actually sympathize, and I'm looking at this from a different perspective. And perhaps also men need to do a couple of things to ensure that women actually get what they deserve as far as being in power is concerned, or rather being in positions of leadership. Actually, that's the right word. What do you think men should do going forward, or what have you been agitating for men to actually start doing to support you? And when I say men, I mean men in leadership, men in our cultures and in our societies.
Thank you. That's a very good question. And just to pick from where City left so that I answer you.
Yes.
It's not even on bad things. We even went corruption is even extreme. I'll give a classical example. In the last general elections, 2022, after my party leader at that time was in Azimio, and we lost. And the first thing they said, huyu mshosho na vitenge zake hakuleta kura. I'm using that as an example. One of the comments that were there, and I'm sure you guys saw. She didn't do anything other than be a running mate, okay? What does my age have to do? Do you call men huyu babu? Do you talk counter suits they're wearing or the shirts? So I'm just trying to tell you.
In all honesty, Raila ameanza kuingiliwa in that way.
But now it started now. Has started immediately. So what I'm trying to say is the threshold for women by society is high. And just to answer you, there are men, there are he's for she's that we call. There are people who actively campaign for women, even in civil society groups who say no, we must have, if the chair is a man, let's have a vice who's a woman. They're trying on their best. But for me, today I want to speak to the men and tell them, me, I am who I am because my father showed me it's okay. My late father was a pillar in my life. The same way you love your daughters, would you want your daughter, today she wants to be the president or become a CEO in a corporate body, would you tell her, no, hush your voice or I'll not support you? Your own daughter.
Of course not.
So now when you look at other women out there, remember they're people's daughters. Just like the way you love your jewel at home or your daughter and you do anything. A classical example, like I said, I'll give mine. My father encouraged me to read. In fact, he was a proponent of reading and said, degree moja si masomo. That was my late father, and ensured that my voice was never shut. And he would tell me speak. In fact, he used to tell me, you guys are less. So to the men of this beautiful country called Kenya,
right,
we are not your competitors. Okay? What we are saying, create a platform that ensures our voices are heard. And how our voices are heard is if you see that the space is too big, and even if it is a competitive seat, that I am competing with a fellow man on the same seat, it is okay if I win. And it is also okay if you lose. When we had Kawira Mwangaza in Meru the first time, Kenyans were literally shocked. How can a woman come with an independent party? Because at that time in 2022, people knew it's either Azimio or the Kenya Kwanza. And this woman came from nowhere and threw the heavyweights in Meru. It is possible for a woman to actually get that seat if we actually work hard and decide that it's not even a favor you're doing, it's a right. Because the Constitution 2010 gave us that right. And in future, I'm happy with the statistics in education.
Yes.
Things might change. And you find now the men are no longer interested in these political things. And we have more women. The same voice would now come and say, no, we want the 2/3 gender implemented, but now in favor of the boy child. So for me, to the men in this country, you can live with us at home as daughters, as wives, as sisters. Why would you turn against me when I decide I want to vie?
Okay.
Yeah? I am still that daughter. I'm still that wife. Why would you want... I know of situations where husbands, if the wife decides today, I have worked in a certain entity, I have saved enough money, I'm going to politics. I know of few examples because we come across them, and the husband says you choose between the marriage and hiyo siasa unataka kufanya. So if you lived with that person at home, what is this insecurity about it that now all of a sudden things change?
Pia ni sababu hiyo siasa pia saa zingine ikwangi na it doesn't have a very good picture because we have a lot of usherati, let me call it that, within that space. And that is why sometimes when are like,
Paul.
Yeah.
Paul.
Yes, sir.
It exists. The excuse that the proliferation is high in politics is a falsehood. Look, if you want to look for an excuse to prove a point which in and of itself is not a point, you will find everything. I mean, surely are we actually...
Hata kwa bar kuna usherati. Do we say tutafunga hizo bar? Now let me be as crude as it can be.
Na kwambe venye kuna semekano huku nje. Ndio maana some men will be like, oh, you want to vie? Oh, so now you want now to be in that circle of MPs.
That shows the security of that man. Because if he was a forthright man, I'm sorry to use that word.
Yeah, sure.
He would support the spouse and be involved. Be involved because ni mke wako. Usherati inafanywa wapi? Na if a woman wants to cheat, she'll still cheat, whether in politics or not. Let's also not now change this thing. And if a man wants to cheat, he will still cheat. So mambo ya usherati hata kwa bar zipo, hata kwa barabara zipo. Mtu akitaka kufanya mambo yake atafanya. Hakuna kitu itamzuia. So let us be candid in this discussion. The whole essence is, if your daughter came to you, my brother, today and told you I want to vie as a senator of Nairobi, utamwambia unaenda kwa hiyo usherati, wewe hakuna, utatoka kwa boma yangu, I'll disown you. You won't do that, but you'll only do that to someone else's daughter. And that is where the problem is.
That we should consider. Women should consider practicing a politics that is different from the one that men practice. Because if you practice the politics that men practice, the yardstick that men use will be used on you, and then they'll add something on top of it. The narrative, the discussion, everything that you want to do, make a difference so that one can see the difference. But if the politics is similar to that of the men, then one doesn't see the difference.
True.
Yes.
we've come to the end of the show. Asha Bashir, thank you so much for coming through. I had so many questions about PLP, but you know what? We invite you to come back here so we can now focus on PLP and the agenda. Like I was telling you, I had questions about agenda, but we'll definitely revisit that. Please, when you go back to PLP, salimia Mheshimiwa Martha. Mwambie, she came here a couple of weeks back, and would like her to come back. And also, let's continue talking about this conversation about women, leadership, and how we can take this country forward.
Asante sana. I'll pass the greeting. She's in Uganda today for the case.
Yeah, anapenda kutembea, which is a good thing.
Yes. We must continue soldiering on.
Definitely.
Asante sana.
Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Madagascar was thrown into turmoil on Tuesday as the army announced it has taken control of the country following impeachment of President Andry Rajoelina, who left amid escalating nationwide protest. Lawmakers voted to remove Rajoelina after weeks of demonstrations led by young people and growing defections within the armed forces, leaving the nation in political uncertainty. Earlier, Rajoelina attempted to dissolve the lower house of parliament, but lawmakers proceeded with his impeachment, creating a vacuum the military moved to fill. Education PS Julius Bitok says most schools in the country have received capitation funds following the release of 23 billion Kenya shillings by the National Treasury. Speaking during the Elimu Mashinani Forum in Kisumu on Tuesday, Bitok says 21.6 billion Kenya shillings has already been disbursed, with all examination funds fully released. He assured the nation that the government has put in place all necessary measures ahead of the upcoming national examinations.
We have put in place all the measures to prepare for the national examinations that are coming, which are starting next week. We have had national briefings at the NEC headquarters, which happened led by the Cabinet Secretary on the 3rd. After that, we have had county briefings, we have had sub-county briefings, and everything is set for the examination. All the resources required have been released by the government. Recently, we got an additional 3 billion from the National Treasury for exam, and they have promised us another additional 3 billion because the total budget for exam is 12 billion.
The family of security expert Mwenda Mbinjiwe, who disappeared in 2021, has petitioned the High Court seeking orders compelling the government to produce him dead or alive or release him immediately. The urgent application filed at Milimani Court by his mother Jane Gatwiri requests that the IG, DCI and other relevant security agencies present her son without delay. Gatwiri details in an affidavit that Mbinjiwe went missing on June 12, 2021 near Roysambu in Nairobi while traveling to Meru County.
For the last 4 years, it has really been very torturing to this family. So I pray that the court will be independent to give a ruling for my son to be brought before the court. I know he is very much alive. He is within this Nairobi. He has done nothing that was said in dead. He did not do anything wrong, warranting him to be arrested or to be put into state in detention.
The Kenya Revenue Authority has assured Kenyans that their personal data remains safe even as it moves to enhance its system to monitor merchant transactions. KRA Board Chair Ndiritu Mureithi said the authority's intention was to not invade anyone's privacy but to ensure fairness in tax compliance. He added that the KRA was not out to target individuals or use their data maliciously, but only to make sure all Kenyans pay their fair share of taxes.
Not that we are out to get you. That's not what we mean. It's not like that at all. We are not out to invade your privacy or look into your data. When you pay by mobile, you pay the restaurant owner who now has to do some work to reconcile and then remit to KRA. KRA on our part, we have officers who are following to see that that has happened.
Sports CS Salim Mvurya has officially handed over Ithokwe Stadium in Kitui County to the head of the National Celebrations Steering Committee ahead of Mashujaa Day celebrations. This follows the completion of the works on the stadium's fundamental sections, which has been under construction for the last 3 months. Speaking to the media after inspecting the stadium, CS Mvurya expressed satisfaction with the contractor's work to ensure the facility meets the required standards.
Na tumetosheka kwamba tunaweza sasa tukakabidhi ile kamati ya mashujaa wafanye mazoezi, wafanye shughuli mbalimbali zinazofungamana na sherehe.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back indeed. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast, 88.8 FM in Nairobi, and Mombasa it's 90.7 FM. You can catch us also on rgk.co.ke. We are back in this hour. We're having a conversation with a legend. I'll be telling you what exactly the conversation is about, but before we do that, allow me just tell you that he's a playwright, a thespian, director, and legendary media personality, and he has won a couple of awards. Tukizihesabu tutaka hapa hadi kesho. I'm talking about none other than John Sibi Okumu. Mwalimu, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you. It's a great privilege, and for that fulsome introduction, now I have to live up to it, I guess, in the next hour.
You do, actually. I grew up watching you and also just following up on your life. A couple of things you've done, a couple of movies you've also appeared in, and I'm just thinking you're living my life. I hope one day perhaps I will get to do some of those things. I don't know whether I'll ever get to act in a movie.
Right.
But I mean,
you will, my son.
I actually hope so. But you have achieved a lot in your life.
Yes.
And it must be a great feeling.
Well, Mbuvi, I think there's an answer to that question, because obviously it's something that one has thought about, and we'll be discussing ultimately as Build the Theatre.
Yeah.
But if I were to break down my journey, it's got about something to do about doing one thing, one thing over and over again.
Yes.
So my one thing, everything that I've done, has had a relationship to do with the spoken word or the written word. Mambo, gumzo. So if you're an actor, you use your voice. As a school teacher in the classroom, I used my knowledge of words to impart them to another. As somebody who's comfortable with words, I acted on stage, then I wrote stories, and the stories were ultimately published. But I'm just doing the same thing in various permutations.
Yeah.
So of your descriptions, you didn't say you were a rally driver for Formula One. You didn't say you'd climbed Mount Everest without oxygen.
Were you a driver for Formula One?
No, I was not.
I thought I'd missed that.
Exactly. So everything is linked qua jambo, neno. Yeah.
And that's a good thing. One thing that you when you were walking in and you told me that, in other quarters you also called Mwalim, and you've just mentioned it here, something I honestly didn't know.
Yes.
Please enlighten me on that.
Oh gosh, no secret. The thing is that I went to school. I went to France. But before I went to France, I went to university here, ended up in a stay in France. And therefore my language of academic study was French. And when I got a job on the job market, I was a teacher of French. So I taught French at a school for almost over 25 years.
25?
Yes, so...
Teaching French.
Teaching French and English, yeah. Again, language, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, je parle un tout petit peu français. Est-ce que vous parlez français?
Do you know I actually speak I speak fake French. Can I speak and then you tell me if...
Yeah. That's fake French. But don't worry. You'll get there.
But I like it, especially when I'm stopped by cops. Sometimes I'll have this fake French and they think I'm a foreigner.
Yeah, and then
they let me go.
Oh gosh.
Yes.
You know, you've said this on air and they're listening.
And I'll still do it tomorrow.
So they now know.
They are not all listening. See what wanasikiza sasa.
So you think.
Especially wale wa Kitui. Right, so John, today we want to talk about theatre and its role in the Kenyan society. What is the role of theatre apart from entertainment, really?
Well, let's go back, Mbuvi. Remember, you're talking to a mwalimu and you're talking to a self-declared wordsmith.
Nam.
So let's unpack that title. You've given me a very grandiose subject title. You've said theatre in Kenya. I think that's a bit over the top because Kenya is a huge country and the notion of the theatre is restricted to a very small area if you look at it. If you really bring down, because you're the home of great insights and bold truths on Radio Generation,
right?
The message that the masses should take away from this interview is that the theatre is something that should grow to become a country-wide phenomenon, to be part of our national fabric.
Right.
The theatre, to my mind, is you've got 3 big cities. So the theatre, let's see a theatre, and I'm talking in kiddie speak like the mwalimu that I am, is you need what they call the proscenium arch. The proscenium arch theatre, the idea of coming onto a big rectangle with lights above you and maybe there are curtains. That kind of performance hasn't got anything to do with the dancing, the traditional songs that I, as a young boy, grew up listening to in a little village in Mudembi, Bunyala, 8 miles from Lake Victoria, where I was born.
Right.
Ndimunyala. So the thing is, it has changed. The idea that Africans have entertainment is a big social debate. Oh yes, we've always had our culture. But the idea that you'll go into an edifice like the Kenya National Theatre, buy a ticket and sit down for an hour and 2 to watch something, how many places in Kenya is that actually happening? It's probably happening in Nairobi at the Kenya National Theatre. Next to the Kenya National Theatre, we've got Ukumbi Mdogo. Across the street at the Alliance Française, there's theatre companies operating there. In Mombasa, you've got the Little Theatre Club. In Nakuru, you've probably got a theatre.
Yes.
In Kisumu, you've probably got His Excellency, the great man, Obat Masira, the Grace of God. So that's maybe 3. Now, in a major, let's not forget our dear Wazungu cousins,
right,
in a major European capital like London or New York, you probably got 50 theatres in one town.
In one CBD?
In one, yeah, easily. I'm sure in London there are 50 places to go from. In New York, Broadway,
right,
they've got, like 50 theatre bunched together on what is called Broadway and the West End. So we as a people, our relationship to the theatre is aspirational. Na kwa vile ndio dini langu yangu mimi binafsi, I believe in it. I believe in the theatre. I think that this religion should spread, and I'm going to come back to that analogy of the religion later because it's a different kind of religion. But it's a state of growth. So if the bold truth, Mbuvi, that you're talking about is the Constitution is saying, the Constitution of 2010 is that each of every county, there are 47 of them, should have some kind of shrine. Now, we're not knocking the pace of things, but tell me, since 2010, how many counties have actually established a theatre within their borders? Is there a theatre where you come from, in Kitui,
I come from
Makueni?
Kitui, I haven't seen a theatre there.
Exactly. So we're talking about growth, And the thing to talk about is why the growth of the theatre is a good thing. So there are lots of things working about it. The status quo isn't going to be too happy about the kind of enterprise that theatre undertakes.
Right.
But in a nutshell, I'm just saying that our listeners and viewers are going to be highly disappointed because mtoto ni mchanga, ni mdogo sana. Yeah, so we want to find out what we're going to feed the kid with. Another analogy, the vitamins, the proteins, the carbohydrates that are going to make this child grow up into a big, strong lad or lass called the theatre in Kenya.
Like for instance, I encountered theatre in primary school. Then when I got to secondary school, I got into theatre as well. Did plays, went all the way to the nationals, got several awards because of that. But that was it. After that, I feel like it's not really, and you call it a religion, I feel like it's not really preached enough for people to actually get into theatre, because perhaps people don't think it's a lucrative business or a lucrative career.
Well, again, you've raised a big deal topic there. Is everything that we're going to do ultimately, are we doing it for lucre? Are we doing it to make huge sums of money?
That's exactly what we're told.
Yeah, but let me go back to what you've said. Let's break it down. We have and have always had the Kenya Schools Drama Festival. I think as a nation, we have some kind of Guinness Book of Records. It's the longest running such enterprise in the world. Every year, kids are bussed in, they do music, they do storytelling. But it's fixed in time because those categories always remain the same. So you have mashairi, some delightful little kid comes, bows, delivers a hotuba, music, traditional dances, somebody will come and do a Maasai dance, everybody's got their feathers. But we're in the year 2025. So the theatre that we want our kids to be in now is the kind of theatre that's going to be banned, because all of a sudden there's a theatre and the kids have mentioned, XYZ must go, and everybody pitches up with a set of batons, smashes them on the head, sprays some tear gas. Therefore, there's an inherent fear. So, and the other thing is the perception that the theatre is, hata kwa Kiswahili ni mchezo, mchezaji. But, the mchezaji is in the same grid as Mlevi. It's not positive. It's not a positive perception. Yeah, but the thing is this person a respected member of society?
Good question.
Is the poet passing by and say, gosh, look at that man, revere him, he is a poet. If we don't have that respect for the medium, then how do you presume that lots of people are going to adhere to it and that people are going to pay for it, and they're going to pay as much money so that at the end of the day you are Lupita Nyong'o, you're Denzel Washington. This is the dream. Remember the aspiration. We want to get there, but we have to expose ourselves to the medium enough for people to wish that they want to go to the theatre. I have blood relatives where if I take them to the theatre for the first time, it's my auntie Jemima, my auntie Rosabella, all these people, they're going to the theatre to see a play for the first time. And they're amazed and they're whatever, but they've never been to a spectacle like that before. So we would much rather, not knocking Kenyans down, we would like to get into a big male, high testosterone environment and have our nyama choma and go through a crate of beer. But for that kind of output, we could have gone and seen a play which should have made us think. So if we don't want people to go to this dini and be adherents to it, then this conversation is void. So for example, now let me do my instant plug. 90% of the reason that I am here is that as a playwright, I have written a play called Kagia, and Kagia is about Bildad Kagia, one of the Kapenguria 6. As my project, I've taken it upon myself, having acted, having directed, and now into writing, I have taken it upon myself to write about Kenyan history, periods in Kenyan history. And again, it's not that novel. I first went somewhere to the States. I saw a play called Fences on Stage on Broadway, starring the great late James L. Jones. It was called Fences, and it was about the experience of African American people in the States in the 1950s. And then I was told that this man had written other plays for a cycle of 10 before he died of leukemia, where he took a segment of African American history in the 20th century and wrote a play for each decade. So I said, that's clever, but we've only been alive as a country for about 65 years. So I can't go back to do a decade. But I said, yes, I can do that too. So I wrote one play that sort of dealt with the assassinations, Pio Gama Pinto, Tom Mboya, Roberto Huko. That was like the period of my father. So I could sort of relate to that. Then I did another one where I decided to copy Nikolai Gogol, the government inspector, and it was all about corruption. So I said, somebody comes into town who's the spitting image of William Samoei Ruto and his cronies, looks like Mudavadi, and they all converge, and everybody goes and says, oh my gosh, Mheshimiwa amefika, kumbe is a fake. But it was a revelation about corruption. Then I did another play where the assumption was that people are unpacking the Kenyan constitution and they're discussing it. So my project, I'm not going to write maybe they're funny, but that is my project. So the play number there's a big sort of collection. There's a big collection of the plays for those who can see it, and it's got 6 plays in it. It's got role play, Minister Karibu, meetings, Kagia, elements, and dinner at Her Excellency's.
May I?
Yes, do. I'm not going to give it to you, but you can look at it.
No, I can look.
So over time, I'm currently working on play number 7, where I'm going to try and attack a story within the very sensitive period of Mau Mau. So Kagia is on at the National Theatre, this grandiose title, the Kenya National Theatre. We will have in total something like 7 performances, maybe. It's like not more than 10.
Yes.
And the idea is that we're still struggling. We're doing it in 2 languages. English, because many Kenyans understand English, but because Bildad Kagia came from Muranga, take the message story back to the people.
So you're going to do it in Kikuyu.
There's a Kikuyu version as well. But Mbuvi, we're still struggling. For 10 shows, we're still struggling to fill them up. I'm still going back to my earlier comment. Shows on Broadway and the West End, The Lion King is still running 10 years later,
and it's sold out.
Yes, The Phantom of the Opera is still running. So I'm just saying we've got a long way to go.
Sorry. How much would a ticket at Broadway cost?
Gosh, it depends. It would depend. I think that I remember I went to see a play called Hamilton. It depends on what you're seeing. Because it's happening at every single level in a society like the States movie. You start off with the local theatre, the church theatre. Everybody's being, when we get to some kind of conclusion. It's in the national DNA. You said you were a little kiddie. You did your Kenya National Theatre Festival thing, you got the medals, then you disappeared, and then you wanted to become serious now. Well, look, you'd probably...
I'm still doing theatre.
Yes, what I'm saying. But let's not personalize it. Let's generalize. Let's go for the empirical statement. The empirical statement is that this thing is a waste of time. Why should a grown man of 70 years and 10 plus still be dabbling around on stage? He should be sitting there, running a wheat farm in Kilgoris. You know what I'm saying? So there's this perception of you shouldn't be doing what you're doing.
You're actually right.
Right, so that's the problem. But you asked me about the specific notion of price. This is something William Shakespeare was alive 500 years ago. So there's a tradition that's been going on. Now, we Africans shouldn't knock ourselves that we didn't have proscenium arch theatres. We weren't shivering in the cold during winter and too scared to go out. We could dance and sing as we harvested our maize. But so there's a different slice there. The society has evolved differently. But a Japanese child of 9 or 10 will quite happily be introduced to the violin, will play Bach, Mendelssohn, the cello, not because it's inherently Japanese, but because they learn how to read music. It's very complicated to play Liszt's piano. So it's not owned by a specific race or being. It's a human value. So without being Luo, I should still have an interest in playing the Nyatiti. Without being Malian, I should still have a vague interest in mastering the Kora.
Yeah.
But there are political sort of sidelines that come into it. Hini yetu, Luyas love chicken. Everybody loves chicken. So if I come to your house, you should say, hey, no, this is, it's, the thing to get into is why politics and the mechanics of power influence the management of culture. Because culture, unbridled, is extremely subversive. It allows people to attack subjects that they normally would shy away from. It is the theater. When we say it's a religion, when you go to church, Mbuvi, when you go to church, you know the litany, from the background. If you're Muslim, you know exactly how to behave within the within the mosque.
Yeah.
If you're a Hindu, you know how to behave in the temple.
Yes.
So the template is preordained. This is a church where you're going into, and there's a big question mark. If I urge you to go and see Kagia, you have no idea what you're going to see, do you? I'm just saying.
I have absolutely no idea.
I saw this guy on the radio, sounded sort of like, interesting. Have I got 1,500 shillings, which is what it's going to cost here, on Broadway to see Hamilton? I pay the equivalent of 50,000 shillings for a bamboozled, underground ticket because it had been sold out.
Wow.
So in dollars, when I converted it to the Kenyan shilling, I paid 50 thou. But it was worth the experience.
Yeah.
And I had the 50 thou. I'd saved for 100 years to get it.
We even see Hollywood actors, getting back to Broadway and doing plays. And some of them, even Lupita.
Yes.
I think the last play she did, I don't know if she's still doing it, a couple of months ago. And I mean, I would pay for a ticket to see my favorite Hollywood actor on stage.
Yeah.
A few meters away from me.
Yes.
And that's why I was asking, how much would a ticket like that cost? And now you're telling me for the play that you went to watch was 50,000.
Yeah,
and
but
I
then
can
I
only
also
imagine.
but I also went, Buvi, to see some shows on the the fringe, which were the equivalent of $20. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's a gradation there.
Okay.
But we again look at we're the pinnacle. We're on Broadway. We're saying anybody can book our National Theatre and have a church service there or a lecture on a Sunday. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
We'll repeat this a million times. The journey is long.
Yes.
We have started the journey.
Yeah.
We certainly have the talent. I mean, Lupita Nyong'o started here. She is one of us. When Lupita Nyong'o was a little girl and I was acting in the Phoenix Players, she made her national debut here at the Phoenix Theatre.
Yes, she did.
As Juliet. And in that cast was like 50% of kids that I was teaching in my school. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when Bien Aimé of Sauti Soul goes off and fills a theatre in London, we've got the talent. But it has to have a homegrown intake. We're not saying that Lupita had to go to the US in order to become who she became. And I'm sure if you asked her whether she was going to make a go of it in being an actress here, I mean, she'd been in a couple of series. And then you get into what does it cost to be on a TV series that comes on at 9, after the 7 o'clock news every day. It's not on the same level, but it has ties in with the economy. It is by definition a privileged space.
Yes.
It's an elitist space, but it has to be a space where our people wish to enter.
Okay. City, you were to say something.
Now, this is what I was going to say. The culture or the ecosystem within which the theatre exists has a history.
Okay.
You see, the human need for expression, the human need to portray, the human need to communicate, all these things come into play. Now, when you hear of Broadway and when you hear of that culture of theatre, it was a forerunner to the movies.
Yeah.
And in terms of the value system of the individuals who are found in this particular space, as you call it, the theatre plays an extremely big role. And people whose history in that sphere of influence, when you hear someone being mentioned as being somebody who acted in theatre, that person is held in very, very, very high regard, because that is a person who has fine-tuned their craft to an extremely high degree. See, theatre doesn't have takes like a movie. Everything is as you see it, and it progresses as it was planned. A movie, my friend, we can change things so many times. By the time you're seeing it, it's not what was actually acted. It's what was cobbled together after very many takes. So, for someone to actually communicate what they purposed, and they do that so in a theatre, that is somebody who has earned the highest accolades possible, because that is the person who has mastered the craft, and that is the person who is able to actually bring it to the fore and present it as the best means of communicating the message that they purposed. Yes.
Right, great. I feel now good as a thespian. Though it's been a while since I was on stage. Yeah, and we were talking about the role of theatre, and one thing you mentioned is the fact that it should be that I don't call it a thing, but I'll call it a thing. That thing in society that should actually help us mirror what is happening, bring us to some of the realities that we are facing. Is the Kenya theatre scene that thing?
Indeed, yes. Indeed, yes. But there are moments in our history movie where, again, I'll repeat myself at the risk of, if you're hanging on to my every word, is that it's not operating in a vacuum. People are watching what you're doing. And it's in that way that the theatre has the potential to be subversive. Because if you turn up and everybody just says, you know, you will be delighted. You know what I'm saying? Yes. At that level of operations, you're quite happy. But if you go in there and they said, oh gosh, Mbuvi last week, or a man like Mbuvi was responsible for ridding the national coffers of 50 billion in a day.
Yeah.
Is that a story that you want to be expanded? It's an adjunct to the press and press freedom. When they talk about freedom of the press, there is no, I don't think there is such a thing as freedom of the press to say anything you like. Everybody wants to put some measure of checks and balances to the thing of ruling very many people. You can't have, 50 million people all doing exactly what they want. It's a difficult one. True. But you can see that all the scandals, so to speak, that have erupted in the recent past, whether it's Shah, if you looked at the papers yesterday, you saw footage of, people sort of having a big set tour saying, Bovi, you're a liar, you're a thief, you did this. Now, do I, as a leader, want that kind of footage to become public knowledge and expanded on a level of everybody knows?
Of course.
So it's a powerful medium, and anything that's powerful media, you try to stifle. So the vibrancy of the theatre is, again, an index of the democracy, so to speak, in a society. And again, I would go on record in a platform such as this, is that we Kenyans relatively are doing very well. We knock ourselves. There's much that's wrong with our society, and it's visible to all. But there's always something that's going in the right direction. Kenyans are a very intelligent people. Kenyans are very perspicacious. They're very analytical people.
That word, John, perspicacious?
Perspicacious is English.
Yes, I know. What does it mean?
It just means going into detail.
Oh, thank you very much.
Entrer dans des détails.
Merci.
There's something about what you said in terms of the play that you is it currently showing, or is it going to show?
It's showing.
Kakia, that is, right?
Friday in Gikuyu at 7 o'clock, Saturday and Sunday at 3 and 6 in English.
And you
2 hours long.
Right, and you said that, we are struggling to fill the theatres, and I beg to ask the question, because I've watched a couple of plays, and every time I go to the theatre, I also find that we have that problem of quorum. We have very, very many empty seats, and is it because we do not appreciate theatre as a people, as a country, or we just do not know that it exists?
The latter. We do not know that it exists. Let me personalize. Let me talk about me to the microcosm to speak to the macrocosm, the little to speak to the big. I've just said if you told me that Nigel Hamilton had something to do marvelous on the Formula One circuit, I would say, and I've got people who sit watching Formula One in Singapore, following each and every lap. I do not know the mechanics of Formula One racing. If I go to the States and somebody took me to a baseball match to watch the New York Yankees, I went and I looked at it, and everybody had a golden sort of thing with NY on it, baseball caps, but I didn't understand the mechanics of baseball. But every time the Rugby World Cup comes onto the screen, or a cricket match between Australia, because of the education that I've had the privilege of having as a matter of circumstance, I am very keen to watch the Springboks take on the All Blacks. Now, from that image, look at me as an individual and say to yourself, Mbuvi, did you go through the same sort of rigmarole? Are you the same? Did you go through the same expectation? So I grow up and I'm a little boy, and my father manages to get me ending up on the streets of London, and I'm 7. Don't speak English at the time, but being little, I can learn it quickly. So by the time, look at what the exposure is doing for me.
Yes.
You can see that I'm very comfortable in the English language. Why? Because I was exposed to it where it came from at the age of 7. Right. Now, in that particular, look at me and then see whether this is going to be multiplied by the kid that I'm going to encounter when I go back to Shags in Sirimba village, in the local primary school, with 800, 1,000 little boys and girls, all dressed in green and pink and the matching uniform. I'm saying I wasn't a genius when I ended up there. I wouldn't have that, but the exposure did something which stays with me to this day. So at some point, when I had learnt enough English, I was sort of like trophy person. I was as black as coal, dark eyes, everybody around me, Mzungu, say, put this little boy in a play.
Yeah.
So I am the school play, whatever, I'm going to be placed to do a little skit. But what age am I? I'm 9, I'm 10. I come back to Kenya because, you know, Dad has passed his law degree and he's now a lawyer, everything's fine. Kenya is a newly independent country. And I go to a school where there's going to be a school play. Right? Then I'm going to go to a high school, and for full disclosure, CT went to the same high school.
Okay.
So we are not Alliance boys, but we come from another school. We're not Alliance, but we come from another one, which will not remain nameless. But in that other one,
will find out.
No, you do your research. Full disclosure.
Okay.
But
Okay.
the thing is, again, there's a thing that people don't address. We were very lucky. We thank God, we praise God, whatever it is, for that exposure. But I'm not saying, as Mwalimu Julius Kabarege Nyerere said, socialism is a state of mind.
Right.
I don't want to be unique. As a Mwalimu, I have passed on my knowledge to other people. So everybody that I taught what I taught remember me fondly, because I said, I hope, some of them, because I taught them how to think. I taught them the secrets of what made me good at what I am in my subject. And I wish it for every Kenyan child. So within that boarding school tradition, we had the inter-house drama competition. 8 houses competing, you know, it's blood and guts. Who's going to do the play, best actor? Now you're boasting that this is happening to you, Mbuvi, as in Form 2.
Yes.
So you come on as the butler in your house play. And whom do they invite to judge these things? They invite the chairman of the Nairobi City Players. He's going to come. This time it'll be judged by Brian Epsom. Then you're sitting there and they say, oh my God, this year it's going to be dressed by Annabelle Mall of the Donald Mall Theatre.
Right.
This year it's going to be judged by James Falkland. So as little people, you're getting ready for this big thing. The rugby players, the first 15, the first 11 cricket, are equally into this thing. So it can happen because a phenomenon, you've got to make these analogies. A phenomenon like rugby used to be something that was, all the heavy hitters were in Nairobi.
Yeah.
Nondis, whatever it is, Mamba. And then the product was exported to other parts of Kenya. And now if you look at all the is some guys who are winning from Pokot, otherwise from Kakamega.
Yes.
Not because, again, look at the central message of the thing.
Right.
Not because they were exposed. Yes. So you as a parent, the theatre is a wonderful tool if you want your kid to be a good public speaker, isn't it? If you want your kid to be an extremely good debater, doesn't it make sense for them to belong to the debating society?
It actually does.
Now, has it been rolled out to that extent? If I were to take a play to my village today, and I don't want to knock my village, wonderful place, there's lots of tilapia there, you can, yeah, it's all wonderful. But they have not put on Romeo and Juliet, which is what happened to me.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I am for the theatre of Kenya. The future of theatre in Kenya lies in somebody, and it's always serkal.
Yeah.
But it also lies on the parent insisting, when you take your kid to school, is there a school play? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because you're going to be a good public speaker, because I was pretending to be somebody else, I just said, from the age of 10. Now we're talking 60 years later. How many people do you think I've pretended to be? Of course I'm going to be comfortable. Of course, relative to the person who's never done it before. So it's a wonderful educational tool. It makes you at ease with language.
Right.
And therefore you're saying, oh, yeah, he's very articulate. That man is very, very articulate. Yeah, fine. But there's a reason. You see, movie,
Yes.
there's a reason. There's a reason for everything. And we're saying, so we're getting into a conversation where we're saying, what is our educational system? Which is a system that's been imposed upon us after discussions with the Canadians and whatever it is. Is this really the educational system? What's on the curriculum of your kiddies' matrix? I am saying you should be really interested in what your kids are learning.
Right.
The kind of kids, my kids went to a school where, again, they ended up knowing nothing about Kenyan history. So again, I knocked myself. I thought, okay, they'll be speaking with some kind of twang, but they won't know anything about their own history. So I would be a champion for saying the story of Bildad Kagir shouldn't come as a great shock to the Kapenguria 6, shouldn't come as a great shock to you when you see it. But of the people that we polled, the youngsters involved in that production,
Yes.
anybody under the age of 25 was totally unaware of the fact that Bildad Kagir existed. Now, sorry, I talk too much.
It's okay, no,
but that's my bread and butter. I hope you'll pay me huge sums of money for talking to you. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You cannot say that of any kid in the UK who is unaware of the name Winston Churchill.
True.
Do you know what I'm saying? Why shouldn't Kenyan kids be totally au fait with the existence of Tom Mboya, Pio Gama Pinto, Wangari Maathai? We're young, but we need to have these people as a unifying factor. We're not going to usurp Pio Gama Pinto and say alikuwa Mugikuyu. We're not going to say Acheng Oneko, Jaluo Nini and Uko. They're just saying this is somebody like us on this ground who's done something exceptional. And that at that point, it's the politician who becomes our worst enemy.
Right.
I would go on. It's the politician who becomes our worst enemy because they want to erase that past so that the culture of the Bwana Mkubwa, the big chief, repository of knowledge, the number one philosopher, surely know what we want.
If you the name of the village where you come from, what's the name of that village again?
Sirimba.
Sirimba.
Yeah.
If you took if you took Romeo and Juliet to the play that is to
that village,
yes, and you did it in Luya, do you think they would actually come and watch it? Would they enjoy it?
Of course, no. Everybody says, everybody praises interviewer. Said that's a good question. Mbuvi, that's a bad question.
Okay,
that's a bad question. Why? Because when somebody is offered to you as entertainment, the same as being on this radio show,
right?
You invited me, but my viewers didn't know what to expect, did they? Now, one assumes that since you went into the story is long lasting,
Right.
the story of a boy who meets a girl and their parents disagree with each other, you could do Romeo and Juliet so that one family is Luo and the other one is Kisii or whatever. The story holds, we're storytelling. So I now, on your radio stroke TV, I'm a storyteller. If anybody's, either they've gone off to the kitchen to do the dishes, or they've gone on to prepare to go to work, say that guy's boring, don't want to listen to him anymore.
Yeah.
But of the demographic of people listening to the radio, maybe there was somebody who was going to do the dishes and say, let's stay with this fellow
Right.
for the next hour. You see what I'm saying? So that, of course, they'd understand. Of course, they'd be intrigued. Of course, they'd be pulled to that particular story.
Right.
But it has to be, the meal has to be offered to them first. Do you know what I'm saying? Beluga, caviar, you have to taste it. Yeah, moratina, you have to taste it. Changa, you have
Sa.
modokoi. I have to go to Ukambani and find you guys have gongaed bits of maize to make it look like rice.
Right.
You can't say this guy can't cope with it because he's never had it before.
All right. Point taken.
Yeah.
In terms of the future of theatre as it is right now, Kenya is about 62 years old. In terms of where we're headed, because clearly legends like yourself and others who keep on, giving us plays every other
I
weekend.
take exception to that, except the word legend. Kwa Kizungu, a legend, I should really collapse in a heap and die. And then you say, then you bring it on. But I'm still very active. You want, me, to go, you want me to go to bed?
You're a living legend. Living legend. But you get what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
a practitioner for a long time.
Yeah.
I've done what I've done. You can say mwalimu umefundisha miaka 50, mimi ni mchezaji nimecheza miaka 60. Yeah, okay. Accept it.
Tukiangalia the situation inajaribu kupaint, where do you think the future of this particular trade is?
Again, I've suggested it. The seed was shown. It has to be embraced on a political level. 90% of our existence, to my humble mind, has to do with politics and leadership. In the comfort of your own home, if you're a daddy or a mummy or whatever it is, your family is going to be an expression of what mummy and daddy believe. Do you know what I'm saying? If I look kindly on sort of that parents do that, if my kids grow up seeing me sort of with a bottle of single malt whiskey every day and 4 Tuskers, surely the chance of them not becoming alcoholics but being drinkers themselves is exponentially increased. Is it not? Because that's what they've been. Now, the value system, telling the truth, not lying. If somewhere in your upbringing you weren't really given a rough time of it because father was very, very annoyed that you stole, the 5 shillings on the table, then you will be okay to say, okay, I'll go off and I'll hustle. Wonderful verb, to hustle. As long as I can get the hustling, everything will be fine.
Yes.
But then we have to unpack that and saying, I could be hustling and making lots of money to your detriment. Somebody else is suffering. I'm becoming a multimillionaire overnight. So the value systems have to be inculcated on a state level. And whether it's like Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore, you have to start off by saying, ukitupa chewing gum kwa ni barabara, there's a fine.
Actually, I don't think they chew in Singapore now.
Exactly.
It's
But
the
point that I'm making is that a whole bunch of people, there have to be values. So if our streets and our gutters and our sewers are full of junk, then what am I going to do with this bit of tissue when I leave this room? Am I going to throw it on the floor of your studio? Or am I going to... Sorry, I'm talking very simple, teacherly, didactic terms. But that's what I've spent my life doing. I tell little people, think about this, folks. Is this good behavior? Say, no, sir, it's not. Well, stop, don't do it again. So the thing is that as a society, I've said, our constitution is saying that every single county should have a house of the performing arts. 15 years later, how many do we have? If we go there, the government can say, well, if you're going to employ somebody to work for you for a month and there's a house help, you wouldn't have a butler in the UK unless you were part of the royal family. But in Kenya, it's okay to employ somebody and pay them 2,000 shillings by sending M-Pesa to their mother, and you've got a resident slave. Who's going to make sure that that doesn't happen? By government decree, somebody has said, if you want to give yourself the privilege, then let's have a minimum on this. You have to pay them at least 20,000.
Is it?
Then that changes. Yeah. So what I'm saying, I'm trying for you to join the dots.
Yeah.
The theatre is something that the state has to view as being a useful tool for national cohesion, to bring people together. Yes, because it's at the theatre that they're going to see what happens. You could do a play about what happens if you don't take your voting seriously, and instead of Mbuvi becoming the next president, then you'll find, I use it as a name, you'll find CT. And CT is the one who's going to take us down the doldrums. So you can have a story, a little story about the meaning of choice.
Yeah.
And that choice, let it be seen. Let it not just be seen in Nairobi or in Mombasa. Let it travel. Let it travel. Anybody who is not in Nairobi at present, even if we don't have full houses, is not going to see Kagia. Every person who goes to the States, myself included, made it a point to make a pilgrimage to go and see the Lion King. When I went to the States, I went to see Hamilton. When I went to London, I went to whatever it was. I made it a point of going to see the Plantagenets. Yeah, because I knew Hinidini, the question mark, what question is it going to put to me to which I do not know the answer? You can be a rabid anti, this is the whole home of bold truths.
Yeah.
You can be a God-fearing, Bible-carrying, Bible study person.
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to see a play that dares to raise the idea of alternative sexuality? Isn't it just worth thinking about? You have strong views about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You could have very strong views about people who drink. But wouldn't you want to see a play where the protagonist is an alcoholic?
Okay.
Instead of condemnation. And the dini of the theatre is that when you go into the room and the door's shut, is that you don't know what the story is going to make you think about. You don't know to the extent to which you're going to be entertained.
Right.
Therefore, the theatre is a powerful instrument, and any society, any grouping that wants people to think about it will have to allow it to happen. As a parent, let's bring it down. Those families that have family meetings where the Mugas meet every weekend, brother Muga, sister Muga, whatever it is, and all the ladies, they end up being stronger families than where everybody operates on their own.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because they're having this debate. They're deciding, shall we go and buy a plot together? Shall Charles go? And, CT is saying, this guy's spoken for long enough. I have spoken for long enough.
No.
That's the reason we invited you.
Yeah.
That's the reason we invited you.
Actually,
Yeah.
when I'm silent, it's because I'm listening.
Yes.
And I'm listening because when you bring an educator to the studio, you expect him to do what it is that he does best.
Yes.
Which is to educate.
Yeah, now I'm speaking myself as an educator.
Yes.
So you learn by listening. Yeah. When one refers to theatre as a tool, it is a very finely sharpened tool. It's just that most people don't realize. And those who've understood it have used it to great effect. As you're speaking, what came to mind when you're talking of Kagia? I thought of Arthur Miller and the Crucible.
Yes, exactly. Which was done at school. Maybe CT was a couple of years behind me in school, but the Crucible was a school play.
Yeah.
And again, the Crucible, Arthur Miller, who I think at one point did the Nobel Prize, it has this there was something in U.S. history which they called the McCarthy. They were looking for communists. Anybody who was a communist in America,
alleged communist,
and people were encouraged to rat on each other, to say, Mbuvi is a communist, Mwakenya, underground, that kind of thing.
Yes.
So what did Arthur Miller do in the storytelling? He went to a story in 500 years ago, in the early days where people were being persecuted in a village in the US for being Wachawi. devil worshipper type thing. So there's a central story about a man and his wife. Then the man gets entangled with, spring chicken, if you remember the story. And then as a result of that, in order to get back at him for this infidelity, it's orchestrated for him to be implicated in the Uchawi syndrome. And they tell him, whatever, they accuse him of this, they're going to take him to jail. Now look at the story. This is now from that Dini and whatever. This is how much it means to me.
Yes.
When it comes to the point in the play where he has to condemn other people, he's prepared to sign to everything to salvage his marriage.
Yes.
And then they say, these are the names of other people like you, sign on this bit of paper so that they're also, sent off to committee. And he says, no. Will you not sign? And he says, no. And they ask him, why? And he says, because it is my name. Because I cannot have another in my life. Because I lie and sign myself to lies. Because I am not worth the dust on the feet of them that hang. I have given you my soul. Leave me my name.
At the very least.
Yeah, so we're talking about integrity, we're talking about respect, we're talking about decency. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So if you I had the privilege of studying that book at school, seeing it performed, and X number of years later, it has left such a mark on my being that I can still recite it. But it's in the same breath as saying, Our Father. In our day, it was which art in heaven, then it changed to who art in heaven. But that's also a wiring. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses. It's not some kind of religious tract, he's been saved and washed, whatever it is. It's just a tenet of, let me forgive my enemies. Let me have a nice day.
Yeah.
And if I wake up with that sort of assertion in my mind, I go out into the world bold and emboldened. It's got nothing to do. Remember that it's what the words are doing to the wiring of my thing. And as long as I'm rational, and we do become demented and we do succumb to Alzheimer's and all these things. So even our minds at some point can sort of like get discombobulated and just completely go to rust. But as long as we are rational, these things are a form of sustenance, they're a form of power.
Yes.
And that's what you'll derive from going to the theatre.
All right. I want to read a few comments before we leave this conversation. Let me see. Someone is saying, my parents introduced us to the Kenya National Theatre, and I'm still an avid theatre goer. Someone is asking, would he contribute to journalism as well, with the intended effect of reducing journalists Muitu, who have taken over the airwaves, to the detriment of media in its entirety? There's one interesting one I saw here. CT, you can't hide your Mangu school. Is that the school he's talking about?
No. They want.
Yeah.
They want to claim us, but they will not.
Yeah. Star Kenya anasema, I like how he unapologetically weaves Kibaluya in his rhetoric. Simply awesome. I am a fan. Okay, yeah. Great stuff. All right, we're going to get into the news right now. There's some breaking news coming through. We need to talk about this in a short while. But we're receiving some very sad news indeed. I need to confirm this before I actually say it out loud. But John Sibiokumu, please, thank you so much for coming through. And we do appreciate your time. It is an absolute pleasure for you to actually take time and come in. And I've been educated immensely by what you've just said. So
thank you very much for the invitation.
Karibu tena sana. We're going to be doing this again, hopefully soon. So right now, there's a story coming through about former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who has lost his life. According to news outlets, they have confirmed that indeed Sorry about this. Former Prime Minister Raila Odinga has died at the age of 80. We shall definitely be delving more into this particular story, so don't go too far. We will definitely be right back. City, Raila.
Well, that is what we have heard. I'm waiting for it to be confirmed.
Yes.
All
right. Sawa. Like I said, John, asante sana. We are taking a short break to sasa hivi with more on that issue of Raila and other stories, of course, making headlines around the country.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Retro never dies. It only gets better.
Always tell me I look good. Always tell me I'm...
It's 9 o'clock.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have arrested the two men, Michael Otieno and Andrew Otieno, in connection with $5.6 million or 728 million Kenya shillings gold scam targeting an American businesswoman. According to the DCI, the suspects were nabbed during a sting operation at Rose Villa Estate in Nairobi after they failed to produce genuine gold for testing. Investigations show the two had allegedly masterminded a get-rich-quick scheme to defraud the foreigner in a fake deal involving 70 kilograms of gold. Public universities have been told to enforce internal disciplinary measures on staff who continue to strike, with the Ministry of Education declaring the industrial action unlawful during a Tuesday event launching a data returns portal at the university's funds offices. Higher Education Principal Secretary Beatrice Inyangala urged all staff to return to teaching, noting they are fully aware of the court's position. The statement has added tension to ongoing discussions between the Inter-Public Universities Council Consultative Forum and striking unions.
We do, however, acknowledge that this strike is not protected. It was interdicted by a court of law. And so we expect our lecturers to be in class teaching the students. And 50% of the universities actually are running their classes. And we are still imploring the lecturers who are still on the streets to go to class, because what they are doing is unlawful. And we are all law-abiding citizens, over and above the fact that we have a moral responsibility to take care of the future generation.
Asha Bashir, Secretary General of the People's Liberation Party, has defended the opposition's cohesion, saying that while parties may show differences, they share a common agenda. Speaking during an interview with Radio Generation, Bashir acknowledged that some observers describe the opposition as confused, but she said this is a natural outcome of a diverse democratic system. Asha explained that each party within the opposition functions like a room in a house with its own leadership and identity.
When you have a home which has different rooms, all the principals have their own outfits, which is parties. And that thrives in democracy, because you don't want where you will come and sit like a class, I lecture you, one principal decides this is the path. So of course it is a home which has different rooms, like I call it. So you find there's PLP, there's DCP, there's DAPK, there's WIPA, all these parties, Jubilee. Every party has its own identity. However, bado mapema. So when you say we are not united, we might differ. I might say this is blue, you tell me no, it's purple, or it's lilac. But that does not mean we don't have a common agenda. There is a whole structure behind it.
The High Court in Kampala, Uganda, has instructed Ugandan police to produce Kenyan activist Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo, dead or alive, within 7 days. The activists have been unaccounted for since they were allegedly abducted in the Ugandan capital 2 weeks ago, with reports suggesting they are being held in a military detention facility. Activists and politicians in Kenya have threatened to hold demos to pressure the government to act on the matter. Here's PLP leader Martha Karua.
And we are telling the KK administration, style up. It is time to act. And if they don't act, then the public will have to act in whatever way they know. Why should they continue to draw salaries if they're not doing the work they are paid to do? Why take money for work not done?
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast, 5 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. I'm with City Muga in the studio. Oh, sorry about that. City, Raila Odinga is dead.
So we've been told.
Yeah. So I'm reading a story here published by the Star newspaper. This is what they're saying. Let me just try and read it out loud.
That's their digital news.
Yes. This is the star.co.ke. Former Prime Minister Raila Odinga has passed away at the age of 80. He passed away on Wednesday while undergoing... When is this today, right? He passed away on Wednesday while undergoing treatment at a hospital in India. His death comes amid speculations that he was in critical condition. His family had earlier on come out to strongly defend him, insisting that he was in good spirits and recuperating well. His elder brother and Siaya Senator Oburu Odinga assured Kenyans that the ODM leader was in good health and recovering in India after being slightly indisposed. Speaking to the media, Oburu dismissed reports claiming that Raila was in critical condition, terming them exaggerated and inaccurate. And this is what Oburu said. I want to tell you that Raila is up and about, just like any other human being. He was indisposed a little and is now recuperating and resting. He emphasized that the former Prime Minister's condition was not as serious as reported in some sections of the media. Yeah. Okay, so we can go on and on and on and on, and you can read the same story actually on rgk.co.ke. But City, you remember we had a conversation here with some ODM members, and they told us that Baba is just resting. Maybe it's that whole celebration at 20 thing, and I don't know if you're the one who said it or someone else said it, that tunangoja tu ni kama anataka ku create some kind of headline, ndio ile siku anatokeza tu waseme ala si ndio huyu.
We tend to judge situations and opine on them based on history.
Yes.
Meaning, what have we seen in the past? Have we seen situations where what is being stated at that particular point has happened? And the answer would be yes. So if people speak in such a manner,
yes,
it is they're regurgitating what they have seen in the past. Then this other reality then now dawns on you. Because indeed, you can be well today, and you see people and you're well the following day. The day after that, you are no more. You've gone. That happens in everyday life.
True.
Yes.
True.
And if everything that we're hearing is indeed true, then you're saying we are witnessing the end of an era.
Yes. So, but I want to, you know me, I'm the kind of people who are usually very skeptical about stories and issues. The government hasn't said anything?
No, they haven't. That's why I said, if this is indeed true, then we are seeing the end of an era and the beginning of a completely new one.
Yes.
Totally new.
Family hasn't said anything. Government hasn't said anything.
Nope.
his party, ODM, hasn't, unless they have said it in the last couple of seconds, they haven't said anything. And so basically, it's just...
Let me tell you this. Beginning today.
Yes, sir.
By the time, forget airwaves at lunchtime, moving forward, whether it is confirmed or not.
Yeah.
If it's not confirmed, there'll be no shortage of people who have an opinion on the subject.
True.
All these people who present themselves as experts in political matters and social matters will come up and have their say. If indeed it is confirmed that that is true, that he has passed away, God Almighty, the speculations about the direction our politics is going to take.
Oh, you have no idea.
Oh, thank you so much.
You
Paul.
have no idea.
You have understood it perfectly.
Yes.
They will be speaking to the point of saliva drying in their mouths. There'll be no shortage.
Yes.
And let me tell you one thing though.
Yes.
If indeed it is true, there are people whose lives today have changed instantly.
Yes.
Changed.
True.
Almost irrevocably. If your politics depended on Raila Odinga being alive, that has altered completely.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if you're still alive, then of course your politics is even that much stronger.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I want to ask questions, and this is just me again doing what you're saying, speculating.
Yes.
There are people who've etched their careers in politics because of Raila Amolo Odinga.
Yes, they have, and some have had a very good go of it as a result of it.
Wale waliendosua na Raila akasema City tosha, for example, and City yani amekuwa kitosha ever since. Na kuna wengine wamekuwa kikampaign in the name of Raila ni mtu mubaya, Raila ni mtu si mpoa, and they have ever since their careers have always been soaring. And now that if indeed what we're hearing is true, then what happens to the careers of those particular individuals?
When I say the end of an era and the beginning of a new one,
you also mean the end of careers?
Yes, I do.
And the beginning of new ones?
Yes, I do. Because, and then the shifting of allegiances. My friend, right now as we're speaking, there's electricity generating movement taking place in the political sphere.
Yeah.
Alignments and realignments and this and the other and the other and the other. My friend, the politics of this country, if this news is actually true, it's what you call open season. My friend, it is wide open.
Wale experts walidonatiwa na ODM kule serikalini, courtesy of Baba. I want to ask what happens to them.
We will see, won't we?
Mimi niko na swali. Aki na nisikudangani.
Nauliza brother.
If you were donated to this government, courtesy of broad-based government, courtesy of Raila Odinga, now what happens to you?
Let me put it to you this way.
Itabidi bro umekuwa UDA sasa.
No. Let's analyze this thing.
Yes.
And give it a test of reality.
Okay.
The broad-based government involved two elements. One, influence peddling. Okay?
Yes.
Raila Odinga brought with him a lot of influence. Okay? And the influence is manifested not just in a voting bloc that exists. No, not only that. But it is also a people and an abiding support. Remember, you're talking about people.
Yes.
Let me begin with somebody who isn't often spoken of when one is having the conversation I'm having now. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka.
Yes.
This man has supported that presidency of Raila's for something like 20 years. 20.
Yes, indeed.
20 years is a long time. He presents himself as the deputy, they don't win. Again, another 10 years, doesn't win. Now, that is one. The question is, and I'm not providing an answer, where does that place him if this is actually true?
Yeah.
See, the very thing that I was saying people are going to do, if that's what you and I are doing right now, we're actually discussing the political permeations of this particular issue. That's one. Two, consider the voting bloc that existed in Azimio. Is it significant? Yes. Consider the voting bloc that was represented in central Kenya in UDA and which is now being spoken of as having gone to Rigathi Gachagua. Okay?
Yes.
There is no more Raila to hate.
Yep.
there's no more Raila to dislike. If that is the case, and indeed Raila Odinga has passed away, and your question was an extremely valid one, what then are we talking about?
Another question I have is what happens to President Ruto's broad-based government now, because it is his government now. It has been his government anyway.
Actually, that question is, should we say, the question of the day? It is.
Hey, bro, there are so many questions of the day.
Oh yes, there are. You see that,
and this is actually not even the main one. There are other major questions.
This one is major, all right, because all these things, it's like distributaries that go to the main river and then head towards the sea. That particular situation is right now up in the air.
Star Kenya on YouTube is telling us the government cannot be depended upon. Trust your sources. He's basically telling us msingoje serikali waambie baba ametuacha. Yeah, I get that. But yes, the big question about Gava, broad-based government, Baba, and the other question I'm asking, and it's a question we've actually discussed in this studio, about ODM being Raila and Raila being ODM.
Yes. You see, now you've asked two questions.
Yeah.
Okay? Believe me, not much will happen to those fellows who've been appointed.
Okay.
Not really. Because...
Are you sure?
Well, you asked me a question, I'm answering it.
Yeah.
The reason why not much will happen is this. They still represent a voting bloc. They don't represent a solid voting bloc that one saw under a particular leader, but they still represent a voting bloc. Yes.
Yeah. Interesting. A couple of, a couple of other comments. I will be reading them by day as we go on. You can let us know your thoughts about this particular situation. Give us your comments. We'll definitely sample them as we go on, as we move, or rather as we, continue with the day. And subsequent bulletins will also publish this particular story and much more. We have a guest in studio, and I'm actually going to be asking him this, among other questions, of course, about the news we've received of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. I'm talking about none other than the former Agriculture Cabinet Minister Kipruto Arap Kirwa. Mheshimiwa, welcome to Radio Generation.
Nashukuru sana.
Yes. I'm sure you've heard of what is going on. If you haven't, well, there are reports that have reached us that Raila Odinga has passed on while receiving treatment in India.
Well, it is unfortunate. I've just heard of it.
Yes.
As I was getting in, some of the individuals called me and they told me it has happened. And it's unfortunate that it has had to happen at this time. Of course, we knew he was unwell, but we did not know that it had reached that stage that we have to lose him at this time, when the country is going through a lot of transition and a lot of realignment of political players.
Right. Some of the questions CT and I were asking ourselves here, what does it mean for the broad-based government? Perhaps you can tell us, being a politician, you probably understand some of these fluid mechanisms as far as coalitions and collaborations in government are concerned. Perhaps you can let us your thoughts on the broad-based government going forward.
Well, still allow me to say poorly to the family, the supporters of Raila Odinga, and also to Kenyans in general, because on this landscape he has been a factor for more than 5 general elections. And of course, he has been a player in causing a lot of changes, including the Constitution 2010. And we feel that perhaps he would have lived long. He had lived longer. He would be able to see the fruits of devolution, a process that was involved, and he believed in it. As to whether the political realignment is going to change, a lot of things will happen. There are those who may want to take advantage of the situation. As you are seeing blockers, even before we knew that he had passed on, they were making statements that we feel it is totally un-African, it is inhuman, and of course it is the lowest part of morality. Because you see, I would rather disagree with you when we are alive.
Yes.
But when it comes to elements, young people die, old people die, and anybody can die. I may be with you now, and 2 days later you are told I've gone. So I feel it is not right. And perhaps with that preamble, I feel Raila deserved better than the kind of jostling that we've been doing. As to whether this broad-based government is going to survive, it will depend on a number of factors.
Such as
the president, how is he going to play out? And without Raila, are we sure that his constituency is going to move in whatever direction? Because Raila has had a number of constituencies which were very dear to him, starting with the Coast Province, the old Coast Province, Western Province, and the Nyanza Province, and of course the Ma community. Those are people who have made Raila what he has been for the last 20 years or so, since 2007.
Right.
Because that's the time that he was such a formidable candidate, and in subsequent elections he has performed very well. So it will depend on how both sides will reach out to that particular constituency,
right,
and how propaganda is likely either to endear some section of this country to one side or the other. The second issue is that the leaders of Nyanza, who really were the bedrock of Raila's political party, the ODM, will also depend on how they will play out when it comes to the next general election. And more important is the fact that in all this, we just pray that we shall approach the next election without Raila, but also with a lot of peace in mind.
Yeah.
Because I strongly believe this country deserves better leadership than what has been happening for the last couple of years. Yeah.
In terms of succession politics in ODM, do we have a clear individual that can stand out and say that he or she might actually take over the reins of ODM and be the next party leader of the Orange Democratic Movement?
Well, I think I think Raila had done a succession plan. There are those who are deputies from various dimensions. The senator of Vihiga, governor of Mombasa, and
even governor of Homa Bay, I believe.
Yes, she's the chair. She's the chair.
Right.
So it will depend on how it will play out. What I know is that when such a colossal individual falls, it is like an elephant falling or a big tree falling in a forest. Some of the trees might be crushed, and some of them may thrive because the shade of the elephant has moved on. But overall, I just pray that the party will still remain, because you see, for me, I don't look at ODM as an enemy. I look at ODM and its principles as a party that has been able to sustain the discourse in this country for the last 20 years. And that discourse has been very useful, because in Africa, political parties really don't exist for long.
Right.
You realize that there's no formation that's run for elections twice in the same format for the last 25 years. This tells you that parties at times gravitate around communities or a coalition of communities, one section against the other, and also around an individual. An individual like Raila had very big shoes.
Yes.
For any one of us to pretend that you can fill those shoes without looking for some material to fill up some of the spaces is impossible. I just wish the leadership of ODM will spend more time after the mourning of Raila, giving him a befitting farewell, to reflect on where Raila started. Remember, Raila started with a very small constituency,
right,
when he ran the first time against Moi in 2000, I think it was 1997.
Yes, it was.
He had about 500,000 votes. But he has built that up to now 6 point something or even over 7 million votes.
7 million.
And so many other admirers. There are people who may not have voted for Raila, but they were strongly in favor of Raila. Whenever there was a crisis, they used to say, "Where is Raila?" Even those who did not like him. Those are some of the issues that one needs to reflect on.
Yes.
And realize Raila is not just somebody you can replace by just going through an election. You must go through a process of reflecting and accepting the reality that people play their role, and when they move on, we must give them respect they deserve.
There's this issue of legacy, and before the Gen Z uprising of last year, his legacy was that of, you know, that resilient politician, that father of the nation kind of hat that he wore. But when he joined the broad-based government, something happened then. People started, and when I say people, of course, I mean the some sections of this country, the population said that, look, umeanza kuchoma, umeanza kuharibu. I wish ungenyamaza to retire in peace, and now you're tainting your legacy. Actually, that's one of the words that was being used. Tainting your legacy, unaharibu legacy yako. What do you think is going to be Raila's legacy?
You know, the challenge that we find ourselves in as a people of Kenya is that we are polarized the space. We have created a lot of hostility. We have made this space look like that we come from different countries just because we don't agree. For me, Raila did what I consider the most reasonable thing. You remember, at that particular time, anything could have happened.
Yeah.
If the invasion of parliament had taken place and those young Kenyans had gone to State House, we would be talking of another story. For me, I don't believe, I may not like the current regime, but I don't believe in change that is not in consonant with the Constitution.
Yes.
I always believe there must be some order. And this means that we have to improve in our political hygiene, such that at the end of the day, you may not agree with me, but give me that space.
Yeah.
That yes, we disagree with you, but we now use the right process. That's why I still continue saying, young people of this country, those who have never registered before, those who have never voted before, let us prepare so that we determine who is the next chief executive of this country in the next 3 years. Yeah.
All right. Then when we also look at this whole issue of not Baba Tosha, but when Raila literally gave you blessings to vie for a particular seat, it was more or less a given, whether you are vying for MCA, MP, and people are actually going...
Depending on which part of the country you came from. Yes.
Of course, in ODM strongholds.
Thank you.
Yes?
Yeah.
And people would, clamor for that particular seat, because for the ticket, the ODM ticket, because they knew having that ODM ticket would most likely assure you that particular seat. But I feel it was because of the Raila influence. But now that Raila is not there, what does that mean for those individuals who depended for Baba to put that hand on them?
Usually every 5 years, there is what we call natural attrition process that happens to parliament.
Yeah.
So that at times 50% of parliamentarians don't come back. And in some cases, like in the year 1992,
yes,
there were 108 new members of parliament who had no parliamentary experience. That is in 1992, the second multi-party general election.
Yes.
Out of a house of about 210. This therefore means more than 50% at times is swept. So also there are those who are close to Raila and they have already taken their own constituency seriously. Therefore, they may get re-elected.
Yes.
But there are some who may actually not even present themselves, knowing that the presence of Baba is absent.
Yes.
And also there is something very important.
Okay.
There are those who are saying, give me this opportunity because I'm going to protect Baba at the national level. Whether they were capable of protecting Baba or not is a story for another day. Those are people now who are on their own.
Yeah.
You remember some of us used to survive because we used to resist President Moi. When President Moi left the scene, perhaps my constituents never saw the need for me to continue being their MP.
Really?
Yeah. That's how I felt.
Yeah.
Because for 20 years as member of parliament for Cherangany constituency, basically I was resisting the establishment from its excesses.
Yeah.
Of course, they saw it as if I was fighting President Moi? But the answer is no. I was just fighting for the people of that constituency.
Right.
And when I was minister, and perhaps I did more for them than any other time, that is when I lost elections.
Right.
So we need to, they need to reassess and recalibrate their politics. Otherwise, they run the risk of just being dismissed and going to oblivion.
Yeah. Okay. Again, getting back to the whole issue of the broad-based government, people, a lot of political pundits were saying that it is Raila's input that actually stabilized the country, considering what had happened last year and also spewed on to this year. Do you feel like things might change or they'll continue as they are? Do you feel like the political temperatures have cooled down and people are now focused on 2027? And by people, I mean the people who actually go to vote for leaders.
Well, I still believe that it will depend on how each side of the equation will play with the politics of the day after Raila.
Right.
This is a very important player that has had to leave us at this stage.
Yes.
So Raila politics will still be, the current regime may want to take advantage and say, okay, now that Baba is not there, I can adopt you as my children. And those of us on the alternative may also scale the landscape, knowing that without Raila, some sections, particularly Western Kenya, may not be headed the way it has been before. So it's a very important issue. As I told you, there were 3 constituencies, Nyanza, Western and Coast, plus the Ma community that believed in Raila. A lot of realignments will take place in, and even the Northeastern. That is the Mandera, Garissa, and Marsabit. There are going to be a lot of changes. The current regime may benefit from this demise, and the opposition may also benefit, because I don't see Western being the same as it has been under ODM. ODM may have to struggle to survive in Western.
In terms of the opposition, which character can we look at and say that this might actually be the next Raila in terms of influence, in terms of political goodwill, in terms of just people power? Because Raila had those.
You know, the beauty with Raila is that we used to consult a lot. By the time he makes a certain decision, for those of us who are able to not to study, but also to take Railaism into consideration, we knew if you went to Juakali Place in Kitale, you would easily hear a Juakali fellow saying something that is also reflected in Kawangware and also reflected at the coast. And that was the network Raila created. And I think it would take a bit of time for anybody to get to that particular level. Well, we know in Kenya, we are still ethnic in terms of politics. We are still, but Raila had risen above the Luo nation. He was able to galvanize support away from the Luo nation. And that network, he kept it alive for so long. Raila would be hopping from one place to the other at night. By 3 o'clock, he's now preparing, 3 a.m. He's preparing to take a flight, get received in Mombasa, and continue. To the extent that I was saying now, a man of 70-something, because he was in his 70s, where does he get the energy? You are with him here in Karen, about 11. He moves to another place. By 3, he goes to the airport.
And he used to do this almost every single day of his life.
Actually, Raila played politics. He lived politics.
He lived and breathed politics.
Politics, yes. So that is the way I see it. Many of us don't have that luxury. We spend half of the time in politics, half of the time trying to survive, and perhaps here in between you want to enjoy. He never enjoyed life.
Consider, for instance, the background that people have. You see, we focus on when someone has ascended to a certain position and they hold a certain aura and a certain amount of power. They didn't always have it. Mheshimiwa here was a teacher.
Yes.
And a head teacher before he got into politics and was elected in 1990.
89.
89, sorry. Yes, I missed it by 1 year.
Yes.
You see, what happens is this. Teachers, I speak as one.
Yes.
Okay? Have a certain perspective and have a certain training by virtue of their work, and when they become a head teacher, that enables them to manage people in ways that other people cannot. You deal with students, the teachers, fellow teachers under you, subordinate staff, with the board of management, you're dealing with the Ministry of Education, you're dealing with the community around you.
Yes.
You're always managing all these variables at the same time. And the good thing is that people know you. See? And then you ascend. But the thing that teachers also tend to have independent minds.
As they should.
Yeah, well, the profession allows you to do that because of what you do. So you rise to fame because Mheshimiwa was known to do something which wasn't done in that time.
Right.
He would speak against the then president, not against the president, but against certain policy. He'd say no. No. And it was unheard of because other people were not doing it. So that guaranteed that so long as that president was in power, there's a limit to how far his. It was a guarantee.
Yes, true.
There was a limit.
I'm actually visualizing it.
There's a limit to how far his political star would rise. Okay? If you take the discussion back to Raila, there's a point in time when you had Ford Kenya, whether it was Raila, Orengo, Kijana Wamalwa, they were on par. There was no one who, and there were other players who are considered to be fairly serious heavyweights. Remember, the old Luo Nyanza and Western heavyweights in politics, bless you, were still alive. Okay? So Raila was just one among. So you need to trace the history of the things that he did. Now, this is where time and history play a role. Okay? Why am I saying time and history playing a role? You see, there's a point in time in history when we're a single party state. Okay? This idea of the opposition was at your own peril, literally. Okay? Now, people who stood out, and this is where now Raila, his personality and everything about him, enabled him to stand out. Same with Mheshimiwa here. People who were not afraid. The key ingredient here, they were not afraid to take certain positions.
Right.
Most people who like sitting on the fence would not have stood out. Time then favors you when you have an idea of what you want to see done and you keep pushing the agenda. See, now that consistency. Time again and the changes that happen in the geopolitical scene favor you. The Cold War ends. The alignments that were there historically, Russia, America, all those things change. When you're alive throughout all these times and your politics seems to be the same, and what favors you is you take a position that is against the existing status quo, there is no government that is always popular. When you are in a position where you speak things that people dare not speak, you pull the voting population behind you. They actually appoint you, and this is what happens. You get appointed as this is your position. Your job is to keep speaking for us.
I'm actually curious, Mheshimiwa, to find out what was one of the pain points between you and the former late President Moi.
Yes.
What is that one thing Mulukomna Gwaruzana?
Well, a number of things. You know, just like even today, there are so many audit queries. And fortunately, when I was elected in 1989, I became a member of a Public Accounts Committee. And by then, Public Accounts Committee and Public Investment Committee, both of them were under Controller and Auditor General. This therefore means there are a certain number of queries that used to arise. And as an active member of Parliament, still with a lot of courage, you know, as you get old, you become less courageous because you are more conservative and careful. So you pick one audit query, you honestly looking for justice, then you are stepping on the toes of many people. So they go to the boss, that's the president, and they say, this young man from Cherangani is not keeping the line. So those are some of the things, and some cases would be an issue of a teacher whose interests have not been covered by the TSC.
Right.
It could be maize farmers whose payment has been delayed. So for the president, he wanted me to understand the inside of government.
Okay.
And as City Muga has said, it took me 15 years to be a minister. And some of my colleagues, we came in together in a by-election, like Musalia Mudavadi. It took him, I think, less than 15 months, 15 weeks to become a minister.
Yeah.
So at times, when you're on the wrong side, just like the world, First World War and Second World War.
Yes.
That's why you realize countries who are in the P5, France is there, Britain is there, America is there, then Germany is not there, Italy is not there, because they believe they were on the wrong side of politics when the United Nations was constituted as it is today in 1945.
Right.
So those are some of the issues that a member of parliament, and at times I feel a bit orphaned by the current members of parliament.
How so?
Because they seem not to want to raise the issues that we know. Today, let's talk about Raila, but it is important for anybody who is a member of parliament that let you stand to be counted. If you have no capacity to stand to be counted, that there is something that is going wrong here or there, you will never be counted as a serious politician. Remember, Raila walked out of Fort Kenya, moved into NDP, and in NDP, he became the first member of parliament here in Kibra. That was a lot of courage because he was risking. There's no by-election that is guaranteed. A by-election, even the people who voted for you yesterday, should there be a by-election, whether there is a petition or not, you are likely to lose some of your own supporters. But he did a very risky business, crossed over, started his own outfit. But then by 97, he was a presidential candidate of that particular party. And he did actually better than the people who remained in Fort Kenya.
If we go back and look at the fact that Raila has run in 5 general elections as a presidential candidate. And every time he anakanyagwa, for lack of a better word, by someone new, and new here I'm putting it in quotes, because, like, for example, Uhuru was a second-time presidential candidate, akamtoa. Ruto, a first-time presidential candidate, akamtoa. But Raila has been there consistently as a presidential candidate. Why has he never won that seat?
Well, there are many other factors. As I told you, political parties in Africa, at times some of them are conspiracy of tribes to beat the other tribes. And even the history of this country has a lot of that. Remember, Kadu and Kanu in 1963. It was competition of the so-called large tribes or small tribes coming together under Kadu, where the Luhya of Western Kenya, apart from the Maragoli, were in Kadu, the Kalenjin, and the people of Coast, apart from a bit of Taita, who are in Kanu, Taita Taveta were in Kanu, came together to say we want to be behind Ronald Gideon Ngala. And that is how the formation of Kadu was. And of course they were saying it was Kadu, Uhuru na Majimbo. Then Kanu was Uhuru na Umoja. Or later on, of course, Uhuru na Kazi. Now, all that was a conspiracy of tribes, not because there was anything fundamentally different from their target that we need independence for the people of Kenya. All that, even during one party state, it was still that conspiracy. Now, come 2002, Raila, of course, decided to move out of Kanu and supported the late President Mwai Kibaki. In between, we disagreed, orange and banana. Then, in the election of 2007, where it was actually almost what you call photo finish, because at times you don't know who won until you are told by each side. Because each side believes that they won. So Raila, unfortunately, like the last election, which I voted for him, there was a bit of confusion among the agents, among the people who were supporting him, and they created Raila as a business. Some people made more money in that election.
In 2022?
In 2022. I was part of Azimio. And there was a lot of confusion.
No, I want to understand when you say people made a business out of that particular election. What exactly do you mean?
Mobilization of resources, and you know, every election there is mobilization of resources. Some people are mobilizing resources and putting it into their own personal use. So Raila became a project for some people, for them to make some money.
Okay.
Yeah. So Raila has been, it has been unfortunate for him, but he has played a role. As a leader, you really don't have to be in government to make a difference. Even in every corner of this republic, even some of us, we are not elected as of now, but we have certain opinion that can shape public, thinking and discourse.
Yeah. Yep. If Raila had managed to become president in 2022, and then he loses his life today like he has, what would that mean? Because at the time, deputy president would have been Martha Karua, right?
Yes.
So Martha Karua right now would be taking the oath of office.
Yes.
What would happen next?
Well, there will be a realignment also, because she would have to choose deputy president and, of course, go through the process, as you know, under the current constitution. And that would have meant that, in fact, I would have been worried.
Why?
I would have been worried even before he passes on.
Yes.
You know, the promises given by the current president were so lofty, and he raised the hopes of Kenyans to a situation that had we taken over, perhaps that Gen Z thing would have actually made us collapse.
Is that so?
Yes, that's my worry. It is good actually that Ruto won, because it allowed him to be demystified. Otherwise, he had given people some kind of messianic message that was like, we are moving to another phase, that there will be no borrowing, there will be no corruption, everything will be okay, there will be a lot of money in circulation, the bottom up, that those at the bottom are going to prosper. But it's good, it's actually testing his own medicine.
Do you think that the Gen Z would have done what they did last year had Raila been president?
I suspect. Because the Gen Z, they were not talking about Ruto as such. They were talking about certain basic conditions that they want to see in this country.
Okay.
Less corruption. And perhaps, I'm not saying Raila would have been corrupt.
Yes.
More presence of government in terms of provision of services, such as healthcare.
Right.
And the same money would not have been available.
Mheshimiwa, you don't believe that Azimio, the one that you are in, would have delivered those things?
That's not what he's saying. No.
What I'm saying is that the current president had built some hopes among Kenyans to the extent that everybody believed that it was going to be a rosy picture. And therefore we would be trying to perform against the parameters that had been set by somebody.
Okay.
And therefore we would be all the time falling short of expectations. The expectations of Kenyans had gone so high.
So Kenyans would be comparing what Azimio is doing vis-a-vis what the KK had promised.
Promised, yes.
Okay.
And that would have been very dangerous for us. And I'm happy that he's the one in office because he has been demystified. Borrowing has gone up. Corruption has exceeded. Yeah. And there's no money in circulation unless you have it.
Let's not talk about my wallet.
Yes.
We'll talk about my pockets off air.
Yeah.
So Martha Karua would have been the president right now. And she would choose a deputy president and perhaps made a few changes here and there. And for the first time, Kenya would have been led by a woman.
Yeah, which is normal. Which is normal, a very firm person.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not campaigning for her.
Yeah.
But if there is something that you cannot take away from Karua,
yes,
she's so firm. Even if you are his brother or her brother.
Yes.
And she's the magistrate.
Yes.
And she realizes you've stolen.
Nitafungwa.
Utafungwa. Yeah.
That is the kind of person we will be dealing with.
Yes, that's the kind of person you'll be dealing with.
Right.
And that has been a point of existence.
Right.
Yeah.
And Kenya would, and the reason I'm asking this is because literally we were very close to having a Raila presidency in the last election, because the president won by about 200,000 votes. That's a very small margin considering the vote block that was available to him, and also to Raila. And I was just imagining here, because these are questions that will actually emerge as we go through this mourning period for Kenya, and of course condoling with the family of Raila Odinga. One thing that is going to be also a subject of discussion going forward, and we will not be able to avoid this, is how his funeral will be handled. We have seen how prominent Kenyans have been handled as far as their funeral arrangements are concerned. Former KDF, tuliona venye yake ilifanyika, former President Moi, former President Kibaki as well. Are we going to see something similar in terms of a Raila funeral?
Well, I think I'm worried about the stampede. I'm telling you, Raila's funeral, you need to have a huge screen in your house or your compound. Getting close to where the funeral will be, you may realize that there will be over 2 million people in that funeral. Because Raila was just beyond human. I'm saying so because he was more of a spirit. That's why they were calling him Ogwambo. Yeah. Because, you know, it is going to be a very interesting thing. Number two, just like what is happening in Zambia.
Yes.
The late Edgar Lungu, his body is still in South Africa. It has not been flown back because the family was desirous that HH or the current president should not take advantage of the state funeral. I know the current regime is going to do everything. It's going to be state funeral.
Yeah.
But what worries me is the number of people. Yeah.
Do you think we'll have him lying in state like we had former two presidents, Raila, not Raila, but Kibaki and Moi, where we shall have, you know, Kenyans given the opportunity to view that body for days on end, you know, have some sort of military performance, as much as he wasn't a chief of defense forces. Are we going to see something similar to that?
It is going to be very close to that because remember when Raila was prime minister, he was like co-president.
Yeah.
In fact, the constitution had to be amended to provide for the grand coalition government. And therefore, and given the fact that there has been very good rapprochement between the current president and Raila Odinga, that the state will go out of its way to make sure that nothing goes wrong in terms of making Raila a hero. Partly because of their selfish political interests, and partly because Raila deserves a state funeral. Yeah,
we saw Raila coming to the rescue of this government, the Kenya Kwanza government, on several occasions. For example, when Murkomen at one point made a certain declaration, the shoot to kill order, and then of course Raila came and said, look, forgive Murkomen. He has apologized, and he didn't mean what came out. It was taken out of context, and he has on several other occasions also just come to the rescue of the government to give ni kama kuosha the perception of the people as far as the government is concerned. Who is now going to do that for the government?
Mosho moja. Well, I'm yet to imagine. I'm yet to imagine.
Who did that before Raila started doing it?
Actually, no one.
Precisely. You see, you need to understand that there are positions that people earn over time.
Yeah.
And what they do to earn it is what is forgotten and not talked about.
Yeah.
You see, what makes Raila unique are those experiences.
Yeah.
Longest serving detainee for a very long time. I think it's only Masonga CJ who was probably detained longer than him. Okay? Then the things that are not spoken of, the very person who detained him, he was able to work with.
Yeah.
The very person.
Yeah.
And the legacy again that is spoken of is the man doesn't hold a grudge. There are many people who people say have crossed him, and you see him working with them. Someone like Orengo and Anyang' Nyong'o were not Raila supporters.
Yeah, at a certain period.
Yes, they were not.
Yeah.
They were different camps.
Yeah.
In fact, Raila and Orengo were actually competitors at some point.
Yeah, that's true.
In fact, Raila actually lost an election to Orengo within the Ford Kenya party.
Right.
But did they not end up working together?
They did.
Yes. In the KANU era, there was a Kisumu mayor called Oile. Oile was a thug.
I like the tonal variation, but please continue.
Yes. That is a man who swore that Raila would never hold a rally in Kisumu, and he had thugs behind him.
Okay.
A lot of young people died as a result of that. But please consider,
yes,
every step that is taken with opposition at your heels, and the persistence of constantly fighting and constantly being in that same position over a period of time, to the point where you represent an idea. So now the idea becomes bigger than you. Now that is what happens with certain types of leadership. You stop being the individual, you represent an idea, and so long as it's an idea that seems to offer security for people then take it that is your role. And they feel that you owe them that role. Now you're asking who will take over. The dynamics of the changes that we have are not difficult to figure out in this respect.
Okay.
You look at what happens when we have a change of government. Let's start just a normal change of government one, okay? A lot of things change. And the person who, if it changes in this instance, you may take certain tenets from it, but you actually can't figure it out because something of this sort has never actually really happened. Because we've never had anybody who has a sort of power and influence that Raila has. But what is certain is that the power dynamics have shifted completely. Not a little bit, completely. It's now open season. And if the president had cover, he no longer has it.
He has been left exposed.
He has to change very many things that he has been doing, because now it's like you've had a command economy where you can suddenly do what you want, and then somebody suddenly introduces a free market. Because that's what we have right now.
Yeah, I agree with him, because ODM definitely is going to present a presidential candidate. Because Raila would have midwifed that process, perhaps in a way that this broad-based government would go beyond the next general election, and therefore lend a lot of support to the current president. But now that Raila is not there, the father figure of ODM will use its own dynamics, may present a very strong presidential candidate, or whatever is the case. That constituency now is like taken away.
Mheshimiwa, who do you think that person might be?
But this is the point.
We are allowed to speculate. Yes.
But that's the point. How do you even determine? Look, when we had the elections in 2002, for to speak honestly, how many people thought Kibaki was going to be president when we started? He was not necessarily a front runner.
Yeah.
He was one of the people.
Yes. I remember in 2000, I went to America, and there's a formation called the Kenya Community Abroad, KCA. And in their rankings, I think this internet had already started there. When they were voting for who is the next president, Kibaki was not even among the first five. They were talking of Raila, Saitoti, Kalonzo, Nyachai, the Ngala, the son of Gideon Ngala. Katana Ngala. So Kibaki was not even among those who are mentioned among the top five.
What?
Now build up to all the way up to 2002. By September, we were not with the team of Raila.
Yes.
I remember when we said Kibaki was going to be our presidential candidate, Wamalwa running mate, of the running mate of today that you know, and Ngilu, prime minister designate. The other team was still in Kanu. So when they went to Kasarani, they disagreed. And we met and we agreed and we signed MOU, which is a debate for another day.
Yes.
And the rest is history. Kibaki Tosha. In fact, for many people who don't know, we met at the Serena that day. And then Mzee Nyachai had come also because he was one of the contenders. We talked, we could not agree. And then Raila told us, what are we going to tell the people? Let's tell them we've agreed on one candidate, but we have another day to announce.
So he bought you more time.
Yes. So I took my old Mercedes, I went to Southlands.
Right.
because if we are not announcing, what am I going to do? Because I did not have a driver, so I drove myself to Southlands. Then I watched the TV. Raptures, applause. Kibaki tosha. That thing was not planned.
It wasn't planned at all.
But I think he realized he has to make a decision, because the more we postpone, the more we are likely to lose some people to Kanu. Yeah. So he said anybody among us can be the president, even Kibaki tosha. Headline.
And that is how Kibaki became president.
But remember something else, since we're talking about Raila. Because he had led that walkout of Kanu, 24 years of a rule, it's not that Moi became worse. People get tired. You've been there for too long and they want change.
Yes.
Now, this man did something that nobody had anticipated. Mheshimiwa here had been defying the presidency.
Yes.
Raila walked out with this entire formation.
Yes.
So he stood very tall in the eyes of the public.
That's true.
People were willing to listen to what he had to say. That's why the Tosha, if that wasn't the case, the Kibaki Tosha wouldn't have had any weight.
Okay. All right. It's interesting. I'm looking at some of the comments here. Let me just see what some of you are saying. Kuna salamu nyingi bedhi zako hapa mheshimiwa.
Oh, nashukuru.
Yes. For example, Atticus Nice saying, Salamu to Mr. Kirwa, true statesman. And then this one there was an interesting comment here. Okay, I've lost it. Surely it's gone, but I'll find it.
Keep looking.
Yeah.
Ziko nyingi bwana.
But let me just pick up one that Star has said. No one can ever fill those shoes. Enigma is not succeeded. It is God given. What would you say about that?
I do agree. I do agree with the viewer that or the listener that Raila's shoes are too big for any one of us to imagine now.
Yeah.
But God will provide in His own time a leader who is going to do the work Raila has been doing for the last 40 years or so.
I have a question in regards to Kalonzo Musyoka.
Yeah.
Because right now, being the Wiper leader, and the opposition, the united opposition, they are calling themselves the united opposition.
Yes, I'm part of that.
And CT amekataa anasema you guys are not
No. I have said the grouping that calls itself the united opposition, because they're actually not united.
The group is here.
Well, I'm saying it so that he can confound or confirm what I'm saying.
Yes.
How united or not united are you?
We are united. We may have some, there is what we call group formation. First, you meet. Once you meet, you start storming. You've not agreed. Then there is what we call norming.
Yes.
Norming is a stage of realizing that you have certain qualities that I don't have. And have certain qualities that you may not have.
Yes.
And that's the stage we appreciate each other's talent. We are yet to get to that stage of norming. And after norming, you perform.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There may be some disagreements here and there, some of which, because, these are people who have come from different formations. We were with Azimio with some people, and I left Kenya Kwanza. And there were some people who came from Kenya Kwanza, including the deputy president of Kenya Kwanza at that time. So all these, we still have suspicion. What did you do? My shirt got lost yesterday afternoon, and somebody saw you passing. So these are things that you cannot miss in a grouping of so many politicians coming from different parts of the republic.
The reason I've asked you this is because every person coming from the united opposition, I've asked them the same question.
Yes.
Because, and you seem to be singing in unison as far as the response is concerned. For instance, we had the Secretary General of PLP before you came into studio, and I asked her the same question, and I was asking her, what is happening, what is cooking? There seems to be no agenda, and he said, no, we have our different agendas towards one same goal. So allow me to ask you this question, because I didn't get the chance to ask her. What is this goal that the united opposition has?
Well, basically, we want to create a team, because the main problem that has bedeviled our country is one-man show. Whether it's President Moi, Kibaki tried to bring some semblance of teamwork, where if you are a minister, you knew you had a job to do. And if you made a mistake, it would allow you to correct the mistakes and apologize to the public. And if you exceeded the law, it would allow the justice system to take care of you. I remember some of the ministers were sacked. Some did not come back. Some came back. That was a style that personally I admired. That it is good to allow somebody to do a job. Even in this station, you are allowed to leave your house in the morning, come here, use your engineer's knowledge and experience, and run the show. But if somebody is at the door knocking, oh, no, don't do it that way, you will not be able to perform to the best of your capacity. That's why Ronald Reagan, when he allowed some people, he said, I've come to believe that when you allow professionals who know what they are doing, the latitude of freedom to decide, they give you better results than if you are to micromanage them. Now, the other thing that we have is that we are looking for a way of ensuring that whoever is picked as presidential candidate, whether he or she realizes that is just one among equals. We want to create a team, and we want to make a difference to this country. Whether people will be disagreeing, those disagreements are bound to happen, because the way I look at things is different from yours. Because we lived different times, we are occupying the same space with you, but your experience is different. Remember, even if you are in the same station and you are to write a book, your experience is different from that of city. Because you have different perspective, and that must be allowed. That is why there is diversity that we embrace.
Back to my question about Kalonzo Musyoka that I had started with. He was good friends, I would like to believe, with the former Prime Minister, Raila Odinga. So was Martha Karua as well. What does this mean going forward now that Raila has rested for their political careers?
I believe that the absence of Raila will depend on how we calibrate our politics. Kalonzo Musyoka has been a partner of Raila for 15 years, twice as running mate, once as Prime Minister designate, or whatever the position you call it, and he has been able to deliver his backyard to the man. In fact, in 3 elections, if you are to compare, for those who deal with statistics, Raila's and Kalonzo's turnout was higher than Raila's in terms of percentage. If you are to check Makueni, Kitui, and Machakos, and also other places
where Wiper had
like in Mombasa County, the people of Kitui, there are 100,000 voters. Mombasa County alone.
I wasn't aware of that.
And that is what makes the difference. In Mombasa, it is Wiper's support that is able to cut an edge over Kenya Kwanza in Mombasa County. So now it will depend on who inherits the Luo constituency or the Luo nation and how they will partner. Because like what I saw, I think somebody deliberately wanted to create a wedge between our team and Raila's supporters. I'm not qualified to say that because I don't know how blocking is done. Because some of those blockers, if they thought they were doing something good for us, they did us a lot of damage. It was not good. You know, and somebody's life should not really be a discussion on politics. Now we are discussing politics, but in a way that we respect Raila. We are not doing it in a way that we demean him. And that should be the case. So I do not feel that the Nyanza constituency or the Luo Nyanza constituency, it will depend on how we handle ourselves and how those who will take over ODM leadership will handle the politics of the day.
What now happens to Martha Karua? Tumeongea ya Kalonzo. Martha Karua.
Martha Karua is part of our coalition. And she may end up being either the presidential candidate or somebody else, because we want to go through a process. That's why you know at times when we keep quiet, people think we are doing nothing. We've been going through a process for the last 6 months, a process that I've been chairing, coalition formation process,
Okay.
where we want to agree how are we going to deal with each and every constituency. Because here in Nairobi, in the last election, ODM got half of the seats. Of course, ODM, stroke Azimio,
Yes.
got half of the seats. The other half went to Kenya Kwanza. And that tells you something about Nairobi, that we need to look at Nairobi as some kind of small Kenya, and understand how do we do trade-offs in a way that we don't lose seats that we ought not to lose.
Yes.
That is what we are going through now. Then the rollout will be who is the best candidate. There are certain parameters we'll set,
Yes.
but the final persons to determine is the council, which is the consensus among the leaders at the top.
Right.
Once that is done, whoever is our presidential candidate is going to roll out a serious program.
I think when Mheshimiwa Martha Karua was here, she mentioned that the opposition will present single candidates in every position. And I don't know whether she meant all over the country. For example, if there's an opposition candidate in Kitui County for governor, they will not have another one, either from Wiper or from PLP. If they decide it's Wiper in Kitui, then it's that. There will be no PLP. There will be no, I'm forgetting the other parties. But is that something that is actually going to happen, or did I get it out of context?
No, we will do an hybrid. An hybrid in the sense that there are areas we know Kenya Kwanza will not will be performing less than 20%. And 80% will be people who are aligned to us. We'll allow free fielding of candidates.
Okay.
But in constituencies where we feel we run the risk of losing to Kenya Kwanza, we'll present one candidate through a process. Either they compete and whoever wins is allowed to carry the ticket of the constituent party that he belongs to. And in some areas, there will be coalition political party, which, like Azimio in the last election, will do more than what Azimio did. Fielding a presidential candidate in one ticket, and also in constituencies where we feel there are chances of us losing, we feel the candidate for parliamentary, civic, or whatever level, or gubernatorial, in the coalition political party.
Right.
That is to obviate possibility of losing. Yeah.
Give us a little bit of the inner workings of that mechanism that you said you're chairing, that is going to decide on some of the things that as a coalition you're going to be doing together. What is the main purpose of, let me put it differently, what is that one thing that you think you need to align as far as because these parties also have their own different agendas or their own different kinds of DNA. What is that one thing you feel like should be aligned going forward, so that at least even when Kenyans are looking from the outside, they feel like, okay, pale ni kama kuna kitu kinapikwa na ni kitu kitamu.
One thing is that in politics there are two things that you need to manage. You need to manage ego and you need to build trust. So basically what we are doing as we call ourselves a coalition building team is to improve on the trust among the leaders, both at the national and at the lower level. And also we manage their egos. You see, if I lost to you in a competition and I feel appreciated as part of the team, I will not run away. But if I lost to you, then you start saying, okay, you are boasting. Now you've lost to me. I'll go away and support somebody else to make sure that I have the last laugh. So those are the two things, managing egos and building trust.
Managing egos.
Yeah. In politics, there is a lot of ego to manage.
But there's something else here, even when we talk of the united opposition. Where are your votes going to come from? To win an election, you need people to support you. Where are your votes going to come from?
From Kenyans. From Kenyans.
Good.
Who have an alternative way of looking at things from the current regime.
And this alternative way of looking at things, what is it exactly? What is this thing that you're presenting that has not been presented by this particular government?
we want to distill issues and create an agenda that it is not one-man show. It is a collegial kind of leadership that we want to encourage in the country, and a leadership that does not do micromanagement of institutions and allow institutions to operate. The main problem with the current regime is that they have stifled institutions, whether it is judiciary, whether it's legislature, even within the executive itself. There are certain offices that are considered to be there by virtue of the constitution, such as independent commissions, whether it's lands commission, whether it is public service commission, whether it is a police whatever commission. All these commissions must be allowed to operate independent of the chief executive. The chief executive has no business in just being a busybody in every institution and making it look like it is a kiosk that is running from his own resources and resources of his parents.
Mheshimiwa, when you were in parliament, when you were in active politics, there was one party that ran this country. Now, we don't have that system right now. Yet people like you were willing, very, very, very willing to take a position that you knew would work against you. You knew. It's not that you did not know. You knew. Other people who did not take your position benefited when they got elected. There are many benefits that came to them because they sang the party tune and they sang the song that everybody was expected to sing. Now, we find ourselves here, and we find ourselves in a situation where there are very many things that can be talked about, but at the heart of the woes of the country is the state of the economy. There has to be an economic framework that your grouping is talking about, something that definitively can show us a roadmap that will move us from this particular position that we're in to something that will be better. I'm saying this because, one, many of the players who are in your grouping have been in the political system for a very long time through these very many changes. When one listens to the things they say, let me talk about myself, I don't hear them saying anything new. Question the political framework. What is it that they want to do differently? Yes, I've understood the collegial aspect of working, but what is this thing that will be put in place which doesn't leave too much wiggling room for somebody to come up with their own crazy ideas about what they want to do, because they say, this is the path we are following?
Well, Kibaki had been on the space as a leader for more than 37 years before he became president. And when he became president, he allowed systems to work. And when, as I said earlier, he gave you a job, you knew you had a job. He was not micromanaging. So one of the definitive areas that I feel we will engage, and I would disagree with them if they behave differently, is that we must allow institutions to operate. One thing that I can say without any fear of contradiction, that Kenyans are well trained. They are very educated. They are experienced. For the time I was in the Ministry of Agriculture, I realized I was talking about the ministry from outside, and I did not understand that there are many good people in that particular ministry even today. If you allow them to operate independent of interference from politics, those people will give you the results as long as the parameters are clear. So what I will insist, and I am saying it in open forum like this, that if they will do something that we realize that there is interference with the institutions, I will disagree with them.
You know, there's this discussion that is always had, and it's come up here, about how the executive is influencing the other arms of government, whether it is the judiciary or whether it's parliament. In a single party state, I can understand it, because then the president would appoint almost anybody to these positions. But this is different. These are independent institutions. And the influence that is often spoken of, I have no evidence to support what I'm about to say, but I hear that people are given money, people are bribed to take decisions in certain directions, people are bribed to make certain decisions in parliament. This is my question. If you do not take the bribe, what happens to you?
Well, they will sanction you.
Yes.
They will sanction you, and not many people can resist the money. And you see, the authority that we're getting, and you will allow me to go back to Moi.
Please.
President Moi was seen to be a dictator, but he was operating under the old constitution.
Yes, he was.
Which gave him the leeway even to detain people without trial. He was dealing with the old constitution, which gave him a lot of powers. Under section 22 of that old constitution, everybody as a minister was working at the pleasure of the president. And therefore, appointment into any office was done by the president. Or the president could influence a decision to be taken at lower levels. Now, we are dealing with a new constitutional dispensation where even the president does not have the leeway to decide on certain parcels of land in various counties, because those parcels of land, they belong to the county. Now, what am I trying to say? The issue that we need to look at is that in the old days, you could not even ask a question and you had intentions of getting monetary gain because you would be taken in. You would be taken in because the president could influence that particular decision. So we were more careful. In the 15 years I was member of parliament for Kano,
yes,
we were careful on the questions and even the mileage claims. If you have not traveled to the constituency, you don't claim. Because you claim it was 3,400.
Yes.
If you claim and you did not travel, they will get away. You remember some people ran away from this country? Some were jailed. They will get away of knowing that you do not travel. They saw you in Athi River on Saturday afternoon. Then on Sunday morning, they saw you go to church.
Yes.
And yet you are claiming you left on Friday to Cherangani and you came back on Tuesday morning. You would be taken. So we were slightly more careful. But when Kibaki was in power, Parliament almost went rogue. We became more powerful than the executive. We were almost dictating to the executive. I was part of the executive then.
Yes.
What should be done. Thanks to the late Peter Castro Oluwaringo, who made sure that we were independent arm of government by bringing the motion that created the Parliamentary Service Commission.
Okay.
Now, in the current regime, we cannot quote anybody else other than the president, who says members of parliament are being bribed.
Yeah.
And to confirm that, we know anytime there is a motion, like the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua, he called them to State House, and we realized that they were given a bit of money to influence them to make the decision that they made.
Okay.
So a bit of money is being used now. But we just pray that whoever takes over this country should allow himself or herself to perform and not give money to put under the carpet certain bad decisions they would have made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a comment here, but before I ask it, is Kanu in the United Opposition?
No, it has not been. It has not been. It was part of Azimio. And then what happened is that after that, they went quiet until the other day when I saw Gideon visiting the president. And subsequently, the president returned a visit to Kabarak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, there's a comment here by one of our viewers, Kenson Mugolo, saying, is it accidental that Gideon has joined the broad-based government and then Raila, passes on? And there's a message actually received also a couple of, minutes
What
ago.
exactly did that person say?
I want to connect this whole story.
No, just read what they said exactly.
Amesema hivi, it has a lot of typos. Acha nisome venye ameandika.
Yes.
It accidentally that Gideon S joining the broad-based and this is happening.
All right, so endelea sasa.
Yeah, so again, I received a message talking about the fact that perhaps Raila passed on a while ago, not even this morning as it is being alleged. And this, of course, is we're just talking about siasa, more or less.
What did I tell you earlier on?
Vitu zitatokezea nyingi sana.
They have begun.
But I want to entertain this thought that perhaps the government, the president, and his inner circle knew about the passing of Raila that perhaps didn't happen today, and now they started realigning themselves as we await the breaking of this news. Do you believe that perhaps there's a possibility that former Senator for Baringo knew this because courtesy of the president, and now they were realigning? By the time we're getting to know about Raila's death today, kuna vitu mingi zinafanyika behind the scenes towards 2027.
Let me have a contrary opinion, given the experience that we know that somebody could have been on life support system for quite some time.
Yes.
And perhaps people suspected that it may not go the way we wanted. It may go the other way. So I would not want to say that Raila passed on much earlier. I would want to say possibly the doctors were trying, and perhaps those who are in the know were trying to see what to do, what is best. But I also want to feel that Gideon was innocent,
yes,
given the fact that he was preparing to go for a by-election, and it was a very good by-election that he was going to win. And the president might have found necessary to say, okay, my brother, join me because I'm doing my final term. Do like what Uhuru did. But if the president was generous, he would have allowed Gideon to go win the by-election, come back, allow Kanu to move to that side, and in the next election, he tells the president, I'm not fielding against you at the presidential level, but allow me to grow my party. So that 2032, I have a chance, whether you win or you don't win, I have a chance also to have a stab at the leadership of the country. But of course, as you know, William Ruto is not so generous when it comes to giving space to any political player. He actually believes the principle of the bull, that if you are fighting at the cliff, you make sure that you throw away your opponent down the cliff.
So, given what you've said, in terms of what now we are seeing, in terms of alignments, if indeed, Gideon Moi had a very good chance of clinching that seat, the Baringo senatorial seat, why did he himself see the need to step down and allow the UDA candidate in that area to have a chance?
Well, I think Gideon is not a politician. He's a businessman. We have a saying in the language that I speak, away from English and Kiswahili, and a bit of French,
please say it in your language and then translate. Sema alafu tutranslate. Nataka kuisikia.
Waje niseme kwanza kwa lugha yangu nini kwa Kiswahili, that fire gives birth to ashes. Iema or fire gives birth to ashes. So the ashes are very cold. They do not have capacity. And at times, that is, I'm referring to Gideon Moi.
Yes.
And at times you say, a lion gives birth to Mbwea. Simba usa Mbwea.
Okay.
I feel Gideon disappointed us.
Yes.
A lot.
Okay.
He
should have gone ahead.
He should have gone ahead. He looks like President Moi. But we realize the engine is not that of President Moi.
So, because again, there's an argument that was saying that had Gideon Moi actually gone ahead and vied, obviously, on the Kanu ticket, he would have won that senatorial seat, and that would have shown that indeed UDA is not as strong as they think they are in the Rift Valley. Is that a true assessment?
No, I think it's just selfishness of William Ruto. Because Uhuru Kenyatta ran candidates in Kanu in 2007. And still won a number of seats but supported Kibaki. That's what Gideon should have done. Today, if I had a party, the bare minimum I can badge is to tell Ruto, I'm not running against you. Allow my party to grow. For him not to allow Kanu to grow is the height of selfishness. I cannot put it differently.
So what does this mean then going forward for Kanu?
Kanu will disappear from the books increasingly. I don't see Kanu coming back unless it is taken over by somebody else. Not under Gideon. It will disappear from the books. Do you still hear for Dasili?
No.
It went. DP, it is only recently that Muturi has tried to revive. Otherwise, DP had disappeared.
Yeah.
So it will disappear. Even in Germany, the parties that used to rule are no longer being talked about. 50 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, but we know the reason for that.
Yeah.
Going back to this whole issue of Gideon Moi.
Yes.
So, and not just Gideon Moi, what I mean is the Rift Valley issue. So how strong or how popular is UDA in Rift Valley?
Well, it's still popular. Not because it is UDA, it's because of William Ruto.
Yeah.
Today, if William Ruto wanted to be a political genius, he would dissolve UDA and move to ODM and become presidential candidate for ODM. Yeah.
Become the party leader.
The party leader and the presidential candidate. All those supporters of his in Rift Valley who are in UDA, they will follow him.
Is it possible for him to actually do that?
It is. I'm giving him...
Constitutionally speaking.
Yeah, he can dissolve UDA. On the eve of the next election, he can dissolve UDA. So he was in Jubilee.
Yes.
Then he ran on UDA.
Right.
He's now in UDA. He can run on ODM. That's the only way he can capture the Raila constituency, if they accept him. But I know Sifuna will not accept him. Sifuna and Babu will not accept him.
Right.
Otherwise, that will be because the Kalenjin Rift Valley is supports him to a certain percentage, slightly lower than the last election. But he still got that constituency. Perhaps I like being modest.
Right.
He could easily be at 75%. 25%, especially young people, are not so enthusiastic in supporting the president.
Right.
But he still got 75%. And it is not because of UDA as a party. It is because William Ruto, the person.
So if today the president were to dissolve UDA and say, okay, you know what, in the absence of Baba, I am the new Baba.
Yeah.
And manages, for some strange reason, manages to convince Sifuna, the senator, and the MP Owino.
Yes.
Do you think that he actually has a good chance of consolidating ODM?
He has a better chance because ODM will realize they are still growing. And he may get some seats away even from the ODM constituency. Yeah, because he also has his own support as a person. But if he stays in UDA and the ODM presents a presidential candidate, that marriage is dissolved. Yeah, in Asia.
And in terms of raiding ODM right now that Baba is no longer there, do you feel like perhaps now, like City put it, it could be open season, but for ODM now tuingie pale tuchukue all these individuals from ODM tumalize ODM tuwaweke kwetu. So for instance, Wiper goes and tells Sifuna, you come. Another party comes and tells Babu, you come. Or even they themselves exit ODM and start their own outfit.
Do you know why people move and gravitate to other political parties? There's a process in a party and you can actually see it. How did UDA get to do what they do? What they did? This one is in recent history. You can actually see it. Azimio had one up on them, clearly.
Yes.
And the courts said so. The courts stated so.
Yes.
Okay? So, why is it that UDA still hold the power they hold and they still claim to have a majority in parliament, which the courts have said they don't?
Yeah.
People gravitate towards what they consider will be the power base.
Yeah.
And what Mheshimiwa was saying, in terms of the options that exist, that region that you speak of, they have more in common than they have differences, even politically.
Yes.
It would not be a difficult sell. Not really. Not really.
Yeah. And when you talk of Rift Valley,
yes,
it is the Kalenjin Rift Valley. Because in Rift Valley there are people of Turkana, the Maasai, the Luya. Yeah, like Trans Nzoia County.
Yes.
Majority are Luyas.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's the county I come from. So the Kalenjin Rift Valley, as I told you, 75% will still vote for William Ruto. Yeah.
Baba, while he was still alive, we saw a lot of malumbano na SG wake. Or rather, SG wake was, the Secretary General was very vocal on issues that he felt they were not aligning with himself perhaps, or the party. But the point is, he was very vocal. And then, of course, we had Babu, and I'm sure others will probably come up now that Baba is no longer there. Do you think that it is possible, again, to just for those like-minded individuals to exit the party and go start their own outfit or join a specific outfit?
Paul, why do you think that the statement you're making actually holds any water? What makes you think that the political parties we have in this country, that individuals can just come out and speak and sound as though they're against the party processes? I'm asking the question to answer.
What do you mean? What do you mean party processes?
Well, you are alleging that Sifuna and Babu Owino seem to have been lone rangers doing their own thing, and I'm asking you, what makes you think that?
Because we have seen them doing it.
But
I'm taking it at face value.
Yeah, I suspected actually that
it was
Sifuna used to cross-check with Baba. Anything he said, Baba had a soft spot. But you see, Baba was in a position that, yes, he has agreed with his friend William Ruto that will balance these issues. But Baba was still the political animal that you know him to be. That he understands, he can see this young man as a point. But you see, you have to balance also this other constituency. You remember even at the beginning, it was not only Sifuna, it was Sifuna, James Orengo, governor of Siaya, and governor of Kisumu, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, who seemed to have had a divergent view from the mainstream thinking of ODM.
Yes.
So all those voices are still there. I do not know, and I don't want to become a political expert because that's not my training. But I have a feeling that that cost, ODM at the cost,
yes,
may realign itself with the current regime. That's the way I see it.
Is it because we have the likes of Joho in government?
No, Joho, even Abdul Samad and even people like Mvuria, and generally the people of Coast, we've had that history with the Kalenjin nation.
Yes,
they are likely to be more sympathetic to William. The area where I'm not sure,
yes,
is Luo Nyanza. They might present, and if ODM presents its own candidate, William Ruto can forget those votes. But Western is more, in my opinion, realigned towards the alternative thinking. That is our team.
You see, the Western vote has never been as homogeneous as we would like to make it.
Yes.
Every strong political party has their people.
They will harvest it there.
And then Western Kenya also has their own party. And for the longest time it has been Ford Kenya. But it is those who argue it's a Bukusu party.
Yes.
Well, yes. I mean, everybody has their own little formations here and there. And there are those who would argue that they would get their votes. ANC, when it existed, would get some votes. ODM would get some votes. You see, the same applies to the part of Luo Nyanza, which isn't Luo.
Yes.
Yeah.
You see, you find a lot of democracy in the way they vote in the parliamentarians.
Even now, I think they could have more than 7 parties.
Yes.
Among the sitting members of parliament.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So ODM gets some, but other people also get theirs.
Yes.
Now, the coast, as you correctly put it, has for the longest time been firm, irremovable supporters of Raila Odinga. Now, you ask about Hassan Joho. Hassan Joho is an ODM and a Raila creation. He has no political might of his own to speak of. Well, I'm just telling you the bare truth.
Really?
He doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
That guy was governor for 2 terms.
He doesn't.
Yeah, but because of Raila's party.
Yes.
You know, if Raila touched you, you become gold. Yeah, you could.
Yeah, the Midas touch.
Yeah. You know, if Raila was around and he said, Kirwa, bas.
Done.
Yeah, done.
Waziri mbona hukwenda kwake umwambie tu?
No, but you see, the dynamics are different. Also, you have to ask yourself, where am I starting? Yeah, which point am I starting?
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't want to become a political liability to any friend of mine.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's why Raila created all these people, even William Ruto. He allowed them to be part of the Pentagon. In 2007.
Yes.
And that gave them a lot of status, a lot of gravitas from nowhere. You remember in 2002, nobody wanted to hear Kanu in the rest of the country. But by 2007, people had forgotten that Ruto was in Kanu in 2002. So, because Raila touched him, Yeah, and anybody touched, it became gold from mud.
Yeah. Well, and someone actually, I saw a comment somewhere here saying that there will be, we shall never see another Raila Amolo Odinga.
That we won't. There'll be somebody else,
but not to the level of
bringing you down, because everything that created the person we came to know as Raila Odinga, those circumstances aren't going to reappear.
Yeah. The factors have changed.
Yes.
You remember even he defied even his own father.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. He defied his own father. So some of these issues is that Raila occupy that space because of his internal limit.
Yeah.
You know when you have what we call internal limit, you cannot expect Beats to have the same speed as Mercedes Benz on the same road, because they have their own internal limit. The engine, even if you put the engine of Mercedes on Beats, you'll actually destroy it. Yeah.
The frame can't hold.
It can't hold. And even the pressure in the cabin.
Yeah.
The speed of Mercedes at 200 will still allow you to feel you are safe.
Yeah.
Vitz at 180.
Yeah. Clearly, you're a lover of Mercedes Benz. You remember he said
those vehicles are very serious vehicles. Believe me. They are not spoken of carelessly. When people praise them, or they know exactly why they're praising them. But Paul, there's something you need to understand about our politics, and why it is. There's an illogical way in which people follow certain leaders.
Yes.
But there's also logic in that illogical situation. In this sense, depending on the history of that particular place.
Yes.
Let me give you an example of, say, Rift Valley. Okay? The Kalenjin aspect of it. And look at the communities. You'll find distinct differences between the two main groups.
Yes.
The Kipsigis and the Nandi. There are those who will tell you that the Nandi are given to be very strong-headed and they will oppose things without even batting an eyelid. Now, I'm saying that deliberately because our guest here can correct me. But why is that? Because there's a history that people look at vis-a-vis the colonialists, and they say, these fellows took a certain position, and it is what they're associated with moving forward in history. Now, if you look at the region of what we refer to as Luo Nyanza, one of the narratives that has been consistent was how that region was marginalized. And if the region was marginalized, it was an ecosystem with which certain people grew. Now, industries were not there to speak of. The things that one would point to as development, one didn't see much of. My view is that I blame the political leaders at that particular period of time, but that's a different story altogether.
Yeah.
Now, that ecosystem produced people who are given to making a stand on issues because they believe that the stand that they took on certain issues is what got them to the position that they were in.
Yes.
That is the opposition to the first president, Jomo Kenyatta, and to the ways Jomo Kenyatta did his things. And other things that happened thereafter. This is history.
Yeah.
But then it becomes a norm when generationally people believe and they take that as the mantra and they say, this is what has happened to us. And that's why devolution now became something that was important. Because now you cannot say that you're marginalized because you have money that is given to you that you can use to develop your own country, or your own county.
Counties.
But the mindset that had been created was a mindset that did not even bat an eyelid when given an opportunity to oppose things. So it's almost generational. Now, when a leader comes around and represents, because Raila's ascendancy to power in Luo Nyanza meant a breakaway from the old politics. That year that he actually formed NDP, all the legacy Luo politicians who were in Fort Kenya lost. They lost. And his people won. So there was a clear power shift. And their mindset was not dissimilar. And they were the thought leaders. So you can see an entire group of people thought and felt in a particular way. Now, when you look at what we have right now, let's go to the Gen Zs. There's a thought process that they have that gets them to do the things they did last year and how they think. Now, my question to Mheshimiwa, that thinking represents a reality that they feel and they face.
Yeah.
That history I spoke of, many of these leaders were very young people then. Not necessarily Gen Zs, but they were young. How do these older politicians align their thinking to that of these young people so that they, when they present whatever ideas they have, it aligns with the expectations of these young people? Because whether we like it or not, us, we're on our way out. No, we are definitely on our way out.
That's true.
And they are the ones who have the country to lead and to move forward with.
Over to you, Waziri.
Well, it's very important. We'll do what two presidents have done in Africa. The late Julius Nyerere and the late Jomo Kenyatta. Jomo Kenyatta's cabinet was perhaps the youngest in the history of this country. He himself was over 74, but most of his ministers were in their 30s. Those who were old were in their 40s. And some of them, like the late Dr. Sakari Onyonka, was in his 20s. He was 29 when he was made a cabinet minister, having beaten George Lawrence Agini to the seat in Kitutu. This therefore means that we need to have that kind of re-engineering so that we realize these people, they may be in their 30s, in their 20s, but they also have this country as their own country, and they have certain ideas that they must be harnessed. We must harness those ideas of young people so that we cannot say we are midwifing a process when we don't involve them. The one of Nyerere, and allow me to say that, when Nyerere was doing his final term, because he actually had resisted, he wanted to retire 5 years earlier, but he was prevailed upon by the country that we are not ready for change. Please allow us another 5 years of your leadership. So when he appointed his last cabinet, he made sure 50% of the ministers, including his own prime minister, the late Edward Sokoine, were under 40. Sokoine at that time was 39. And his main reason was the people I have and Nyerere himself was in his early 60s when he was retiring. He said the people I've had for the last 24 years as the president of the Republic of Tanzania are people that they are in their 60s and they have been with me for the last 24 years. I want new thinking to be injected into the leadership of Tanzania. And that is how, and I also want to live long enough to see one or two regimes come to pass and see how people are doing things differently. Because these people, we've been thinking the same, and they are likely to repeat the mistakes I made. I want new people to take over this space. It is also something that we're encouraging in our system. Our alternative thinking is that Gen Zs should not be involved. They should be part and parcel of the leadership of this country. We cannot say we want to give them a program. We want them to create their own program, and a program that is in consonant with the laws, the constitution, and the spirit of the Kenyan nation.
Right.
That's the way we look at it.
Gen Z is, of course, and we're seeing that they're trying somewhere. They're trying. In terms of registration, and this is now IBC for the general election. In terms of registering to vote or registering as voters, the numbers have been very disappointing. I think I saw something in the papers yesterday that only about 20,000 of them have registered, considering they were expecting about 6 million individuals to actually be lining up to register for voter registration. Do you think, looking at those numbers, that we can actually ascertain whether they're serious or not? Ama kama Wakenya venye napenda kusema watu wa last minute, they'll probably show up towards the election en masse and jam IBC offices.
Well, some of the challenges that we have is that the offices that are registering, they are not in every polling station. Like Cherangani has around 107 polling stations. We would expect at the time they want serious registration, they will make sure that they go to every polling station for purposes of making it easy. You see here, if it is like 2 kilometers away, you have to take 2 matatus or taxi. People are so busy trying to survive. The second issue is also IBC has not been aggressive in terms of advertising and giving public information about it.
Creating awareness.
It is actually the media which has been assisting us to create this particular awareness. And the third issue is what you said. Kenyans at times they act when there is a bit of crisis. So IBC should even have voter registration intensely, let's say in the month of March, and say we will stop after 1 month. Then you realize that 1 month, people, about 4 million will register.
Overnight.
I'm confident. And also there is also the other constituency that did not vote for Raila or William Ruto in the last election. I think that is another constituency that has been activated, and some of them are young people. Many young people did not see the need. They were just waiting in the social media and on TV to see who has won, who has lost. But this time, I think there is a reason for them to go and vote.
Okay.
And I hear. I have my grandchildren, some of them are Gen Zs. And
have they registered?
Yes. 2 of them have registered, my grandchildren. 2 of them have registered. And I get also children from friends. They say they have registered.
Okay.
So IBC also should be more open. You know, if there is something that I fear with this regime, they are very good in giving misleading statistics, including the level of borrowing, GDP compared to the rest of Africa. They have certain funny figures.
So it could be more than 20,000.
It could be more than 20,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question in regards to former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. He formed part of his political rhetoric around the person of Raila Amolo Odinga. Now Raila Amolo Odinga has rested. What do you think Rigi G going forward is going to say about this man?
Well, I don't know. I've not asked him because I usually like my politics being around issues. Individuals, yes, notwithstanding.
Yes.
But it is good to think broadly and talk of issues. So I've not asked him, and when I get a chance, I will ask him that can we go slow on Raila because he's not with us, and we need to give him peaceful send-off, befitting of him.
Okay.
Yeah.
In regards to what Kenyan politics is really going to miss about Raila Odinga, what do you think is that one thing that now he's not here, we're going to be like, hey, Raila angekuwa hapa, maybe angekuwa na this to say about this?
Yeah, Siti Muga said at the beginning that Raila was almost, and some people from my community one time when I was minister, they were supporting the opposition at that time, and they were saying that I should now, when the opposition went into government, they wanted me to still remain opposing what they were doing. You know, that is to say you must be a barking dog hanging around the house.
Yes.
If there is something that will be missed about Raila, is the fact that he had a pulse rate of the nation. And any time he went public, he knew and he had the facts right. That's why nobody would oppose, and that's what made him dangerous. And perhaps that could have been the reason why government to make that approach more with him, because he knew that they knew that he knew the government. Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of the greatest gift, perhaps we shall that Raila rather gave to this country, as far as his personality is concerned and his politics, that one thing that we will, and I probably will call it the legacy that he has left behind. According to you, what do you think it is?
He was able to realign the politics of the nation, to give it a bit of order, hygiene, and also collectively with the late president, they were able to deliver the Constitution 2010, which created 47 governments at the county level and one at the national level. I believe, if nothing else, Raila should be remembered for that. And of course, because we shared the same cabinet with him, he was responsible for much of the infrastructure, not only in the country, but much more so around Nairobi. Some people at times, they make it tribal. like the Thika Highway, and many of these ideas of infrastructure, including the road that is between City Mortuary and on Mbagathi. Is it called Mbagathi?
It is now the road.
Yeah,
it's now called Raila Odinga Way.
Yes,
yes.
That one, it was done for free.
Really?
We didn't pay.
Yes.
There is a company that Raila was able to approach to test that kind of technology for purposes of seeing whether we can replicate and upscale it. These are some of the things that he did at personal level. And there's something that is very unique for many people is to have a constituency 400 kilometers that believes in you, and you decide to be MP for Nairobi. In Nairobi. Not many people can do that. Yeah.
But then why didn't he vie there? Why didn't he vie in that?
He could have won, but possibly realized that even these Nairobi people need him. You remember Kibaki was MP for somewhere in Nairobi until 1974 when he went to Othaya.
And you said which constituency?
Kamkunji.
Okay.
Kamkunji. Yeah, he went to Othaya. So
and became MP there.
He became MP, and for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
There are those who claim that the lady who stood against him actually won that election.
Who? Jael Mbogo.
Jael Mbogo.
Yeah, the difference was very small, because I remember I used to follow those results in the weekly review. Weekly review used to occupy a very nice space. The 69, I think, both of them had 6,000.
It was a very scary election. If you're in Kibaki's position, because something unprecedented. But remember one thing: there's something that Raila has been criticized about, and that is what some refer to as the perennial handshakes. If you look at the geopolitics, and I'm talking about in the broadest sense possible. And you look at how many African countries have gone when they've had issues to do with electoral disputes. The handshakes created a culture we have in this country, helped create, where when you have a problem, you talk about it. And you come to an agreement. It may not be the option that some people wanted, but we now have a culture where we know that you can discuss. Now, others have taken advantage of that, and they use it to sort of like provide the safety net they need for whatever nefarious activities they want. But from the point of view of a nation, the understanding that everything we can stop the hurtling towards a cliff and say, guys, let's not go over this cliff. Why don't we just talk about this thing and see the direction in which we can move? It appears like it's a compromise, but my friend, it's a culture that has served us well. Because that conversation is what makes it possible for us to even have this conversation we're having here. Because we are a nation who discuss things, and we are willing to even talk and disagree about certain issues. Now, other things come in that are truly unpleasant, like young people being killed or shot, or people being disappeared. That isn't the province of just this government. The previous government had their fair share of some of these disappearances. The Raila got known for this. But that is something that I was hoping Mheshimiwa would have talked about, and how we can bring an end to this. Because the fact that people do not agree with you doesn't mean they have to die.
We have like about 4 minutes, Mheshimiwa. We can allow you to probably comment on what City has just said.
First of all, I want to entirely agree with him that democracy is not what was designed in Greece, that went to UK, America, France, and the rest of the world. Democracy in Africa is still very fragile. Fragile in the sense that we are countries of nations. We are not yet a nation. Because a nation in Kenya today, the 42 tribes are nations unto themselves. And they existed before colonial period. They existed before democracy. And they believe they were complete in themselves. So what we are doing is a fragile kind of trying to make some semblance of some mosaic that allows every community to exist without properly defining it. Because when you go to the African traditional stories, you will realize that every community has their own government however primitive it was, whether primitivity is supposed to be used, where human nature is, it was a government that was able to give them some kind of social cohesion for the community to exist. Whether they were using some things like curses, witchcraft, that was some form of administration that was just giving reward and punishment at the same time.
Okay.
Now, the democracy that we have, it depends on who is defining it. You know, at times people confuse democracy and governance. You can have governance without democracy.
Okay.
And you can have democracy without governance. And that's the situation that we talk democracy in Kenya, but we don't have governance. Of course, at times, even that democracy is polluted by the kind of manipulation that takes place whenever an election period comes.
Yes.
So my take is that it has, that Raila handshake served us well because we are able to stem some of the unfortunate situations that would have precipitated. And therefore, while we mourn Raila, we need to spend more time telling the regime of the day and other regimes to come that disagreement does not mean destruction of life.
Yeah.
Because just I don't agree with you, I exclude you from being around, I exclude you from the rest of society, I exclude you from this world, I take you to another phase that I have not gone myself.
Yeah.
These are some of the things that I get worried. And allow me, within the little time,
Yes, please, sure.
to talk about these Kenyans who are in Uganda.
Yes.
The least you would have expected is the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi to issue a statement to tell us how is the lives of those people. Are they safe? Are they not safe? And we have a lot of history about Uganda and us.
Yeah.
I do not want to cast aspersion on the current regime. But remember, in 1975 or 74, the late Kungu Karumba went to Uganda looking for his money from one of the ladies who had picked some materials from Kenya.
And he disappeared.
He never came back. A Makerere student, Esther Chesire, a sister to Sipora Kitony, from Makerere, she disappeared, never to be seen again. So we should understand that the prime motive, the existence of any government is to take care of the citizens of this country and their wealth.
Yes.
And any citizen disappearing, and we do not know the circumstances, is the height of irresponsibility on the part of the government of the day. Yeah.
Perhaps, City, you because you've lived on this earth long enough. A comment or two about Raila Amolo Odinga.
You know, the people like Raila Odinga and the people who live in the country where individuals like him live are perhaps a lot more fortunate than very many other people. In this sense, you get to see something that very few people actually get to see. The birth of a nation, which is what independence represented, and the twists and turns that we've had as we've tried to figure out how to manage our politics, how to manage our economy, how to go about understanding this concept of democracy and how it works with us, how to manage the many nations we have within this the geographical area we refer to as Kenya. The one thing that Raila stands out as having achieved, even surpassing his own father, was being a figure that the entirety of Kenya recognized as a leader.
Yeah.
Because when he spoke of the things that were germane to the Mwananchi, it didn't matter which community you came from. His voice and the issues he raised concerned you and it touched you. It resonated with you easily. But in addition to that, to understand the power that an individual who understands the very concept of reconciliation brings about, it is the respect that other nations then bestow upon you. Raila Odinga went to attend a course in Boston Remember the time when we talked about Baba while you were away?
Yes.
That particular course was designed for former presidents. Former presidents. Okay. He's among the very few people who was not a president who actually got to go for that particular course. Somebody who is able to understand the simple concept of putting aside your interest and looking and saying, if this country is not in the format that it's in, even my interests have no value. So let's put the value of this country ahead of our personal interests.
Yeah.
Many African leaders who fail to do that have countries that are almost no countries as we speak. People who did not understand that the political interest, when it represents the people, must represent them even when it comes to taking positions that may not be popular with people who support you or with people who feel that change ought to come in a way that is not necessarily democratic. There are people who've stood out, and they've stood out even more when they've passed away. You're talking about Fidel Castro.
Yeah.
You're talking about Mandela. On this particular continent. You're talking about people like Saseret Sekama. You're talking about Julius Nyerere. Now.
Seret who?
Saseret Sekama.
Okay.
Okay.
He was president of Botswana.
I'm hearing that name for the very
Yes. Now, everyone I've mentioned was a president and they left a legacy that the country has followed and has contributed to the stability of the country. Now, here we have somebody who indeed now fails that particular tag of the people's president, never really ascended to State House, but left a legacy that when people look at, it's at the same level as those who actually ascended to that position and pronounced themselves as leaders, actually participated in activities that grounded that particular concept and left a legacy that is going to be discussed for a very, very, very long time to come by those who opposed him and those who loved him.
That's true.
Yes.
Waziri, I'll give you also a similar opportunity to say something about Raila, personal words as we come to an end.
Well, let me say this. Raila, we work together, both in the cabinet and in parliament. And I strongly believe that Raila, the man who has now left us, is larger than life. Because, as it has been said, he stood for this country. And at the beginning, it looked like he was not going to grow beyond the Luo constituency. But by the end, for 3 general elections, you know how close it was for him to get to the presidency. But we thank God he was able to perform whatever he did, even outside the presidency. That's why even in the 2010 constitution, he was part and parcel of that decision to devolve power from the center. If for those who loved Raila, you would wish to encourage them to improve on the devolution processes, both in terms of resource delivery and also services, must also be accompanied by resources. So that devolution becomes a reality, that this country have their own resources at the county level. That's the only way we can say we have a Kenya that has a meaning to those of us who are alive today and those to come.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I believe that's the time we have as far as this conversation is concerned. I would have wished to continue, lakini watu lazima wakunywe chai na wengine wakunywe maji. Yeah. But thank you so much, Waziri, for coming through and for having this conversation with us. We were to talk about other things, lakini sasa ilitupata wakati tumepata the news about former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. But we invite you again. Come, let's have a different conversation, or rather even the same conversation but from a different perspective, and see how perhaps we can contribute to good governance in this country.
Thank you for the invitation. I don't take it for granted because I had not seen Muga for quite some time and I was wondering where he has gone. So I realized the city is still in the city.
You're very right. City is still in the city. Na hata kama angetoka from this city, he would have gone to the other city. Before we go, actually, there's a comment here I have to read from Sonnet. Sonnet says, "Movie, you are really focused on registration." Oh yes. guys, you need to register.
Indeed.
Even lazima.
You have no idea how important that is. Afadhali ukuwe na hiyo kura na usipige, lakini ukuwe nayo.
Yeah, that's the point.
All right. Kuna watu kuna message nyingine? Allah, acha niangalie. Ninaonesha. Oh yes. Apart from that, a big shout out to everyone who's tuned in. My take, Douglas Kibogong, I've seen all your messages, but unfortunately, I can't read all of them. But before we leave, kindly let's observe a minute of silence just to pay tribute to the life that was Raila Amolo Odinga. May Raila rest in peace. The programming continues. Do stand by because the Retro Box is coming up next, and of course we do have ile ingine nimesahau ya Raila, but mnajua zile show zingine zinakuja. Stand by for that and much more. Right now though, here is the news with one Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya's former Prime Minister Raila Odinga has died at the age of 80 while undergoing medical treatment in India. His passing on Wednesday comes after days of public speculation about his condition, which has prompted family and close friends to assure Kenyans that he was recovering and in good spirits. Following the news, several leaders have also paid tribute to the former PM. Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed sent his condolences, saying, quote unquote, on behalf of the government of Ethiopia, I extend my sincere condolences on the passing of former Kenya Prime Minister Raila Odinga. May he rest in peace. Education PS Julius Bitok says most schools in the country have received capitation funds following the release of 23 billion Kenya shillings by the National Treasury. Speaking during the Elimu Mashinani Forum in Kisumu on Tuesday, Bitok says 21.6 billion Kenya shillings has already been disbursed, with all examination funds fully released. He assured the nation that the government has put in place all necessary measures ahead of the upcoming national examinations.
We have put in place all the measures to prepare for the national examinations that are coming, which are starting next week. We have had national briefings at the NEC headquarters, which happened led by the Cabinet Secretary on the 3rd. After that, we have had county briefings, we have had sub-county briefings, and everything is set for the examination. All the resources required have been released by the government. Recently, we got an additional 3 billion from the National Treasury for exam. And they have promised us another additional 3 billion because the total budget for exam is 12 billion.
The family of security expert Mwenda Mbinjiwe, who disappeared in 2021, has petitioned the High Court seeking orders compelling the government to produce him dead or alive or release him immediately. The urgent application filed at Milimani Court by his mother Jane Gatwiri requests that the IG, DCI and other relevant security agencies present her son without delay. Gatwiri details in an affidavit that Mbinjiwe went missing on June 12, 2021 near Roysambu in Nairobi while traveling to Meru County.
For the last 4 years, it has really been very torturing to this family. So I pray that the court will be independent to give a ruling for my son to be brought before the court. I know he is very much alive. He is within this Nairobi. He has done nothing that was said in date. He did not do anything wrong, warranting him to be arrested or to be put into state in detention.
The Kenya Revenue Authority has assured Kenyans that their personal data remains safe even as it moves to enhance its system to monitor merchant transactions. KRA Board Chair Ndiritu Mureithi said the authority's intention was to not invade anyone's privacy but to ensure fairness in tax compliance. He added that the KRA was not out to target individuals or use their data maliciously, but only to make sure all Kenyans pay their fair share of taxes.
Not that we are out to get you. That's not what we mean. It's not like that at all. We are not out to invade your privacy or look into your data. When you pay by mobile, you pay the restaurant owner who now has to do some work to reconcile and then remit to KRA. KRA on our part, we have officers who are following to see that that has happened.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Wamama hoi! Kibira hoi! Asanteni. Nina furaha ambayo haina kifani kuona vile mmefika kwa wengi namna hii. Nyinyi mmeonyesha kwa mfano ya kama nyinyi ni watu ambao wanataka amani, sio? Leo ni mkutano tofauti. Hii mkutano ndio mkutano ya kwanza ambayo tumefanya baada ya mimi na Uhuru kushikana mkono kwa namna hii. Tulisema hatutaki kurudi nyuma. Tulisema mpaka tubadilishe Kenya. Tunataka kuanza siasa ambayo ina sera tofauti. Tulisema tunataka kuua ile ugonjwa kubwa ambao unaitwa ukabila, ubaguzi ya ukabila. Tukasema tunataka kumaliza ile mnyama inaitwa ufisadi na hujuma ya mali ya umma. Tukasema tunataka kumaliza tena vita ya uchaguzi kila mara kwa mara. Tukasema tunataka kuleta ajira kwa vijana. Tukasema tunataka kupigana na ufukara katika taifa letu. Tukasema tunataka kuleta usalama katika taifa letu. Haya yote Uhuru akaniambia mimi yeye anakubali, nikamwambia mimi nimekubali, alafu tukasalimiana mkono. Hiyo ni maana ya handshake. Handshake inataka kujenga taifa mpya tofauti ambaye hakuna Mkikuyu, hakuna Mkamba, hakuna Mluhya, Mkale, Mjikenda, Turkana, Jaluo, Kisii, wote ni wa Kenya. Sawa? Hakuna kabila ambayo iko hapa Kenya kwa mwaliko ya mwingine. Zote wako hapa kwa haki yao, sio? Tunataka kuonyesha kwamba tunaweza kuunganisha Wakenya pamoja. Mko tayari? Mko tayari? Mko tayari nione kwa mkono. umoja kwanza, maendeleo nafuata. Bila umoja hawezi kuwa na maendeleo, sivyo? Na bila amani hawezi kuwa na maendeleo, ama sivyo? Wale wengine wanabweka, wanasema ati Raila ameita watu kwa bedroom yake. Kuna ubaya gani nikiita watu kwa bedroom yangu? Kuna makosa? Si marafiki ndio wanaita kwa bedroom? Wale ambao nasema haya ni wapumbavu tu, hawalewi siasa. Hawa nimeleta sasa, nataka kutoa shukrani kwa hawa magavana ambaye wamefika hapa na wale marafiki wetu wengine ambao wamefika hapa siku ya leo kuthibitisha ya kwamba wanataka kudumisha Ukenya. Kenya ndio iwe kitu ya kwanza kabisa, sio? Sivyo? Sasa kuna wale wengine sasa unaona wameingia Kibera, kila mmoja amebeba karatasi, wana ile ugonjwa, kuna ile tendawili. Haya, anaishi kwa mwili ya binadamu, lakini ana tabia ya kinyonga. Nani hiyo? Nani hiyo? Mmeshindwa. Mnipate mimi mji basi. Kibra. Sawa. Hiyo ni nywele. Si unajua wasiwasi wa nywele? Akiwa kwa kichwa inaitwa nywele, akiteremka hapa inaitwa nyuzi, lakini bado ni nywele. Akiingia kwa macho hapa inaitwa kope, bado ni nywele. Akiteremka hapa inaitwa shurubu, lakini bado ni nini? Akifika hapa inaitwa ndevu, bado ni nini? Ikifika hapa kwa kifua inaitwa malaika, bado ni nini? Lakini ikiingia kwa kwapa ya huko chini niliambiwa, lakini nimesahau. Kuna nywele zingine utaka kuzinyoa unapeleka kwa kinyozi, sio? Lakini kuna wengine upeleka kwa kinyozi, unaingia kwa choo unajifunga. Sasa tarehe 7 mwezi huu, yani wiki ijayo, kutakuwa na mechi ya mwisho. Na mechi ya kwanza timu ni mbili, moja inaitwa Tanga Combine, ingine inaitwa Handshake Combine. Sawa, ndio zinaingia kwa kiwanja, sivyo? Hiyo mchezo itachezwa, rifarini bwana Chebukati. Sasa timu mbili, ile ingine imevaa ile jazi nyekundu na ingine imejaa jazi ile ya machungwa.
Yes, indeed. That is the Kenya national anthem in honor of the late Raila Amolo Odinga, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya. And of course, Cabinet Minister, has held different positions across the political divide, of official leader of opposition, Prime Minister. And like we know, he's been that person that everyone has been calling an enigma. Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mourning, and it is now 24 minutes past 11 o'clock. Just trying to come to terms with the situation the country is currently facing as far as the life of Raila Odinga is concerned. Now, some of the things that we have seen and we have had, of course, we've also seen different personalities just paying tribute to the late Prime Minister. We've seen Governor Guyo at one point has actually tweeted something. I was just going through that particular message and, just talking about Raila Odinga and the kind of person that he was. And we're expecting actually several leaders and personalities to do the same. One thing that we need to know about Raila is perhaps how he become what he was. Let's just look at a profile of Raila Amolo Odinga. His educational background, for instance, family, politics, and wealth. Raila Odinga was born on January 7th, 1945, married to Aida Oyo Odinga, and together they had 4 children. He is also the son of the late Jaramogi Odinga Oginga, a very good friend of our very first president and prime minister, that is Jomo Kenyatta. Looking at his education and political background, he attended Kisumu Union Primary and Maranda High School during his elementary and high school years. He later dropped out of high school in 1962 and moved to what was the then East Germany to attend the Herder Institute. And in 1965, Raila Odinga received a scholarship to attend the University of Leipzig in East Germany's philological faculty. The technical school, Magdeburg, in 1970, where he earned his master's degree in mechanical engineering. 1970. Where were you in 1970? Speaking of which, if you'd like to contribute to this conversation, if you have anything to say about the former Prime Minister, you can let us know via our WhatsApp group, our WhatsApp number, which I'll be sharing with you shortly. It is 0116-928-683. Again, it is 0116-928-683. You can also let us know via our social media channels. That is at Radio Gen KE across Twitter. I keep on calling it Twitter, but it's now nowadays X. But yes, you can find us on X at Radio Gen KE. If you'd like to call in, you can call in via WhatsApp 0116-928-683. That is call via WhatsApp. Usipigile simu ingine juu sitachukua hiyo, ndachukua WhatsApp peke yake. That is 0116-928-683. That's the number to call. Moving on, as far as his biography is concerned, he earned his master's degree in 1970. After serving as Prime Minister from 2008 to 2013, Mr. Odinga returned to Kenya to complete his studies and start a company specializing in the manufacture of cylinders for storing liquid petroleum gas. The company, originally known as Standard Processing Equipment Construction and Erection Limited, is now referred to as East African Spectre. Yeah. Raila Odinga was also detained. Let's talk a bit about that. In 1974, Raila was appointed Group Standards Manager at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, a position he held until 1982, when he was arrested for his political activities and subsequently incarcerated. Yani jamaa alikuwa anafanya 1982. Again, let me ask you, where were you in 1982? The government of the then President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi put him under house arrest for a total of 7 months, and he was later accused of treason and imprisoned for 6 years without trial. His mother passed away in 1984 while he was in prison. Yeah. On February 6th, 1988, Mr. Moi ruled for his release, but by September of the same year, he had been arrested and incarcerated again. On June 12th, 1989, he was released from prison, but on July 5th, 1990, he was arrested once more as part of the movement for multi-party democracy, along with Kenneth Matiba and Charles Rubia. After being freed from jail on June 21st, 1991, he feared for his safety and immigrated to Norway in November of the same year. as far as politics is concerned. After moving back to Kenya in February of 1992, Raila Odinga quickly became involved with the Forum for Restoration for Democracy, that is FORD, eventually becoming the party's vice chairman of the General Purposes Committee. And then in the same year, 1992, he ran on the Ford Kenya ticket and won the Langata MP seat. After his father, Mr. Jaramogi Odinga passed away in January 1994, he ran for party chairman, but also to Michael Wamalwa, but lost, to Michael Wamalwa Kijana. He left Ford Kenya to join the National Development Party. That is NDP. After running for president in 1997 and coming in third, he organized a merger between his party, the National Democratic Party, and Mr. Moi's KANU party. From June 2001 to June 2002, he was the Minister for Energy in Moi's cabinet. And as part of the merger's power-sharing agreement, he was named KANU Party Secretary General in the subsequent elections. He ended the KANU rule for 24 years. And how did he do this? Mr. Odinga and Mr. Moi had a falling out in 2002 after Mr. Moi backed Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta for president. And Mr. Odinga and other KANU members such as Kalonzo Musyoka and the late George Saitoti and the late Joseph Kamotho argued that the then 38-year-old Mr. Kenyatta lacked the necessary political experience and leadership characteristics to rule. Therefore, they opposed this particular move. The Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, they eventually merged with Mr. Mwai Kibaki's National Alliance Party of Kenya and many other parties to form the National Rainbow Coalition, also known as NAC, which ultimately defeated Mr. Kenyatta in the 2002 election. Afterwards, he disagreed with Mr. Kibaki and ran against him in the 2007 presidential election, which was followed by the bloodiest post-election violence in Kenya's history. During the peace talks brokered by the late former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, he was appointed Prime Minister of the resulting Grand Coalition. In addition, he lost to Mr. Kenyatta in the highly contentious 2013 presidential election, and the Supreme Court overturned the election results, but Raila refused to vote in the rerun, which was held in October of 2017. He ran for president again in 2022, but lost to William Ruto, and he declared the election stolen. Dr. Ruto garnered 50.49% of the vote, while Raila Odinga received 48.85%, and Mr. Odinga challenged the results at the Supreme Court. However, the 7-judge bench upheld Dr. Ruto's win. The court stated that it found no evidence of hacking and that no evidence was presented to show that Mr. Chebukati and IEBC staff were involved. Raila later had a handshake with Uhuru in March 2018, and in 2022, Odinga lost the presidential race to Ruto. In 2024, Odinga and Ruto reached a political deal to join the government. In 2022 again, Raila Odinga vied for the presidency again but lost to William Ruto before he moved to the Supreme Court. Kenya's apex court upheld Ruto's win, describing Raila's petition as hot air and in a wild goose chase. Following the ruling, Odinga launched anti-government protests aimed at frustrating Ruto. But in 2024, Gen Zs took to the streets in what was almost a coup, with protesters setting parliament on fire. Tens of youths were killed. Raila Odinga later joined Ruto's Kenya Kwanza administration in an arrangement known as the broad-based government. Kwa hayo machache tunasema rest in peace to Jacom. Muga.
Yes, man.
Welcome back.
Asante sana.
What does Jacom mean?
Mwenyekiti.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So Com is Kiti?
Com is Kiti.
So Jacom.
Of the seat.
Of the seat.
Yes.
So chairman.
Chairman. Yes.
Mdosi mkubwa.
Yes.
Ogao.
Yes, that one.
Wow.
And every other adjective that describes somebody who has a position of that nature.
Yes.
Yes.
I was just reading a brief biography of this gentleman that we call Raila Amolo Odinga. And there's some things I've actually learned about him that I didn't know. Like, that in 1970, he had a master's degree.
Well, you know, the thing about our politics is that, well, the thing about politics and then our politics is whenever people have somebody they consider to be a worthy opponent or someone whose candidacy threatens their interests, they will do everything within their means to try and present that particular individual in the worst possible light. You see, there are those who kept talking about Raila Odinga's qualifications and saying, this guy shouldn't even have taught at the university, he only had a diploma. Not understanding that there are countries on this planet where a degree is referred to as a diploma.
Yes.
So when what you consider to be a diploma in this country and what you call a diploma is not what they call a diploma.
Kuna mali kwingine hiyo ni
When someone says someone so has a diploma, they're saying that person actually has a degree.
Yeah. Yes. And actually, in countries like America, what we call KCSE here is called a high school diploma.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. The politics of the country always provides you with a perspective of an individual. One, the perspective of those who support that individual.
Yes.
And the perspective of those who do not support that individual. And those who don't support that individual will very rarely have anything positive to say about that person.
Yeah.
And anything and everything that is possible. You even had the barbs that were being traded at some point when between Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. One referring to one as a mchawi, the other one referring to the other one as a drunk. Now, there are those who chalk it down to just political banter.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And at some level that is fairly harmless. Okay? Because all you're doing is a little name calling. But the truth is, whenever you have an individual towards whom people express very strong emotions, then you have to ask the questions, why is it that these individuals have such strong emotions, either for or against this particular individual? What is it that this person represents to them? Is it that this person represents a threat?
Yes.
Is it that this person represents a possible, plausible, wonderful future that they think that this person's candidacy, if they do win, would bring to them? It raises pertinent questions.
Yes.
And it raises pertinent questions, not just about our politics, but who we are. Because our politics is about who we are as a people.
Yeah.
And what it is that we represent with our utterances and with what we consider to be a proper representation. And more so at the heart of it is this concept that we have enshrined in our politics.
Yes.
The our person syndrome. Yes, we have. Where more so if that person of ours is in a position of authority or is even the president, we will rally around that person and we will see nothing wrong about that person.
Yes.
And we dare anybody to point to anything that is wrong. And we'll feel that anybody who even utters a word of correction or just prefers a different opinion, that is a person who is immediately noted and stamped as an enemy.
Yeah.
That is our politics. And that is again who we are.
Yes.
Now, whatever else one says about Raila Amolo Odinga, he was not an individual you could ignore. He wasn't your average person who you just say, there was this politician called Raila Odinga and that is it.
Yeah.
There was a time when he was just like every other politician, trying to vie for a seat, trying to make a name for himself, trying to do things. But that particular Rubicon was passed a long time ago. And the Raila we've been talking about is more of an institution than a person. Because what he has represented, and the capacity that he has had to change with the times, but to be consistent on the one thing, which at a certain point in time didn't seem so, but to be consistent on putting the country first. Now this is a point on which many people will argue. And it's just as well that we should, because as we argue about it, and as I say that he put the country first, and those who doubt and those who have an alternative view, well, the burden is upon them to determine and to demonstrate how it is that what I'm saying is can be negated in the manner that they're hoping to negate it. Because if indeed he was anything but a human being who has flaws, who has strengths, who has weaknesses, and who despite all these things was able to help bring about the stability that we have, we owe him that.
True story.
We owe him that. One may not think so, but we do.
I'm reading something here that in 1974 he was appointed Group Standards Manager at the Kenya Bureau of Standards.
Yes, he was.
And he held that position until 1982. Then he was arrested for his political views.
Yes.
And then his mother passed on while he was in incarceration.
Yes.
I want to talk about KEBS. He worked at KEBS.
He was deputy director.
Yani huyu jamaa alifanya kazi Kebs.
Yes, he did.
You know, nasikudanganyi, me in my head, Raila Amolo Odinga has been a politician from the day he was born.
He was politically minded.
Yes.
But remember, this is a man who was a civil servant, worked for the university, worked for Kenya Bureau of Standards.
Yes.
Worked in his father's company, Spectre, East Africa Limited.
Yeah.
He was regular in very many ways. But his political views were interesting in the sense that when he was at the University of Nairobi, there are people who shared his views. Among those were people like Anyang' Nyong'o, people who shared the political views he had. But remember, these are views that he was expressing at a time when we had a single party state and a constitution that allowed the president to be as autocratic as he saw fit. So it made associating with Raila a fairly dangerous affair. And it is said that people would see him coming to a social establishment or a cultural establishment and people would take off. Because in those days, the government could actually detain you without so much as blinking and without referring to anybody because the laws allowed for it.
Yeah.
Yes. The path that one treads and the process that one goes through to the point where you become the powerhouse, the political powerhouse that Raila has been all these decades, it is a torturous and often a very, very painful past. Was the provincial planner for Coast Province.
Which brother?
Oburu.
Was the planner?
Provincial.
Yes.
At the coast for many, many years. He was Dr. Oburu then. He had already come from the USSR with his PhD, but that's the job he did. Now, many people do not understand or know this, but any person who was associated with the Kenya People's Union, which was Jaramogi Oginga Odinga's party, many of these people suffered immensely because either your progression in the service, in the civil service, was halted and you did not move, or they found a way of sacking you, but you lost your job. If you didn't, you just marked time. Your juniors would come and be promoted ahead of you.
Oh, unabaki tu hapo.
Yes. If you're in the military now, you really marked time. Yes.
Yani una mark time properly.
You really, really marked time. If you're in the police service, you really marked time. As I said, people who had been in positions that were lower than yours would come and overtake you. Yes. Until and unless you found people from perhaps your community who are considered friendly to the government, who are then given positions of authority. Remember, his father was also jailed. Please remember this. And then was put under house arrest. Again, the understanding and the reason was he had formed a different political party. The intolerance that our constitution allowed at that particular point in time was something that polarized very many people. And it helped entrench the tribal narrative that we have continued to have of them against us. And the most dominant narrative at that particular point in time for a long time was the Luo. People do not talk about this, but it's a simple reality. You see, there are very many Kenyans who have stood for the things that people fought for at independence. The early politicians had a differing of views with Jomo Kenyatta, paid a fairly steep price for it. When President Moi came along, again, differing with the head of state or having a differing opinion from the ruling party, again, had its consequences. But what then the single party system seemed to encourage was compliance, so that everybody more or less followed the similar rule book and did what they were told to do. Okay? Now, to find an individual or a group of individuals who are willing to stand against this. The late Charles Njonjo referred to Raila Odinga and some of the youthful individuals with whom they sort of like had a commonality when it came to their views of politics. They called them the seven bearded sisters.
Why sisters?
They had beards.
Yeah, I mean
they were not sisters, but they had beards.
Yeah. Why the term sisters?
Well, I want you to tell me why do you think they were called sisters?
Sijui, mimi siku hapo wakiitwa hivyo.
You were not there. Well, I was there. Yes. You see, trying to determine and to describe people in a manner that is as derogatory as possible. Let's start with the first principle. Women don't tend to have beard. Okay? So, but the moment you're referring to someone as a sister and then bearded, it's a bit of an anomaly, wouldn't you say?
It is actually.
Yes.
It is. Let's do this. There's a clip here that we would like to play, and I'd like to just highlight it for fellow Kenyans. Let's just listen to it, and then when we come back, of course, you explain to me something about Raila Odinga that I am trying to also decipher.
To wrap your head around.
Yes, mbona walikosana na baba yake. But as we get to that, hebu tusikiza pa kidogo.
If you die, there's nothing to fear. Why? Because you either go to heaven or to hell. If you go to heaven, there's nothing to worry about. You'll be okay. Even if you go to hell, there's nothing to worry about. You'll find so many of your friends. So spend a long time just greeting them. How are you? Before your time for the fire comes. So therefore, don't fear. You have nothing to fear as Kenyans. We will succeed in the long run.
All right, there he was trying to make a light moment of death. Ukikufa bana, don't worry. At the end of the day, I think for what he was trying to say, what I get from this is that you have no control over what is going to happen in the future. But nilikuwa nakuuliza kitu hapo, Bwana City. Why did Raila and his father have that tiff?
Well, it wasn't a tiff. A disagreement is not necessarily a tiff. This is how the story goes.
Right.
Because it was also told to me, so it becomes reported news. One, it began with something very simple. There was Ford, and then Ford split. Kenneth Matiba formed his Ford Asili with people like Charles Rubia. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga had his Ford Kenya. Now, Ford Kenya, the party leader of Ford Kenya, if I may refer to him, was Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. His deputy was a gentleman called Paul Mwite. Omalwa Kijana was probably number 3. He was one of the top officials of Ford Kenya. Okay? Now, Jaramogi, I am told, was of the view that one of the things that must happen, and even after he passed away, the people who supported him, like Achieng' Oneko, Dennis Akumu, and all those politicians from Luo Nyanza, was that because the people of Western Kenya, specifically the people from the areas of Bungoma and Uasin Gishu, the Bukusu, had supported the party. Remember, before that, there was Akina Masinde Muliro. There were other people who were part and parcel of that particular grouping.
Yeah.
And they came from that region. The understanding was that they also ought to be supported, that one of them could be a leader. All right? It is said Raila had a different view. He did not see why it should be given. He felt something that should be competed for. Okay. That is what it is said. Now, the difference you speak of, for those who speak about it, it was on that issue. And they say because of that difference, he went and joined NDP. NDP was a party that had already been formed, but he joined it. All right? Now, the outcome of his joining the NDP was an interesting one, because in the general election that followed, the people who stood with him in NDP in Luo Nyanza whitewashed and defeated all those old politicians who were known within Luo Nyanza. So Raila stamped his authority, meaning he now had a following in parliament. He now had people who belonged to his party. And more importantly, he had what? His own party. Yes. And then something interesting happened. Paul Mwite resigned from his position as Jaramogi's deputy. So Wamalwa took over. You've heard me talk about the role of chance in politics. Wamalwa taking over as deputy leader and then leader of Ford Kenya is what, when the Kibaki Tosha moment came, he was able to end up as the vice president or the deputy. He was vice president then of the country.
Yeah.
because he was in charge. He was the leader of Ford Kenya. Okay. Now, politics has many vagaries. Yeah? There are always there are people who study it, and in so studying it, claim to be experts. When it comes to our politics, I think if we're going to refer to the politics, and we're going to refer to the experts in this particular politics of our country, we would need to look at the individuals who've been in positions of leadership, whether party leadership, and look at how they've managed their politics to give us a clear indication of what politics actually means and how it can be interpreted.
Yeah.
Okay? What we normally do, and this in many ways is a lazy way of looking at it and saying our politics is tribal. Actually, Kibuta Rap Kirwa, Mheshimiwa said something very important. We're a nation of nations.
Oh, yes. Something you've also said here before.
Yes. Now, when you're a nation of nations, what often happens is there are people you identify with easily. Okay? Because of the commonality, there's a homogeneity in your background with them. And so it's easy for you to coalesce around them and for them to coalesce around you. It's really that simple. Now, what people fail to see is that even with political parties and the bases that they emanate from, the support base they have, any major political party in this country has members of parliament from more than just the community where the fundamental support system is from. And when they grow over time, you see it also growing with them. Okay?
Yeah.
Because it means that there is something that they represent, or there is a view that is seen they represent that resonates with people. Now, ODM came after SDP.
Yes.
Okay? Now, the Orange Democratic Party, as we call it, was not a party. It was called an Orange Democratic Movement. But the Orange Democratic Movement did not actually begin in Kenya. It actually began in the Netherlands.
The Orange Democratic
Yeah, there was something, a movement of with a similar name. The Orange Democratic Movement.
But it has no affiliation to the ODM in
No,
Kenya.
no.
All right.
It was like moving away from what people consider political parties to be, to take on a completely different role, a metamorphosis of sorts, where you say, look, we are not just going to be a party. We want to be all-encompassing and we want to include as many people as possible. If we call it a party immediately, we will be limiting ourselves. So let's call it a movement. So it was a movement. But look at what the movement did. Look at what it managed to achieve in the 20 years it has been in existence, and how it has even helped shape the politics of the country. Now, that detail of that shaping and the process that went with it, that in many ways is part of the legacy of Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga's legacy can't be at one incident. No. You have to look at the entirety of the spheres of influence that politics which he represented permeated. Then you can get to understand what the totality of that legacy is.
Can I read a few messages from
read many
from leaders around Kenya and the world?
Please.
Let's start with this one here. I'm going to read one from Ahmed Mohammed, also known as Asmali. Amesema, we've lost an icon. Dark day in Kenya and Africa at large. Raila Odinga was an astute leader who fought many battles and won for the betterment of our great country. May he rest in peace. I will read another one from Safina Party leader Jimmy Wanjigi. I'm deeply heartbroken by the passing of my dear friend and brother, Right Honorable Raila Odinga. We shared countless moments of courage, conviction, and unyielding hope for a better Kenya. Moments that defined not just our friendship, but an era of struggle for freedom and justice. Raila was more than a leader. He was the spirit of our nation's second liberation. A man whose love for Kenya burned brighter than fear. Raila was a true statesman, a patriot who devoted his life to the pursuit of justice and democracy. His voice and vision shaped our nation's history, and his legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. As we mourn his loss, we must also celebrate the greatness of his journey, a life lived in service, sacrifice, and steadfast belief in the power of the people. My heartfelt condolence go to Mama Ida, his children, and the entire Odinga family. We have the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, and this is what he says. Deeply saddened by the passing of my dear friend and former Prime Minister of Kenya, Mr. Raila Odinga. He was a towering statesman and a cherished friend of India. I've had the privilege of knowing him closely since my days as Chief Minister of Gujarat, and our association continued over the years. He had a special affection for India, our culture, values, and ancient wisdom. This was reflected in his efforts to strengthen India-Kenya ties. He particularly admired Ayurveda and traditional medicine. I hope I'm saying this correctly.
Yes.
Yes, so it's Ayurveda and traditional medicine systems of India, having witnessed their positive impact on his daughter's health. I extend my deepest condolence to his family, friends, and to the people of Kenya in this hour of grief. All right. We also do have a former CJ and also presidential candidate David Maraga putting his voice to this situation. I'm shocked to learn of the demise of former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, a patriot, a Pan-Africanist, a Democrat, and a leader who made significant contributions to democracy in Kenya and in Africa. Kenya has lost one of its most formidable leaders who shaped the trajectory of our beloved country. Africa has lost a leading voice in push for peace, security, and development. The world has lost a great leader. During these difficult times, I pass my deepest condolences to Mama Ida Odinga and the entire Odinga family, to the people of Kibra constituency, who he represented for many years, to the people of Siaya County, where he hails from, and to all of us Kenyans. May the Lord comfort us all as we deal with this enormous blow. Yeah. We also do have the president of Tanzania, Mama Samia Suluhu, had this to say: nimepokea kwa masikitiko makubwa taarifa ya kifo cha Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Tumempoteza kiongozi mahiri, mwanamajumui wa Afrika, mpenda amani na mtafuta suluhu, ambaye ushawishi wa upendo wake haukuwa tu ndani ya Kenya, bali Afrika Mashariki na Afrika kwa ujumla. Msiba huu si wa Kenya pekee, bali wetu sote. Kwa niaba ya serikali ya wananchi wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, ninatuma salamu za pole kwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto, Mama Aida Odinga, watoto, familia, ndugu, jamaa, marafiki na wananchi wote wa Kenya kwa msiba huu. Tunaungana kuwaombea kwa Mwenyezi Mungu awajalie subra, faraja na imani katika kipindi hiki, na ailaze roho ya mpendwa wetu Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga mahali pema peponi. Amina. All right. So we've, and I'm sure more of this will be coming through. We shall perhaps be able to encounter and read some of them before we say kwaheri as far as the show is concerned. But yes, we've seen there that indeed he was a darling of many. You were telling me something earlier on, and even though when we were with Mheshimiwa here, about the fact that we shall never be able to see another Raila, and the conditions that made him, you know, hizo zimeenda. Circumstances, yes.
Yes, there'll be someone who, there are individuals, there may be an individual who will stand out who will bring about momentous issues and changes, but it will not be like Raila's. Because remember, if somebody is 80 years old plus, work it back and look at when that person was a Gen Z.
When Raila was a Gen Z?
Just work it back.
I can only imagine how he was.
Yes,
but yes,
do the maths.
Go back to that time.
Do the maths. 60 years ago, the man was in his 20s. 60 years ago was around the time we're getting our independence. All right? The man was already 20. Okay, he was a Gen Z.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. His father was already a prominent politician, a prominent businessman already. And he was studying abroad. Okay? So, this is someone who, when you look at him within the context of Kenya, you will limit what you need to understand. His family are bringing, yes, there's always that influence. Then you're studying abroad for a very long time. You start off, you study in Russia, you study in East Germany. You study all those years to the point where you get your first degree, you get a master's degree, you come back. You're an engineer, okay? But he came back to this country before the Berlin Wall fell. The Berlin Wall fell when he was already in the country. But at that point in time, we were polarized. There was East, there was West.
Yeah.
There was the Cold War.
Yeah.
Okay? That was the era in which he grew up in. And if you remember, our politics, again, had those leanings. In this sense, Jaramogi was seen as somebody who had a leaning towards the East. Russia, China. Seen. Julius Nyerere was seen.
Oh, East Berlin, or rather, East Germany, right? East Germany was a control of Russia.
Yes, it was. And they practiced socialism, or a form, a softer form of the communism that Russians claimed to practice. Okay? Now, a lot of the difficulties that arose then was, America was then a very prominent and eminent power, but the key opponent they had was Russia. So even within our country, there were people who were considered to be pro-American. Tom Mboya was among them. And then, of course, people like Jaramogi were labeled as being pro-Russia.
Okay.
Because they said this man had socialistic tendencies. Same with Julius Nyerere. I'm mentioning this background because to understand the differences that would arise in the way the government should be handled between Jaramogi and Mzee Kenyatta at that particular point in time, it stems from their understanding of what should be preeminent. One individual says, we need to look at the interest of the people, and we need to have programs that ensure that the people's benefits come first.
Yes.
The other one says, no, actually that is good, but we need to also consider how we can grow the economy and how we can industrialize and what have you. What I sometimes wonder is, why couldn't they see that you could balance it? It has taken all these decades for the Chinese to show you how you balance it.
True.
Okay? Because there were extremities. If you look at the extremity of capitalism, then you look at America, then the so-called Mwananchi will end up suffering. And government, which is supposed to be independent and free, will be at the behest of big business, who contribute to the campaigns of the presidents, contribute to the campaigns of the Congress people and the Senate and so forth.
Yes.
The balance couldn't be seen then. Now we see it now, but at that time maybe it was difficult to see. Now, when you come from that background and you come into a country that is trying to figure out its independence, and you're Raila Odinga and your father has a political party, and suddenly he's under house arrest, he's been ostracized from politics, what you knew has changed. Your family is being followed.
Yes.
They don't have the freedom that they had. In essence, they're being harassed. You raise your voice, the state gives you a gift, and the gift of the state is they offer you a scholarship in one of their many institutions.
Where you become their guest.
You become their guest, yes, for a long period of time. They host you.
Indefinitely.
Yeah. And with the threats for more hosting of a similar nature. So you will find that you actually look at the world rather differently.
In a bidi.
Oh yes, you do. People like Matiba were jailed. People like Ngugi wa Thiong'o were detained. People like Shigukwa. People who uttered things that were considered to be in opposition to the government, they were detained. Many people were detained.
Okay.
Now, that struggle isn't taught, and our history doesn't have it. And to understand Raila, whom people refer to as Enigma, you need to understand that background.
Yeah.
Because that is the ecosystem within which he existed, and so it influenced him. But I don't think there's anything as painful as seeing your own immediate family suffering as a result of what it is that you've determined to be a proponent. Your wife and children constantly being removed, constantly being harassed.
Yeah, and that's a very difficult life to live.
It isn't pleasant at all.
Bro,
your family members being harassed. It isn't pleasant.
Not
your
knowing,
brother marking time, one of the most educated people at that time, he has a PhD.
Yeah.
And that fellow is given a provincial position for God knows how long. People who came after him were made permanent secretaries and had big positions. He marked time because your father had represented an alternate view to the government of the time. Now that is what forms part of the background of this individual.
At the time, actually, we had a conversation here with Professor Fred Ogola. And one thing he said, again, just, talking about this particular situation that made Raila Amolo Odinga, Jacom, Agwambo. He was saying that, there were even urban legends about Raila. Urban legends that actually made him who he is. People were talking about, he had this spiritual aura, spiritual power. And those are the kinds of stories that were told. And people would look at him like he was some sort of demigod. Do you think that perhaps what Professor Gola was saying?
Let me explain to you what it meant to differ with the Kanu government of that time. The law allowed the government to pick you up, detain you, or you could just disappear. Nobody ever heard of you. And that was the end of that story, and nothing would happen. There's no court of law you're going to go to. And even if you did, the president at the time appointed the judges. So what do you think was going to happen to you? He appointed the judges, appointed the prosecutors, meaning it was a command economy. The president had the last say on everything, and our constitution allowed for it. Please understand that.
So it was legal.
He wasn't breaking any law. The only laws that were broken was when people got killed.
Okay.
When things that went directly against any laws that existed then, and they were there. There's no law that allows you to just disappear people as you see fit.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep.
Now, this is a background.
Yes.
And remember, the government was thorough. It wasn't just, and I'm talking about Jomo Kenyatta moving forward, not excluding him. If there are people who are associated with Jaramogi or Oneko, associated, and you suffered. As I told you, if you worked for government, be prepared to mark time.
You are in trouble.
You will not move upwards if you are seen to be associated. If there was no clear indication that you are associated, your life could continue. But this was the politics of the time. But Raila and his family bore the brunt of this. That is the simple truth.
Okay.
They bore the brunt of it. People like Achieng' Oneko and his children bore the brunt of it. People like Wasonga Sijeyo, whose children who were detained for very long periods of time, at the point where he thought he was forgotten. People like Bildad Kagia. You were in the Kapenguria group, and then you're jailed again by the very people you were with in Kapenguria. There are many people who supported KPU in central Kenya who had a similar fate.
Kenya People's Union.
Yes. And the others who supported them in other parts of the country, the fate was the same. So when you come out of this and you, despite the detention, you still defy the status quo, you suffer for it, you still defy the status quo, you suffer for it, you still defy the status quo. What you then find is that there is a consistency in the way people view you. If people are marginalized as a result of the politics that was represented by the then leader, then somebody who comes up and stands up, that person now becomes the person whom they throw their weight behind.
Yeah.
But it is earned. It isn't something that was a gift. It's something that is earned over time. That really is the point. Because the question is often asked, why do these people keep supporting this fellow? Well, first of all, that community believes in a certain ethos. Somebody who is considered to be brave, there's a word that is used called thorn. Somebody who is willing to buck the tide and willing to stand against the tide. Not such an individual will get a following.
Right.
Yes.
We do have some guests in studio, but before we get to them, again, just going just going through some of the news stories that we're seeing here and some of the comments coming from different leaders. For example, Willis Evans Otieno, wakili amesema, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga was, without doubt, the most consequential politician in Kenya over the last 3 decades. His shadow loomed large over every political transition, every national conversation, and every democratic milestone. He will be missed at many levels as a political disruptor, a relentless reformist, a builder of movements, and a symbol of stubborn hope. On the political landscape, he departs leaving few enemies, some loyal allies, and many orphans whose identities were anchored in his cause. To Mama Aida and the children, Poleni sana, Kenya mourns with you. Today a political giant rests. His voice may fall silent, but his imprint is etched permanently into the architecture of our nation's democracy. And I just want to take out that one word he has used there, political disruptor. No, it meant happy. stubborn hope. Yeah, a symbol of stubborn hope.
Where people have no hope, people feel now this one will reach a dead end.
Yeah,
it's more not so what he said, but what he did. It was considered not only to be unhealthy, but very unwise to oppose the government at a certain point in time in our history.
Yeah.
When someone consistently does that's the stubborn hope. And he's talking about change and talking about things that other people didn't dare.
Yeah.
Now, the consistency of it is what now forms the stubbornness that is being referred to.
Yeah.
Yes.
He has also said he was a builder of movements. And we know that he was actually a builder of movements. There's a time where it was actually said that where Raila akikwambia kitu, akisema girlfriend wako akona mimba na hata hamjui, anza kununua diapers. It's like whatever he was saying, my friend, take it to the bank kind of situation. And you know, that's the kind of person that
do you know that the peak of that was in the Kibaki government when you had the Atur brothers. Okay. There are many things that were said then there are many things he said which followed, and a lot of aspersions were cast and said, is it true? Now, when not one, not two, not three things which the man has said which sound very outlandish when he says them turns out to be true,
yes,
people figure, there's something this guy knows that we don't know.
Yeah.
Yes.
True story.
So people begin to believe what the person says. Yes.
I want to read a message here from Mama Ida Odinga. No, not Mama Ida, but Martha Karua to the family of Raila. But to Mama Ida Odinga and family, my dear sister Ida Odinga, it is with deep shock and profound sadness that I have received the news of the passing of your dear husband, father, friend, and great leader, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Please accept my heartfelt condolences and those of many who stand with you, your family, the people of Kenya, our continent of Africa, and indeed humanity at large. Raila's illustrious career spanning decades towers like a colossus across Kenya and the African continent. His life was a testament to courage, endurance, and an unwavering commitment to the liberation and transformation of our nation. Few lives have been so fully devoted to the cause of justice and democracy. He bore immense personal sacrifice, spending years behind bars and away from his loved ones in pursuit of freedom for all Kenyans. That was his burden to carry, but with it came yours, Ida, and that of your entire family. The weight you have carried as his partner in both life and struggle is beyond what most can imagine. And for that, Kenya owes you and your family an unpayable debt of gratitude. I will remember Raila as a fearless defender of the people, a voice for the voiceless, and a steadfast comrade in the fight for the second liberation. For over 3 decades, I had the honor of working alongside him, sometimes as an ally, sometimes as an opponent, but always united by a shared vision of a freer, fairer Kenya. The nation and the world have lost a monumental figure, one of Africa's most consequential sons. May the Almighty God grant you and your family strength, peace, and comfort in this hour of grief, and may He grant our brother eternal rest. Rest in peace, Jacom. Rest in peace, Kinara wangu. With deepest sympathy, Martha Karua. Yeah. Let's listen to this audio for a minute.
Great shock and sadness that I've learned this morning of the passing on of Raila Odinga, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya and former presidential candidate of Azimio, who appointed me his running mate, and he became Kinara wangu. Raila has most of his life fought for the liberation of the people of Kenya and the people of Africa. His life is synonymous with the struggle for total liberation of the people of Kenya, for speaking truth to power. We worked with him for over 3 decades, most times on the same side, but at times as opponents. But one thread remained common throughout: our commitment to free Kenyans, economically, socially, and politically. I'm issuing a fuller statement. I'm still soaking in the
All right, yeah, so that is the Honorable Martha Karua. She is a party leader for PLP, the People Liberations Party. And that is her statement that she has put up. There's something else I'm going to be playing for you. Is it for you or to you? I'll be playing it for you in a short one.
So that to you can hear it.
Yes, ndio. Yeah, so inachezwa kwa muda usiokuwa mrefu, lakini wacha ni introduce our guests in studio that are going to help us have this conversation around Raila Odinga and of course his death. We do have Amos Ochieng and we also have Godfrey Lutomia. Godfrey, a very good morning to you. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Yes.
To me as a person, but it's not really a good morning, depending on the mood.
Sorry,
of the
it's actually
country.
afternoon. I'm so sorry, but yes.
We understand. I've been well, and I'm happy to be here. Yeah.
All right, nice. Amos as well.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Mutaniwia radhi.
Mtatuwia radhi.
We've been here since 5
in the morning, man. Yeah.
And we are used to saying good morning anyway to our guests.
Yeah.
But yes, good afternoon, Amos.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Let's just get straight into it. Well, you found Siti and I just talking about the person that Raila was. But there's something that Martha Karua has said in her condolence message to the country and to the family of Raila that we might actually underscore, for lack of a better word, and that is the impact this is having to his family, to his wife Mama Aida, to his children, nephews, grandchildren, watu wote. And you know, in tunasemanga you cannot understand what that other family is feeling, but because of the history of Raila and his family, and actually Siti was telling me that watu walipitia mengi sana, and whatever Raila was going through, they were actually going through alongside him. You know, when we say pole to Mama Aida, what exactly are we saying pole to?
I think when we are saying pole to the family of Raila, it covers almost everyone in Kenya, because Raila was a father figure to many, and I know they lost the family is going through difficult time, and the pole cannot aitatosha. So but I think because it has happened, so we have to say pole, and we have to pray for them, and as well as the Kenya as a nation, because he was not only father to
his family,
he was a father to many.
True.
Like we know.
Yeah. Godfrey, same question. When we are saying pole to the family of Raila, what exactly are we saying pole for? Because this is not just any kawaida death.
Yes. Since I was born very many years ago, if there is anything Baba has never shied away from, is the recognition of his family. And more so, not necessarily the extended one, but the nuclear one. We have known Mama behind Baba. We have known the children behind Baba. Baba has been that Baba that we all admire, that we all know that Mzee is a family man. And so when we say pole, we can feel the pain. We might not be in the shoe, you know, the way it's paining. But when we say pole to Mama, we literally mean Mama, because Mama has been there from there. We've had some of us, we've read all the books that Baba wrote, and there's no book that does not feature in the wife, in this case Mama Aida, and the children by extension. This is a father who would leave his political atmosphere, who would leave his business life, who would leave his that stage where he is, and you'd see him literally come down to hold the daughter, his hand when the daughter is sick. You know, we have seen that particular empathy from him. And so when we say pole to Mama and the family, we know they've lost a father. Mama has lost a husband. He has lost a friend. And we continue to say Pole sana Mama Aida. Pole to the children who apparently are like our brothers.
I was reading his biography, some hour or so ago, and I was just going through some of the things that he has experienced. For example, he was incarcerated for years, and he was away from his family for that entire time. His family, for lack of a better word, victimized. His brother Siti was actually telling me that he missed a lot of opportunities for career growth because of his affiliation, because of his blood ties, basically. And then for Mama Aida, even lost her job as a teacher because of the same situation. And then his mother died while he was in prison. You can imagine you're in prison, you're already having stresses of your wife, stresses za watoto,
and now you're
stresses za prison, alafu unakuja kuambiwa your mom has passed on. Like, this is a guy who has gone through it all, and he was still able to stand on his 2 feet and talk to the crowds despite that past. Personally, me, I would be traumatized.
Yeah, and precisely that, you see, we are talking about Baba the politician, but I think you've asked a very fundamental question about when we say Paul to his family, what do we mean? Like, imagine all that. He would still, even in his absentia, the recognition of, the father's seat, of the husband's seat in a normal family setup would still be there. You'd still feel it, whether he's present or absent. And for us who come from, especially the western side, I grew up knowing in kiti ya fadhi, whether he's present or absent, in kiti ya mzee. And when he was incarcerated, the biographies of Mama Aida, you'd, when she talks about, my husband, the father of my children, you'd picture that, and some people like us, you'd see that seat, ya mzee that was in the house, that when mzee was absent, that position,
it was his throne.
Yes, you'd see that throne, whether and you'd not only just see, but you'd feel it. Whether present, whether mzee was present or absent, you'd still feel it. And I think that's what, it's a challenge to us, me and you, maybe movie as we are growing. There's that bit where that fatherliness, the husbandness in the family setup, if there's such a word, is something that for me I really admire, and I want to try and strive and keep it, that people can be able to feel. You notice even the discipline that Mama embodies to the children. Every time you'd hear her refer that whenever they had that one or two conversation, I'm told some secret leaflets were stashed in from the prison to Mama. You'd hear the way it was being said now, that part of the scribbles was, are the kids okay? Are they disciplined? Are they, are you applying the teacher in you? You'd feel that. In fact, I was looking for that book. It's a small book I was given when I joined. Authored. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, when that he authored, and it was the first book that Baba gave me, that my dad gave me about Baba.
Okay.
Yeah. And I can tell you the date, the time, and the hour that I was thrown into Baba's presence. I have very many photos when I was very young.
Yeah. Oh, you knew him on a personal level?
Yes.
Okay.
Baba slept in our home.
What do you mean?
Yes, he has slept in our home.
Kejani kwenu?
Yes.
Like in the house?
In the house, yes.
Not in the home constituency?
No.
Okay.
In the house. That's how close I know Baba. And by that time I was very
Tell
young.
me about that. What was
so,
it all about?
14th of February 2002, when there was
Kibaki Tosha.
No. By
Before
that time,
Kibaki-
before
before
Kibaki,
Kibaki. Okay.
there was Kanu and NDP by that time, and my dad was playing a very, very serious role behind Baba. Very serious role, security role behind Baba. In fact, by that time, it's for that reason that he even left the security department to just come and serve Baba.
Okay.
So by that time, former late president Moi was coming to Lugari constituency. Actually, he was doing a Kakamega Western Province tour. So he was coming to Lugari constituency. I remember when Dad landed in a school called Lumakanda Secondary School. It's in Lugari constituency. By that time, I was in Form 4.
Okay.
So Dad came and picked me from school. Got permission. Said, I want this guy. I want him to meet. By that time, I was supposed to meet President Moi.
Okay.
And there were 4 people that Moi came with. There was former President Uhuru Kenyatta, Katana Ngala. We had 2 others that I'm losing their names. And I remember there's a DC ground in Lugari that there was that bit of who's gonna be given the mantle with President Moi. And President Moi said Uhuru Kenyatta is the one who'll be given. And I remember because by that time my dad and the security team were expecting Baba to join Mzee. By that time they were calling him Mzee, to join Mzee in that particular rally.
Raila was still in Kano.
Yes, they were expecting him to join, and there were rumors that he might be the one of the guys who be proposed. So the security team, my own dad had led the security team to Lugari grounds. By that, it's called Lugari DC grounds.
Okay.
So he came. I kept on going with him in the Land Rover. So when now President said niko na kijana hapa, and I remember I even have that photo and niko nyuma hiyo photo saying Uhuru Kenyatta tosha, right? So Mzee and the group, they bolted out. They marched out, and I think they went. By that time tuko na simu, but they had a way of how to reach communicate with Baba and say, hey, huyu Mzee kuna vile anaturuka. And I remember we drove, kumbuka nimetolewa shule, we drove all the way to Baba's home, and by that time he had come kwa PC Kakamega. So he was at PC's grounds Kakamega, and so we joined him, and then he was like, I'm not safe here now that this story may happen.
No, this is Baba.
This is now Baba saying, hapa siko safe because sasa juu ametangaza huko Lugari na anakuja hapa, because by that time State Lodge, the current Kakamega State Lodge was called the Western Province State Lodge.
Okay.
Was now the one to host Mzee, by that time Mzee Moi. So we now decided kutoka hapo twende home. Now he went to Mumias. That's why he started calling his people. Akina Mkoa Nangwe. By that time, Prof. There were the other wazes who now came.
Yes.
And because we could not go by road, now that there was that declaration, so we had to find a way of where Baba will have some rest.
Yes.
And I can reveal today.
Yeah.
And it's in one of the books that I'll share with you on your WhatsApp.
Okay.
That morning, that night, going to that morning,
Agwambo spent it
in our home. And I remember, I can tell you who prepared his kuku, because his kuku, because where I come from, they call him Omwami.
Okay.
So Omwami, when Omwami comes, his chicken one, it's supposed to be a cock.
Okay.
A jogo.
Yes.
And then 2, it's supposed to be prepared by men. And then 3,
really?
Yes, it's not prepared by women.
Okay, interesting tradition, but
it's not prepared by women, it's prepared by men. And it's not supposed to be put water. Si ya supu.
Hiyo inakarangwa
si wet fry.
Inajikaranga na mafuta yake.
Inachomwa inakarangwa na mafuta yake.
Okay.
Alafu inasaviwa kwa mzee, and the knife is put on the right side of mzee. Huyo sasa no Omwami. Where I come from, they say Omwami alimuitala, yani the king is at my home. We are privileged to host the king.
All right.
So by that time now, former MP, he was called Francis Obongita, was in Nairobi. So he was told to travel down to now Mumias. So we had to get Baba from his home, second home in Mala.
Yes.
We take him to Mumias, and then they went through the Musanda route, and by that time they landed in now Kotu Secretary General Mzee Atuoli, and from that Atuoli and Professor Mkoa Nangwe, they organized now how Mzee will get to Nairobi.
Okay.
And from that time, I was ushered into politics, and that's why from then I was even a youth leader in LDP. By that time, tukikuja kuuzusha between the merger, sino tuli walk out tukazusha from LDP,
right?
And I've never looked back.
Okay,
I've never looked back.
Amos, do you have any fond memories of Baba like Godfrey has here?
Yes, I do. You know, I was official member of ODM in Kiambu County.
Okay.
And we worked with him. By the way, he liked to come to Kiambu. He had a friend there by the name Wamarion. I don't know. The Shebesh
star. Mzee Wamarion.
So, when we had a meeting, he used to come there. And again, he came to our home in our rural home. By then, we lost one of our cousins.
Yeah.
And he came for the burial. So, you know, he used to call me Mutu wa Kiambu. So, I know him.
Yes.
And he was a gentleman. Baba is not the way people thought he was.
Okay.
When you come close, you will see this is a father. And he liked people.
Yes.
And one thing I knew about him, he was never tribalist.
Okay.
Yeah, he was.
What made Raila Amolo Odinga to be revered the way he was revered? Because I also met Raila when I was working in Kisumu. I was working for a radio station there, and we met, had lunch. Like literally had lunch on the same table na tukachapa story. After that we took a photo together na akaenda zake, si tukaenda zetu. And he was a cool guy. What young people will like calling cool peeps.
Yes.
He was cool peeps. Lakini that cool demeanor, for some strange reason, had this national influence that was, I don't know how to, I'm lacking words to describe this. I don't have the adjectives, but alikuanga na that kind of influence despite that cool demeanor.
So you could realize whenever he came close, you feel something changes. Like there is something atmosphere.
What is this? The perfume you use or what?
I don't know, because you feel there is a
yeah. Let me tell you. Baba. Baba had one thing.
Okay.
That and allow me to talk from a background.
Please
perspective.
do. Yeah.
Baba had one thing. You got to him. One, you'd hear about him the way you'd hear of any other Baba, maybe the neighbor on your left or on your right. Definitely, all Babas in every homes, there's some fear. There's some level of, this guy can discipline me.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, you got to Baba. One, you heard of Baba. So there was that urge where everyone was looking up to either meet him, be with him, or be close to him. Now, when you got there are two things quickly that you always got. One, that aspect that I'm now talking to my father. Ask anyone, all the leaders. I've worked in parliament for 7 years. Ask any leader. One, whenever they got to him, you'd even fear calling his name. You know the way I'm not even allowed to even call someone like CT. You know, it's I mean, Heshima. Home people would look at me like, boss, you're going nuts. So across the nation, and now it even crossed to Africa. Across the nation, he had the fatherliness. When you got to him, the way Amos is saying, you'd hear the atmosphere change. It's like when there's a scorching sun out there and there is only one person holding the umbrella. You definitely feel the shade of the umbrella. That's Baba for you.
Yeah.
You definitely feel that shade. And then two, he had an ability to give you a solution to your problem.
Oh yeah, that comes.
He had that ability.
Wale watu walizaliwa the previous century kama huyu jamaa wanakuanga na hiyo kipawa.
Yes.
I don't know where they get solutions.
Yes. They had that solution. You go to him. You go to him when you're sick.
Yeah.
At least he has one contact doctor who if he says, okay, please go, I've talked to Dr. Mbuvi. When you go there and say, Baba has sent me, you realize that doctor is not struggling. If you are a teacher, you know, maybe you are struggling with placement in whichever school, he would have one person to call. So Baba, for lack of a better word, had a solution for everything. He might not be like the magician, but at least he had one solution for every person who got to him. 3, Baba had a very cheeky smile. Ask any, especially the elders.
What do you mean cheeky? What was cheeky about it?
There's no one time Baba ever shone, unless when he used to come. He used to love the boxing ring in Makonge Kaloleni. When he used to come and cheer boxing, that was the only time you'd see Baba in gloves. But show me any other time in Raila Odinga's life where he has ever folded fist on anyone. And folding fist, I'm just being careful. Metamorphorical. Yes. What I mean is, even when you had talked shit about him, and now there is a red carpet for you to approach him, the first thing he would see, he would laugh. He would smile. He had that cheeky smile that you're wondering, so this guy, is it that he has cornered me? Is it that finally he has found me? Or
so you're not sure?
You're not sure. And so when you approached him, one thing he would not do, he would not even revisit that. And when someone now finishes that meeting, because I was once in a camp of Mzee Oparanya when he was assistant minister by that time, before the formation of the Grand Coalition, when now he came to be a full minister of planning. There was some kelele we had done in the greater western region,
right?
And we knew kuna mahali tulikosea Baba, but could deliver vizuri. And we had let Davadi, by that time he came with KANU, he really wanted to penetrate. So and for us to vijana wadogo, and now we have akina Mzee Oparanya who are now our fathers, and we knew hii leo tumeenda huko home, Mzee will crush us, and you get there unasikia hey watu yangu mmekula. And then now, first there's that tension. I may deflate.
It was a way of disarming.
Yes, I may deflate your tension. And it was like, I'm so happy what you guys did. I was like, Mzee is happy. Mzee is happy. Now you can have them to raise and say, unajua Mzee, by the way, ulituma pesa na ikufika. You can now say that. But now, there was that. You'd feel his presence. You'd feel his warmth.
Yes. Amos, when we look at the impact of the kind of politics that Baba did in this country, how would you describe it? Because it's not like he's the only opposition leader this country has had or has, but when you look at his brand of politics, his was the most impactful. Why would you say that was so?
Because one thing you used to do, when you feel that now Raila needed not to talk to this person, that is the person he's going to talk to it. He did not care who was the opponent. Sometimes we used to think that he liked Kikuyu more than us.
Really?
I'm a Luo. We used to think
people
that because when something comes, the priority he will give to others whom we thought he should have. But that is how the way he will go. And when you meet him, he will not talk about that. He's a man who played his politics in a way that you cannot understand.
I mean, and City, this one I'll also ask you because, again, like I usually say, ulitoka hizo maenzi, his brand of politics was very unique, and I do not see any other politician able to match to that kind of charisma.
Because it evolved. It wasn't static. He was consistent. There was a lot of consistency in what he stood for and what he spoke of. And remember I said, time and space can conspire to favor you. When you have the sort of governments that African countries tend to have, those governments were tailor-made for someone like Raila Odinga. Because they will do things that will repress the people, and most people will shy away from speaking about it. He did not shy away from it. When the late Charles Njonjo called him, Anyona, Orengo, Chelagat Mtai, 7 sisters, the only sister there was Chelagat Mtai.
Okay.
People got jailed as a result of it. Orengo took off to Tanzania, Koigi Wamwere went to Norway. That was the forerunner to what you call the second liberation. They were doing something that people didn't do. They were speaking openly against the government in parliament, openly, and saying, we do not agree with you on this one. That's something that people did not do. And it didn't end. Remember, most Kenyan politicians will remain the status quo. President Kibaki, before he left KANU, is reputed to have said that trying to dislodge Daniel Arap Moi was like trying to fell a mugumo tree with a razor blade.
Correct.
Okay? Meaning an impossible task, really.
Yes.
It's a big tree.
Yeah.
All right? He was among the last people to actually leave the KANU government. But nobody expected Raila at the time he had joined KANU to leave the way he did. But he did. Nobody expected Raila Odinga, when he and Kibaki were in the same government, for him to disagree with Kibaki and to leave. He left.
Yeah.
With the dire consequences again for the Kibaki government, because they lost the referendum.
Yes.
Okay, I'm simply saying, you're talking about the uniqueness of the person. I'm saying the consistency. He was willing to do something most politicians don't do. Walk away. The position he had benefits. The Kibaki government and his people had gone against their word, and Michuki even spoke about it and said, look, there are things we're saying because we wanted to be in power.
Yeah.
And it was really a simple thing. They had agreed in an MOU for him to be prime minister. So simple. He was minister for roads.
Yeah.
He was also minister for housing. At some point, they removed the housing docket and gave it to Kimunya. Now, I think if you looked at the situation and figured, you know something, I'm wasting my time here. These fellows, we have agreed on something, and clearly they seem to have a different view. He left. I'm simply saying, you do not find politicians in this country who, when they disagree with someone on a principle, they leave. Jaramogi was similar. He was willing to move away from the KANU government because he and Kenyatta are not seeing eye to eye. They said, look, guy, we had agreed this is what we're going to do. Clearly this is what we had agreed. Okay, you keep it, I will move. Now, at the time, it may even seem foolish. But with hindsight, you realize, no. If he hadn't made that stand and taken the position he did, these changes that we now take for granted would never have occurred. And he continued to do so throughout. People have asked this question in recent times, how it is you have a handshake, a government of, what do we call this particular government?
Kenya Kwanza.
No, the understanding, the coalition, what is it called?
Broad-based.
Okay, you have a broad-based government, and yet there are two people who seem to be a thorn. There were 3, in fact, even 4, who seem not to agree with that handshake. There is no discipline for them within the party, and yet the optics is they're disagreeing. If you understand how party politics works, it is very difficult to disagree with a party leader and to survive. So you have to ask, how did they disagree and survive? And they survived. It isn't as though Sifuna stopped talking or Babu stopped. Now, these are the things that create the term enigma. You say this person and the way he goes about business. But actually, just look at the consistency.
Yeah.
There's an issue, he will lead the demonstration. People are sitting down, he will sit down with them. People are tear gassed, he's not in his house watching all this on TV, he's right in the middle of it. How many leaders do you know of? How many?
Unajua hata maandamano ya last the one that was commemorating the deaths of Gen Zs, you could see the opposition leaders at the time, Kalonzo, there was Wamalwa, there was Maraga. They only appeared, put flowers somewhere, and then disappeared.
And they look for what we call state-of-the-art routes, where if anything happens, they can quickly find
an exit.
Yeah. Oh, my friend, you tell us that you're going to put a wreath at Parliament Road. My friend, that's more or less like a government road where security. You go and put a wreath at Karioko, Uko, ama come and put it here, around about here kuingia Kibra. Then we'll see, at least we'll say umejaribu. But don't go where this is City Hall, this is KICC, this is Parliament, and then on the other side is Comesa, and then you say, no, I'm joining you guys.
But kuna watu walikufa kwa hiyo barabara.
No. Just a commemoration. I'm telling you, Baba, it's just that the Gen Z told him to akae kando. But let me tell you how Baba would have done. Baba would have said, tukutane KICC, ama tukutane Uhuru Park. Let's commemorate, have a day. See, they are sneaking in, sneaking out, where you call media and you make sure it's 8 a.m. before Jeshi wherever
it was actually earlier than 8.
In fact, it was earlier than that, which means people are still struggling to come to town. You already done for photo ops.
And it was safety first.
It was safety first for photo ops. You understand? But so that I don't lose your question, I wanted to say, and it's a challenge to my current boss, President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes.
Sorry. President William Ruto.
Right.
So
it's okay.
We have joined them. They have joined now. We have President Uhuru Kenyatta. He was my boss, and now
this is a man who has served more than one president.
Yes. So
he can be forgiven.
And also served Raila.
So President Ruto.
Yeah.
One of the things, the way you've asked, that was different about Baba in politics.
Yeah.
His tongue was standing on the foundation of the people. Baba used to speak our language. Baba was even across all governments, whether handshake or not, merger or not, broad-based or not, whatever. You put Baba's tongue, and it actually defines the voice of the people. And that voice of the people got to a point where now there are people who even started hungering for that thirst, even right across the borders. Someone like Bobby Wine would come and would really want to meet Baba.
Yeah.
So is Somalia. So is the other side of Tanzania, where they have
Tundu Lissu.
They would come exactly because there was something special about him that everyone wanted to come and tap. How is it that you can speak on behalf of the people and people get so attached to you to an extent that they can even die for you?
Yeah.
Consider that these leaders you have in this region of ours, these were his personal friends. Magufuli was his friend.
Yeah.
Friend.
See, a friend because
because of power,
not leader to leader.
The current president of South Africa was his friend.
Yes.
Ramaphosa.
Yes, their friendships inherited.
Correct.
Like if you look at Nigeria, Obasanjo, that was his dad's friend. You know, I remember being told this by somebody who worked for our diplomatic corps.
Yes.
That during President Uhuru's tenure as president, one of the things that he did, he sent a communique to all our embassies that Raila was to be given presidential treatment. Yes. The presidential treatment means you're treated like the president.
Yes.
So anything that the president, you could accord the president, you accord him. Now you have to ask yourself, when somebody takes that step, remember this is a man who already had friends across the globe who related to him directly, one-on-one. They knew who he was, they talked to him. You had foundations across the globe that related to him directly, one-on-one. They knew him. They knew who he was. They spoke to him in that manner. I thought I understood the impact of that. I didn't. I was at a conference in South Africa.
Yeah.
And there were very many African countries who were there. And there were two fellows from Uganda who told me something which I have never forgotten. They told me, you know, you Kenyans are very lucky. I said, how are we lucky exactly? They said, you guys have Raila Odinga. I said, how is that? Said, these problems you people had in 2008, if it was in Uganda, people would have gone to the bush, would be at war even right now. Said, really? Said, yes. Said, a man who can create peace. Now somebody else somebody from Zimbabwe came and joined that conversation, and others. That's the time I understood how much Raila was revered on the continent. Because these people were talking about this leader from Kenya.
Yeah.
And they were telling me about him and saying, the things this man does, we look at it and we think of our own countries. Now, these are people who are not political, they are scientists. So they're talking to you and they're giving you their opinion. There are very few leaders who can be spoken to like that by other people on this continent. Now, he was one of them. Now, this is not a conversation I solicited for. No, because I come from Kenya and some of them are people I knew. This is them telling me what they knew. Did you ever watch when South Sudan got independence? Raila came in. He was slightly late and he was with somebody called Miguna. My friend, you would think Raila was the president of Southern Sudan. The applause. Look for that video.
Okay.
Here, you wonder, you say, my goodness gracious me. You'd think he's in his country. Now, if I was in the same country as this man, I'd be very afraid, personally. Yeah, because this is someone who clearly is looked up to by very many people within this particular region and the continent. And you may be the president, but this person is revered more than you.
Yeah.
I would rather be afraid or I would embrace that person.
Yeah.
Because whatever it is that those people see, if it's close to me, I may benefit from it. But it looks like that's what the handshake did. Because he did not shy away from sharing whatever it was. He could have stayed away. And he could have polarized us. But the handshakes that have been criticized provided an avenue for working out solutions through discussions and talking.
Correct.
Now, there are people who always hijack these situations. They always twist it to benefit them. But it shouldn't detract us from the good that it actually does.
Yeah.
In the earlier hour, I was speaking about how we have formed a culture in this country as a result of that way we talk about our problems. Other countries, people go to war.
Yes.
A disagreement, for sure. You have internal conflict. Here, let's talk about it. And listen to the conversation. No. Let's wait for this election.
Correct.
Now you see.
Yes.
We've moved from those earlier discussions where we're saying, let's secede. If these fellows want to run their country, let them run their own country. To now, let's wait for an election. Now, the participation of Raila's brand of politics, which is what you asked, has helped bring this about more than anything you can see. Because consistently, you find people are tired, they feel these guys should go. Raila says, Apana, guys, let's see how we can work this thing out. And some people get very upset. Like this particular handshake, people who are very, very upset. It's because they do not understand the alternative that was there at that particular point in time. He did.
And actually, Martha Karua did mention something similar to what CT is saying here when she came for an interview on the People's Breakfast. And she said, I asked her, did Raila say that kapigwa simu na President William Ruto. Alikupigia simu Ruto? Alipigia Kalonzo, alipigia wengine, akasema hezi ongelelea wengine, akasema yeye mwenyewe hakupigiwa. Lakini alisema Raila alimpigia simu. And one thing she said is that you do what you have to do. And she gave Raila the blessings. You do what you gotta do. Because if you think that is the right path to take, then it's fine. As for me and my people, tutafanya something different. Yes. Let me read something here from the fourth president of the Republic of Kenya. That is His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Message of condolence from His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta following the death of former Prime Minister Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. My heart is heavy and my spirit is burdened with a grief that is both profound and deeply personal. The news of Raila's passing has left a silence that echoes across our nation. A silence where once there was a voice of thunder and conviction. To me, Raila was more than a political colleague. He was a defining part of my own journey in public service and in life. Raila and I were navigators on opposing currents, charting different courses for the nation we both loved. At some point along the way, we became political opponents, and often the weight of that competition felt immense. Baba, as we fondly referred to him, was a man who made you sharpen your own ideas, compelling you to defend your positions with rigor and passion. However, in the recent years, a different bond was forged, one of respect, of shared patriotism, and a common desire to see a united Kenya. The journey from fierce political opponents to partners in the pursuit of handshake, in quotes, unity taught me that true measure. The journey from fierce political opponents to partners in the pursuit of handshake unity taught me the true measure of the man. I saw firsthand his unwavering passion for this country, his deep-seated belief in justice, and his incredible capacity to think beyond personal ambition for the sake of national peace. He was a formidable opponent, but he was an even more invaluable ally in the cause of reconciliation. I have lost a friend and a brother. I will miss our conversations, sometimes challenging, always insightful, and the fire of belief that never left his eyes. To Mama Ida, the children, and the entire Odinga family, I extend my deepest, most heartfelt condolences. You have shared Baba with Kenya for a lifetime, and we mourn with you. We have lost a father for the nation. We have lost a father to the nation, a steadfast champion for the people, and a true son of Kenya. His legacy is not just in the political battles he fought, but in the peace he helped build. It is etched in the very fabric of our nation. Rest in peace, my brother. Your work here is done, but your echo will never fade. His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, CGH, 4th President of the Republic of Kenya, 15th October 2025. That is a message from President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes.
And you can see that these folks were actually friends from.
Yes, you sense friendship. You know, even when we saw fierce politics from the other side, which he appreciates, there was something at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You know, we had this game. It was 90 minutes plus 3, and I've won. I've won.
You know, Raila's kid sister, the women's rep for Kisumu County, Ruth, and Uhuru are more or less the same age. These are people who used to climb on Raila's back and be carried
when they were kids.
Yes.
Sasa alikuwa anambia kuja pale nikupeleke mbele pale. Lakini ukifika pale sasa utulie, nimechoka. Yeah.
So remember, Jaramogi was Jomo Kenyatta's vice president, and the two are very close. So it means the families were also very close. Please remember that. That's something you should never lose sight of. Huh?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. So Uhuru isn't talking about somebody he met yesterday.
There's something former President Uhuru Kenyatta, His Excellency, has said to Mama Ida Odinga and the children.
Yes.
Thank you that you shared Raila Odinga
with
the nation.
Kenya. Yeah.
Now, for just look at that. Like, you shared, which means the sacrifices that the family went through because of, and sometimes the way City had indicated earlier, it was dangerous because Baba, I can imagine the morning of 2007 or 2022, 23, where it's Maandamano Day and Baba said, let's meet on the street. And then that morning when Mama is serving Baba breakfast, and it's like, Baba, and by the way, where are you going? No, I'm joining the people. Yeah,
in the streets.
From City Cabanas through Jogo Road, and our meeting is going to end at Kamkunji.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, I can imagine, I'm just picturing what is happening in that sitting room, and you're seeing that morning, one of my former boss that we impeached has already arrived in the office at about 4 in the morning, saying he's ready to deal with people who will be with Baba.
Yeah.
You know, you can imagine that morning that is telling you, and by the way I'm going, and there's a possibility that I might be with the people.
You know, the message that Raila's work is done, actually it has just begun.
It has begun.
You know, when you've lived the life that Raila lived, the immediate thinking and feeling with his departure is a gap. A conversation then follows, because there are very many things that you now realize ought to have been done, could have been done, things which he may have spoken of that didn't seem important, they suddenly acquire a completely different hue, and you're looking at it and you're thinking, we need to look at this thing differently. And then, because we're in Kenya, it takes time before it actually sinks. Not that he has passed away, what it is going to mean. It takes a bit of time. People who do what we do are going to shout themselves hoarse on this subject. I saw that in the morning. I'm repeating it again. People who have told us that they are political experts and analysts will also shout themselves hoarse on this particular subject. But I wonder how many of them will understand that something very phenomenal has actually shifted. We are actually not where we were before this news got to us.
Yes.
No. It has shifted. Because the conversation about the opposition has always been about Raila. He hasn't joined this united opposition. He should have joined the united opposition. He should not have supported. He's not there anymore. So that conversation has changed. In terms of influence that he brought to bear just with his person, that is the tricky bit. Because you'll assume that because he has passed away, the influence is not there. Actually, it multiplies. It isn't as though his physical presence is what matters. It is now, okay, how would Baba have gone about this one? And now that he isn't there, what direction should we take? Because his presence made certain people take certain things for granted. Now they're going to be forced to think because he is physically not there. What are you going to do? If a problem arises and you knew when this problem arose, Baba would be able to sort it out. He is not there. What are you going to do? Now, all these things and many others, when you consider, when I say that something significant, phenomenal has shifted, that's what I mean. It has actually shifted. There are very many people whom, were it not for Baba, would never have seen any political seat on this planet. Never.
Yes.
There are some who have been elected more than once, and it is because Baba decided they should be elected. They didn't have any momentum or gravitas on their own. What do you think these people are going to do?
It's a good question.
Because his influence is what made it possible. Now that direct influence isn't there. What then happens?
I'd like to read something here I've received from a friend, and it's about exercising caution. This is a security alert. Southern bypass near Kibera slums. So there's unrest that has been reported along the southern bypass near Kibera slums. Groups of youths are reportedly throwing stones at vehicles passing by. The situation remains tense. So this is a general advisory. Avoid the southern bypass and nearby access roads until calm is restored. You can use alternative routes such as Langata Road or Ngong Road. And if driving nearby, at the very least, keep windows up and doors locked and do not engage with any crowds. And also don't join them. So some people there have decided to become reckless with the current situation. We hope that will be.
Let me say this. From a background perspective, I come from Western. When you're mourning, a hero, and especially if you are Luo or Luya, sometimes there's something that is called Omsambwa. There is something that is called, you mourn, and then because of the love of that person, sometimes spirits come to assist you mourn. And so the
city is laughing at this situation.
So the advisory caution is from a Nairobian.
Right.
But we are talking of the people who've gone to mourn. They are going to mourn their father. Their Baba. I just saw a teacher this morning from Raila Odinga Educational Center, a teacher who actually was a beneficiary of the foundation. The teacher could not even go more than one sentence. He just broke into tears. So when we are mourning, you don't avoid us. You join us in the morning, so that we don't see you as we don't assume that you've come to stare us when we are mourning. So even when we were coming here, and my brother will attest to it, we have met a group of about 1,000 coming from.
I hope they're not throwing stones.
No, they're not throwing stones.
What I'm discouraging people is to join chaos.
Yes.
Hiyo tu ndio naambia watu wasifanye.
What they were doing, let me make them understand. Let me make now the other people understand. When these people are going, they were going actually down. They were just approaching the China Center, going down to the roundabout.
Yes.
The Kenyatta roundabout.
Yes.
Towards City Mortuary.
Right. Excuse me, Nairobi Funeral Home. So when you see them coming, and they are crying, you say pole. You join them in saying pole. You don't say na nyinyi mmekuja kutufungia barabara. You don't say that, my friend. You join them in saying pole because they are mourning their baba. They are mourning their leader. They are mourning the only person. My Bible, I'm an ardent reader of the Bible, and says hope deferred makes the heart sick. There are people who, as City was saying, from the high and mighty, from politicians to the low and lowly, by the demise of this person, they right now do not know where their life current is. The way politicians to say, when Baba says left, we go left. When Baba says right, we go right. Now there's no Baba to say left, there's no Baba to go right. Now we are going circle. These are people. Let me tell you, both in Opoda Farm, right in Siaya, Bondo, to Kisumu, to Kakamega right now, I'm told there are people who are walking to the governor's office, who is the current chair of ODM, to the Nairobi people from whatever place. We have very, very many branches. He's actually a leader of ODM, one of the branches in the city. There's a way we mourn, but we do not intend to harm. We are just mourning our Baba. And so there is a possibility, because we are many of us, we might close one section of the road. Kindly behave, you people that you're on the other section of the road. Please behave. Because we are mourning Baba. This is our Baba. This is the Baba of the nation. This is the Baba of East Africa. This is the Baba of Africa. We might, and by the way, let me tell you, this is a way. You'll see them with leaves. You see some of them naked. You see some of them. Yes, people have started removing clothes, my friend. You'll see. You sometimes you hear the cloth is like kuchoma choma. So we want to mourn Baba. The nation. In fact, now we are even praying to the president as they plan also, even them, as we mourn Baba. Iya ina haraka. Tutamon Baba for the very many days to come. Sawa Lutomia.
And in various ways.
Lutomia.
Yes.
Asante sana.
Thank you very much.
City and I are taking a break, but the conversation continues, so don't go too far. We'll be right back. Here's some of light moments from Baba. Yeah, so twende kazi.
Who are not here, watching wherever you are, those who are at home, kula kwa macho.
Picha linaanza sharata, picha linaanza shawaka, picha linaanza chachanganyikiwa, picha linaanza sharata. Kweli mie amenikamata, ukipa kuangalia, ukipata nami sitamwacha. Nyuma ananipa mineso, moyoni ananipa mateso, ukishwela matendo geto, mtamna peni derezo, nakula kwa macho, 5-star girls in mchezo. Everyone.
Kakamega hoye!
hoye! Kakamega hoye! Vijana hoye! Wamama hai! Asanteni! Abandu befwe murembe! Murembe handi! Muli moyo!
Kenya's former Prime Minister Raila Odinga has died at the age of 80 while undergoing medical treatment in India. His passing on Wednesday comes after days of public speculation about his condition, which has prompted family and close friends to assure Kenyans that he was recovering and in good spirits. Following the news, several leaders have also paid tribute to the former PM. Here's the life and times of the late former Prime Minister.
Vijana mko tayari? Mko tayari? Mimi nataka kuongoza vijana ili tuweze kurekebisha uchumi wetu.
Raila Odinga was born on January 7th, 1945 in Maseno, Kenya. He attended Kisumu Union Primary and Maranda High School during his elementary and high school years. He later dropped out of high school in 1962 and moved to what was then East Germany to attend the Herder Institute. In 1965, Odinga received a scholarship to attend the University of Leipzig in German's philological faculty, the technical school, Magdeburg. In 1970, he earned his master's degree in mechanical engineering. After serving as Prime Minister from 2008 to 2013, Odinga returned to Kenya to complete his studies and start a company specializing in the manufacture of cylinders for storing liquid petroleum gas. This company, originally known as Standard Processing Equipment Construction and Erection Limited, is now referred to as East African Spectre. In 1974, Raila was appointed Group Standards Manager at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, a position he held until 1982 when he was arrested for his political activities and subsequently incarcerated. The government of then late President Daniel Moi put him under house arrest for a total of 7 months. He was later accused of treason and imprisoned for 6 years without trial. His mother passed away in 1984 while he was in prison. On February 6, 1988, Moi ruled for his release, but by September of that year, he had been arrested and incarcerated again. On June 12, 1989, he was released from prison, but on July 5, 1990, he was arrested once more as part of the movement for multi-party democracy along with Kenneth Matiba and Charles Rubia. After being freed from jail on June 21, 1991, he feared for his safety and immigrated to Norway in November of the same year. After moving back to Kenya in February 1992, Raila Odinga quickly became involved with the Forum for the Restoration of Democracy, eventually becoming the party's vice chairperson of the General Purposes Committee. In 1992, he ran on the Ford Kenya ticket and won Lang'ata MP seat after his father Jaramogi Oginga Odinga passed away in January 1994. He ran for the party chairman but lost to Michael Wamalwa Kijana. He left Ford Kenya to join the National Development Party after running for presidency in 1997 and coming in third. He organized a merger between his party, the National Democratic Party, and Moi's KANU Party. From June 2001 to June 2002, he was the Minister of Energy in Moi's cabinet. As part of the merger's power-sharing agreement, he was named KANU Party Secretary General in the subsequent elections. Odinga and Moi had a fallout in 2002 after Moi backed Uhuru Kenyatta for president. Odinga and other KANU members such as Kalonzo Musyoka, the late George Saitoti and the late Joseph Kamodho argued that the 38-year-old Mr. Kenyatta lacked the necessary political experience and leadership characteristics to rule. Therefore, they opposed this move. The Liberal Democratic Party they joined eventually merged with the late Mwai Kibaki's National Alliance Party of Kenya and many other parties to form the National Rainbow Coalition, which ultimately defeated Mr. Kenyatta in 2002 election. Afterwards, he disagreed with Kibaki and ran against him in 2007 presidential election. which was followed by the bloodiest post-election violence in Kenya's history.
Wakenya wote kama wako wagonjwa watapata matibabu hata kama hawana pesa. Sawa. Na vile vile nimesema wale wafukara ambaye hawana mapato yoyote, wale jamii ambaye kwa sababu moja nyingine hawana mapato, ingine inaitwa the rural poor, inaitwa the urban poor.
During the peace talks brokered by the late former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, he was appointed Prime Minister of the resulting Grand Coalition. In addition, he lost to Mr. Kenyatta in a highly contentious 2013 presidential election. The Supreme Court overturned the election results, but Raila refused to vote in the rerun in October 2017. He ran for president again in 2022, but lost to William Ruto, and he declared the election was stolen. Dr. Ruto garnered 50.49% of the vote, while Raila Odinga received 48.85%. Odinga challenged the results of the Supreme Court.
Hata kama tunasema tunataka kufanya maandamano, tutafanya maandamano ya kiamani. Sawa? Lakini bado mambo bado. Umeona vizuri? Sisi siasa zetu ni za amani na ni za heshima, sio siasa ile ambayo ya kujaribu kukoroga watu hapa na pale namna hiyo.
However, the 7-judge bench upheld Dr. Ruto's win. The court stated that it found no evidence of hacking and that no evidence was presented to show that Chebukati and other IBC staff were involved. Raila later had a handshake with Uhuru in March 2018. In 2022, Raila lost the presidential race to Ruto. In 2025, Odinga and Ruto reached a political deal to join the government. Raila Odinga later joined Ruto's Kenya Kwanza administration in an arrangement known as the broad-based government. He died on October 15th, 2025. The late former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Odinga, died on Wednesday, October 15th in India.
Lero ni lero. Lero ni lero.
And as Radio Generation fraternity, we send our deepest condolences.
Good afternoon and welcome back. My name is Patricia Waiua, and indeed the country has lost, the East Africa has lost, the world has lost a leader who had sacrificed his life for the country and even for democracy. Is one person who is known to have been in the forefront in the push for multipartyism some years back, and again he is also known as the father of opposition, of opposition conversation. So we are continuing with the conversation around Raila Amolo Odinga the late. He is a leader that every other person I know right now, they are mourning. Therefore, we are continuing with this conversation. I have Amos Ochieng here with us, Godfrey Lutomia here with us, and also Kidi Mwaga here with us. So this conversation still continues, and as you have known, the president is about also to address the nation. Therefore, we of course will be following up to see what the president has to say about this all happening. Therefore, as we continue, I'm going to welcome Kidi Mwaga because he's the one who has just joined lately because the others were here. Kidi Mwaga, karibu.
Asante Pat, thank you for having me in studio to mourn the greatest son Africa ever birthed. It is a singular honor to join my brother Lutomia and Ochieng in conveying our collective sorrow as a nation as we celebrate the life of one of the greatest sons of Africa. Thank you.
Karibu sana, Godfrey.
I continue to pass my condolences to Mama, who's the mother of the nation, who's our Mama, Pole Mama Ida, and the children. We do not know how to say this. We wish we can say it in a manner that you will feel, and we lack words. We continue to say Pole. I'm told in Luo they say Mos Mama,
Mos, yeah. Okay, let's hear from Amos.
Yeah, I also want to say Pole to Raila's family and the entire nation. Indeed, this morning was a very bad morning for us, but as we say that God planned everything, and we knew that this day I got the news when I was coming to town, and it was a very bad news for me.
Okay. Thank you, Amos. Well, before we continue, I can just look at some of the condolence messages that are coming in, and of course, the former president had already sent his condolences. Right now, there is this one for Rigathi Gachagua, the former deputy president, and this is what he's saying. Baba Raila Odinga, may you rest well. To the family, your spouse, Mama Ida, and your children, my family and I join you in prayer during this difficult moment. My deepest sympathies to you and to the people of the Republic of Kenya. Yeah, so he has written a lot because, Raila Odinga is a leader who has been there for the longest time, having born in a political family, a family that was so much affiliated to politics, is someone who has grown in politics, and he has lived politics. So a lot will be said about him, and of course we shall be appreciating. Rigathi Gachagua has continued writing, and he has said that much as we have never been on the same political side, I have had a strong admiration of Raila Odinga, art of forming and sustaining a strong political party that survived 4 general elections. That is something that we are taking out of this condolence message. I remain amazed by his choice of quality legislators to fly the party flag and eloquently articulate party policies and the people they represented. Yeah, that is something that we are taking out of what Rigathi Gachagua is saying. So as we continue, by the way, it is one thing that we must agree that the politics of Kenya is going to change. That is something that we must appreciate. And I'm going to give Kidi at this moment maybe to say something about Raila Odinga, and then tell us maybe how he thinks politics will be affected by this.
Thank you, Patricia. It is a sad moment for us collectively as a country. Let me yield the floor to my brother Lutomia.
Yeah. I've been here, and we continue the conversation. It's sad. It's a somber moment.
True.
Where we come from, where Mwaga comes from, and Ochieng. We are told men should not drop their tears, but indeed, we have a lot of pain. And when we are mourning, for us who come from Western region, we allow for lack of a better word, every Tom, Dick, and Harry to say whatever they want to say. We allow mad people, we allow sick people, we allow people in whichever way they want to say. But what I can tell you is, some of us, we will at the right opportune time revisit the kind of message of condolences you are reading to us. We will revisit. We have had statesmen speaking, because this is a moment where we want honesty. We want to see, and when we are mourning, we can scan people's mind, hearts, and soul. We can hear and get to weigh the voices that are coming from various sides of this particular conversation that we are having. We know we are mourning an enigma. We are mourning a person that some of us have fear even to call his name. And that's why we just say Baba. We are mourning Baba. But this, I've had you read some condolences message. We have had one from our former president, President Uhuru Kenyatta. You can sense genuineness, you can sense friendship, you can sense patriotism, and you can sense leadership. But at the right opportune time, because we will mourn Baba for a while. We come from a region where we don't just mourn people and we forget.
Mm-hmm.
And we will have that right opportune time to scan through what people were saying before Baba was alive, and now that Baba has joined the warriors, because he will come back to us with spears and arm and in very serious spirits. That I can assure you, especially for us who come from his region.
Okay. Yes, I think Kidi is now okay. He can talk.
Yes. Patricia, it is of course a sad moment for the country, considering how the Right Honorable Raila Odinga dedicated his life to serve the people of Kenya. Words might fail us in this moment of great national grief. I think that the country will take some time. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay, Kidi. Let me cross over to Uganda, to this opposition leader Bobi Wine, because he has also sent his condolence messages, and this is what he has said: that we have received the news of the passing of Honorable Raila Odinga with great sadness. He stood tall for freedom, liberty, and dignity. In him, we have lost a great statesman, an African giant who did his best for humanity amidst great adversity. Deepest condolences to the great people of Kenya and all the pro-democracy forces around the world. May his soul rest in peace. That is a message from Bobi Wine, all the way from Uganda.
One of the things that you cannot take away from our Baba, he was not only just Baba for Langata for 25 years. He was not only just Baba for us as Kenyans, and especially every Kenyan will write a story about the election of 2007. He was not only just Baba for the four corners of Kenya. He was Baba for Africa. When Bobi Wine, and not only just Bobi Wine, hours ago, the first session, we identified basic people, like if I can tell you, if today former president, late Magufuli, would be alive today, I'm sure he would be the first dignitary to land here. Not because he was a president then and he was a friend to, and he knew Raila because he was a president, but they were friends. I can assure you right now, even in prison, the presidential aspirant of Chadema, Tundu Lissu, where he is right now, I'm sure he doesn't even have energy to take his prison meal this afternoon. So is Bobby Wine. I'm sure he has even stopped his campaigns today. And look at other progressive leaders of East Africa and Africa. If and God rest his soul in peace. If Mzee, we used to call him Mzee because I was in one meeting where John Garang, de Mabior, was with Baba, and one of my bosses was there, and I was in that meeting. If he was alive today, Mzee John Garang would be here. But there's something that is said where I come from. I am from a sub-clan of Bashitsetse clan, and a clan that is called Wanga. It's actually a clan of rulers, where we had Raila as our one of us as grandchildren of the kingdom. There's something that is said, and it's significant. And now we are talking about Baba, so allow us to talk about it. Baba knew that the elders were calling him. This is the only moment, and maybe you guys will remind me, when Baba was indisposed and he actually went without Mama. I think this or one other incident. It is the only time that Baba went to seek medication
yes.
without Mama. Where I come from, he's going to have a meeting with the other elders of Africa, and he will come back to us in a way that you will see my brother Kidi in a way that you've never seen him. You will see some of us who aspire to take leadership in this nation in a way that you've never seen us. And don't ask us what happened with you. Where was this baptismal ceremony? Where did it take place? He will come back to us in a way that you not imagine. And in our culture, by the fact that Baba went alone, he left us Mama. I, Kidi, Ochieng, the nation,
yes,
we will take care of Mama. And we will make sure that Mama is warm. We'll make sure that our brothers, Raila Odinga Jr., Honorable Winnie, Akina, the other siblings,
okay,
we will make sure they're okay and they're covered. We will take care of our youth leader, the youngest youth representative, Mzee Oburu Odinga, and the family. That we will take care of. And I can tell you, as I finish, if you want to know that Baba was Baba, where I come from, he went on a journey during the day, which means he left the house when it wasn't dark. He had switched on the light. In short, Baba had shown us direction where to go, and we will not leave that direction, which we will eventually disclose as time goes by.
Okay, let me revisit the question you just asked about how it's going to be about the politics in Kenya. I think we are going to miss a voice, and it's not just a voice of a reason. And that voice is going to change everything, because even right now, nobody knows now, where do I stand? Everything has changed. Because, people are waiting. There is people who are still having a hope that Raila would say something to give a direction of where the politics will go. But now, Kenya politics, you see, like the message, the condolence message from the former deputy president. There is something now, people begin to realize that, we thought we take this man for a ride, but there is something was he carried, and the politics of Kenya is going to change. The politic in Luo Nyanza,
Just everywhere.
just everywhere.
Okay.
And we are waiting to see.
Kidi, you have something to say, yes?
Yes, of course. The demise of the Right Honorable, of course, is going to plunge the country in what, for lack of a better word, I would call uncharted waters. I call it uncharted waters because for a long time, the voice of Raila Odinga has become a stabilizing force in our politics. And every time we have moved closer to the precipice, he has always been there to pick up the country. I think my brother Lutomi might want to speak.
Yes.
Well,
yes,
let
yes.
me take you back a bit.
Just to back up, because he was making a very, very serious point.
Okay.
This was a man who, for lack of a better word, this was a man who was fire extinguisher. We have one center, fire extinguishing center in the city, the one at Globe Roundabout. And sometimes people pass by there, vehicles pass by there, and they don't realize that how that center is until when there is fire in one of the building, one of the school, one of the stations. That's when you realize how important that department is. Baba was that kind of a person. The way Amos Ocheng was saying, that one, he had a voice of reason. But it sounds so vague when I say that. Baba spoke the voice of the people, not only just in Kenya, but in Africa. You would pretend not to have heard, you would pretend that you are deaf to it, but deep down, your conscience will make you feel, hear, and experience the weight of it, the weight of the voice of reason that Baba had. Look at our political journey. And when I say our, I mean when I can see all of us were born the same age. Our umbilical cords were being thrown when Baba was speaking. Baba started speaking when he was in school. And speaking not on behalf of his family, but on behalf of the people. Baba never spoke, never shied away to speak. One, his voice. There's a situation where you would hear and say, and he would say, this is what I think. But there's most of the time he would say, this is what the people want. And that's why by baptization, for a ceremony that some of us did not attend, we agree that he was the people's president. We had the elected presidents, the nominated presidents, or the whoever presidents, but there was a voice of the people. And we didn't have just a seat to give it to him. In fact, at some point, people said, we would rather have Baba be the ultimate opposition leader. They even feared to make him be the president, because they feared maybe that by him joining or sitting on that seat, our voices would not be heard. They got to a point where they said, Baba akaitu, Baba ni opposition. Atuongelee sisi, because bila yeye hakuna mtu atatuongelea. Now that was Baba. That was Baba for us. And we are saying that the political dispensation, and that's why I keep on saying, and I'm speaking as a very a small man, a very small man, omena in a fish of tradition. I can tell you that in the home that Baba oversaw, the home that is called Kenya, this home that Baba ever cried for, this home that Baba dispensed, this freedom that we are enjoying today, courtesy of Baba, I can, as a young person, as a Kenyan, as a patriot, I can say, Baba has left us with direction. My kid, if it's not me, then my child will one day do what Baba wanted to be done. That is the direction that I was saying Baba has left us. And in the political scene, and because a king has rested, we don't want to talk politics today. But I can tell you, Baba hasn't left us orphans. Baba has given us, we were waiting for him. We have ODM at 20, and when I say we, I mean we, and I am in UDA. I am a leader in UDA as another party. But we were waiting for him. We wanted to do a road trip from JKIA through the whole of Nairobi all the way to Mombasa by road. And some of us were supposed to go by foot while Baba is greeting his people. So when I say we were waiting for him, the nation was waiting for him. Baba has left us a strong party, has left us a strong political party. Baba has left a strong political dispensation. Baba has left us mama. We still have a place where we can go and say, mama, this is hii na niuma. Mama nipatie dawa. Mama niko na njaa. We have
okay.
That's where we have been left.
Yeah, thank you. Let me take you back a little back kidogo. We look at that time when Baba came out to fight for, let me call him Baba. Yeah, came out to fight for multipartyism. I think the early, is it 1992, somewhere there? Yeah, and looking at the aspect of democracy and freedom in our country, there is a time when decent voices, you could not be of decent voice in this country. There were some times back when you could not just raise your voice and say now the government is doing this and this, you get to our citizens. But then came a time after now the likes of Baba came out to defend again the issue of multipartyism, when now KANU was the only party that was ruling the country. I know they sacrificed a lot, including Baba. Tunajua alikamatwa, amekaa ndani for the longest time, and then he came out, and that is the reason why we are having all these parties that we are having around. Parties whereby some of the leaders do not appreciate what Raila Odinga did in terms of fighting for multipartyism in this country. So it was quite unfortunate, but I like it that up to this moment, like, people have really realized the importance of that fight. That fight to ensure that in a country we can have political parties, we can have decent voices. Yet I know to some extent kuna wakati umefika ikawa ni kwamba we are fighting decent voices, we are fighting freedom in the country, we are fighting democracy in the country. But so far I feel like there's something that he did. You know, the start, most of the time people say that the start is usually the hardest part of any journey. The start, breaking the ground, is usually the hardest bit of any journey, and it is something that we saw Raila did it sacrificially in this country, and that is why we are where we are. I don't know whether Kidi, maybe do you have anything to say about multipartyism in our country and how Baba ensured that we got this back?
Yes, thank you. I think that when you speak about multipartyism, you cannot detach Raila Odinga from it and the Jaramogi family, because of how they were willing to put their personal comfort and everything on the line to make sure that we roll back the threat of dictatorship. And there is a bit of Raila's political and personal history that we don't speak about often. It is recorded that in 1969, when Jomo Kenyatta went to what is now called Jaramogi Oginga Teaching and Referral Hospital, when the chaos broke out, it is actually Raila who apparently took the father from the podium, ran with him into one of the rooms, hid him there, took a jembe handle and stood at the door to protect his father. The same way the young Raila protected his father is the very same way that Raila has stood in defense of the voiceless people of Kenya. remember that for a long time, even when he came after his long tour in detention, when he came out, he quickly joined forces with people like Korengo and other young people, the Young Turks, and then they rallied around Jaramogi, again in defense of the freedom of speech, that the right to dissent, the right to disagree with your government, the right to tell your government that we appreciate what you are doing, but we think that the vision that you are projecting is not a vision we can rally around. And I think that is the biggest legacy that Raila leaves behind. Today, as young people, we are able to speak truth to power. We are able to tell the president, again, not out of disrespect, but out of the courage that we have inherited from Raila Odinga, that when we feel in our assessment that we might not be headed in the right direction, that we can firmly but respectfully tell the duty bearer that we don't feel that this is the right direction. That opportunity to have a different point of view from the point of view of those manning the state, be able to articulate it without the fear that something will happen to you, I think is the biggest legacy of Raila Odinga. Thank you.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing.
I know you have said there is some people who think that Raila, in terms of democracy, they don't see what he has done. But I want to say those are people, the pretenders, who think they want to say it when it is political convenience. When it comes to now, like now, you will see them. They will talk. They will now tell you what Raila has done in this country. And I want to say this: since Raila started his politics and bring about the democracy in this country, up to today, he's dead now. I can tell you, Raila started very well and he finishes very well. Because today, the kingdom would have been divided. And we would have not, today we could have not be having a country the way the things were going. And that's what Raila stood for and said, it's better we save our country than look things in terms of what we can get now. I know people thought that Raila could have stood his ground and let country slip away. And I want to say that in terms of democracy and the voice now, everyone can stand now and say anything. It's because of people like Raila, because they paid the price which no one else was willing to pay. And okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So I want to point out something in terms of the sacrifice that he has talked about. There is in 2007, we all witnessed what happened in our country. Yes, the country was falling apart. We were just losing everything in our country. We lost lives and so many. We lost property. The country was just in a very bad shape. So come the other election, the following election, we saw the sacrifice that Raila did. We also saw the sacrifice that he did in the other elections that were happening. There are some people who could stand and say, I don't see the need why you are going to shake hands. I mean, it is something that so many people have criticized, that sacrificial aspect of Raila Amolo Odinga that he has done for the sake of the country. And most of the time when he came out by day, he used to say that this is for the sake of the people. This is for the sake of the country. Even we saw during the Gen Z's protests last year, this year, Raila came out. We saw when he entered the government, people criticized that act. Like, we umetuangusha. But then now, when you sit down and look at what he was aiming at, what he was looking at. He was looking at the peace for the country, because he knew continuing with this, the country will fall apart. We are going to lose everything as a country. So that is a sacrificial bit of it that we cannot forget about as a country. I don't know, Godfrey, what you wanted to add.
Yeah, precisely. If you look at the journey, the political journey of Baba, even if we start with 2002, when I now actively joined politics, there was an MOU, by the way, between the NAC, the Rainbow Coalition. There was an MOU that was written and actually deposited somewhere. But how they disregarded that MOU, I am one of those people that you said, we are the ones who are telling Baba, wewe wacha, tukae tu basi kama wametunyima. And we persistently, every time we were, nini unafanya? You know, when we were very young, by that time we had but I used to work with under former minister, sports minister by then, and even by this government, Ababu Namwamba, when he wanted to take leadership of ODM. By that time, they were Ababu Namwamba, Nanok, Governor Nanok, who's currently at State House, and Akina Joe are one team, and then we had the other team. Look at that betrayal of the Memorandum of Understanding in 2002. Look at the results that, because he had won, someone somewhere, and we want to remain sober for the sake of this discussion, indicated that we do not know who won. That was in 2007. Yet we all of us know who won. I was here at KICC by that time as a returning officer, and we were under the current president by that time. Look at even then, even way before, when Moi, there were, because they had merged the NDP and KANU, and there was indication that, you know, now Moi, you've ruled for so long, now you need to give way, and people had said, you know, now tractor imekanyaga jogo, and all those kind of stories. And then all of a sudden, former president, by that time he was a minister, Uhuru Kenyatta, is introduced into the politics. Come 2012, even what Oburu has been saying all along, when now there was even the handshake between former president and Baba, and by that time the handshake. You notice there was some conversation, some agreements, which again eventually you come and realize the agreements did not happen the way they were supposed to happen. It is only in this government that someone has confessed, and I've had the current youth leader, Senator Oburu Odinga, saying that it is only in this government, by the way, that they feel someone has at least honored. But you travel again back then, you realize, even my boss, the president, always says that, are you aware that I'm still a de facto official leader of ODM as a party? So you look at this person. If, by the way, he was to stand his ground, there are two things that would have happened. We would be having secessions everywhere. By the way, when we had the MRC thing that was actually being led from the Mombasa side, and I remember by that time Balala and the group were very, very active in seceding. He's the one who said no. Let's have a conversation about it. When at some point, even the Luo nation, at some point they felt, someone had even said, start removing the portraits of the former president. He's the one actually who's been hurt. He's the one who's been betrayed. But when people behind him say, okay, boss, now let's do it because we feel your pain, you notice he comes back again and looks at the nation and starts to subtract himself from the agitation. And he would literally first go, secure the nation first, and then come and talk to you guys. Look at everything that he has done. You look at even, let's take the previous two, the handshake and this broad-based thing. All of a sudden, we see you people, we see the media have been called at Harambee House. people start to wonder what was happening. In few hours, few minutes, voila, there is Baba coming out with former President Uhuru Kenyatta. On this one, when even Gen Z had told him, hey Baba, on this one, please, just stay at home, let's sort this thing out for you. From some corner, here he is again, shaking hands and signing the memorandum of understanding with UDA versus ODM, courtesy now of the handshake. So he has always put the nation first. And not just the nation. It sounds vague when you say the nation. Baba has always wanted us, Amos, my brother here, he has always wanted tuishi maisha poa. He has always, that's why he's Baba. He has always wanted tukule, tulale vizuri, tusome vizuri, sauti yetu isikike, na hii inchi iheshimike. Out there, I can tell you, people talk more of Baba than even our current presidents combined. Okay. Out there in Africa, people talk about Baba more than even the existing leadership. Okay. Be it of my current boss, His Excellency the President Ruto, so is Uhuru Kenyatta, so is the other ones. I was very surprised one day when I had a general. He was called General Pande. He's a peacekeeper. He's always sent on a peacekeeping mission. Okay. He was somewhere in North Kivu, kule juu in Congo. And I remember there's one time when he was trying to bring peace between two warring communities. One of the guys who was actually carrying a gun told the General Pande, and I think I'll get that video somewhere because it's one of the videos that it really sent shivers in my spirit. One of the guys who, you know, when General was there with uniform and everything, one of the guys who was worrying, he said, hapa mtu mwenye atatuletea, and you know that heavy voice of Congo Swahili, mtu mwenye atatuletea sisi amani hapa ni ule mtu kule Kenya mnamuita Baba. Huyo mtu ndo tunamtaka hapa, si nyinyi. He faced General, a whole general. He's called General Pande. One day General will tell that story.
Okay, we shall revisit that story because right now we want to hear what the president has said about this demise of Raila Odinga. You know, he was addressing the nation. Yes.
One time when he was trying to bring...
We have lost a patriot of uncommon courage, a Pan-Africanist, a unifier who sought peace and unity above power and self-gain, an unceasing servant of the people who gave his all to the promise of a better Kenya. On behalf of a grateful nation, I extend my deepest condolences to Mama Ida, his children, Rosemary, Raila Jr., and Winnie, the entire Odinga family, led by my brother Oburu Oginga, to the leadership and members of Orange Democratic Movement, and to all Kenyans who share in this immense and immeasurable loss. In honor of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga's extraordinary contribution to our nation, I have declared a 7-day period of national mourning, during which the national flag shall fly at half-mast across the Republic of Kenya and in all our missions abroad. As a mark of respect, I have postponed all my public engagements for the coming days, and I ask all other public servants and leaders to do the same so that we can join the nation in this period of mourning and deep reflection. Our former Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga, shall be accorded a state funeral with all attendant honors. In consultation with the family, a committee to be co-chaired.
Yes, we've heard what the president has said, and every other person is mourning Raila Amolo Odinga because he's one person, of course, you cannot avoid. And I'm crossing over also to some. Okay, first of all, you need to note that he will be accorded that state funeral. So we expect that all the government tools and everything will be added to Raila Amolo Odinga's home for the state funeral. And of course, I know the whole nation, of course, will be joining. So far, we have seen so many Kenyans out in the streets, on the roads. Like when I was coming, I met a group of Kenyans on the roads, and of course it's a sign of the love that the country had to Raila Amolo Odinga. It's just a sign of what Kenyans feel about the sacrifice that this leader had given out to the country, and it's quite amazing. So I'm going to continue with reading some of the comments that we have, and there is this one from Ruben Kigame. He is a presidential candidate for the 2027 elections, and this is what he has said, that on behalf of my family and all defenders of democracy in Kenya, Africa and the world, I send my condolences to the family of former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, who passed on earlier this morning while undergoing treatment in India. His death is a big loss to Kenya and defenders of democracy, but should remind us that life is short and we must use it to serve God and those around us. We pledge to continue the fight for democracy and social justice, to give Kenyans the country Baba Raila fought for and our youth will be proud of. Wow, that's amazing. Actually, he has put together the vision that Raila had for the country. According to the sacrifice that we've seen Raila Amolo give, it is a clear vision that he wanted a peaceful country. Yeah, it is a clear sign that he wanted democracy. He wanted every Kenyan to have that social justice in everything that you can also see from the things that he has been doing. Like you see, most of the time, like you say.
It's 2 o'clock.
Well, we continue. Sorry for that. We continue. Like I was saying, you said he was the voice of the people. Most of the time, by the way, if anything happened in our country, every other leader would talk. Every other leader would come out and say things. But not that. Raila used to wait. He could listen to everybody. He could listen to what the ground is saying, what the people are saying. And anytime he woke up, anytime he came out to speak, you would listen and tell that this is the voice of the people. He actually echoed the voice of the people most of the time. Even when some other time, some leaders would say, stick on your ground, don't move. Most of the time, it came out like betrayal. But I believe that he had something for the country. I believe this was just for the betterment of the country, so that now we can have a country that they envisioned when they were fighting for freedom of this country. They fought for the freedom of this country. In terms of economy, we have seen Baba coming out, calling on for such things like the prices of commodities that are basic to human, for the household. He has come out to call out on the prices of unga. He has come out to call on the prices of fuel, on so many aspects that affect mwananchi, and especially mwananchi wa kawaida. You know, in our country, of course, I know our country has been rated most of the time that it has many billionaires. But now, most of the time, we say this does not really match with what we have on the ground. Yes, we might be having a few people who are billionaires up there, but now we are talking of the normal, the common mwananchi. Huyu ambaye anatoka kila siku kununua unga. That is a person that I feel Raila was out to fight for. And that is what is being echoed in these condolence messages that we are receiving from different places. I am going to look for the one for Tanzania's president, Samia Suluhu. Yes, I'll be looking for it. I'll be looking because I believe that every other leader in our not even in our country, in the world, they know Raila. Yes, so Kidi, do you have anything to add? I know this has really affected you.
I think that we take time collectively as a country to reflect on the life of this great man, because in many ways the country we woke up in is not the country we will fall asleep in. And in several respects. One is that for a long time, because of how our politics has been structured, Raila Odinga is a son of this country that many politicians found a lot of excitement in turning into a boogeyman, especially the ones that lacked an agenda for the people. When they wanted to show up their political fortunes, they called Raila Amolo Odinga names. A man whom at every juncture made sure that the country was above his personal interest. I think you have pointed it out with my brother Lotomia when you were speaking about the threat of secession. The threat of secession was real. And today, as we speak about Raila Odinga in past tense, which of course is the most painful experience some of us are having as adults, is that Raila Odinga understood very profoundly just how fragile most African states are, and Kenya is no exception. There is what Professor lawyer Brian called, there is a Zimbabwean lawyer called Brian, I'm forgetting his second name, that he calls the fragility of the African state. And he gives an example with the DRC Congo, the situation in Sudan, the situation in Ethiopia, the situation in Somalia, where you realize that one day you have got what you think the illusion of a stable state. Then because of small political tinkering, that state goes up in flame. One person who has helped Kenya not descend into such a situation is Raila Odinga. And let me give an example with the Sudan situation. For a long time, we thought that Omar al-Bashir was presiding over a stable state. But then, when at the critical juncture, when Omar al-Bashir had to leave, you realize that Sudan went up in flames. And today, as we speak, Sudan is in almost similar straits as Somalia. So I think that when we speak about Kenya as an oasis of peace in the East African in the region, in the Great Lakes region, one person who deserves the bouquet of flowers is Raila Odinga, and his passing, particularly for us young and emerging politicians, his death teaches us a brand of politics that I would call politics with responsibility, where I do not attack the person and the character of my brother Lutomia because we've disagreed. We might have different visions, but we must now teach ourselves to articulate such visions with honesty, with clarity, and with respect for one another. Thank you.
I think one of the things that I've noticed when you are listening to His Excellency the President, which now starts to give some of us solace, is how Baba will be honored, and I'm happy. I'd pictured that when I heard of this excruciatingly painful news, and this is what I was anticipating. And because I remember I was there when we lost former Vice President Mzee Michael Omalo Kijana. And this has touched me, and I think I want to say thank you to President Ruto. That one, it's going to be a state funeral.
Funeral, yes.
And he has specifically outlined thing as the commander-in-chief of the defense forces, that Baba will be given a state funeral with military honors and their attendant state protocols being rendered and observed. Now that to us is very, very key. Very key to us. It recognizes that someone sitting at the office up the hill recognizes that he was our people's president. The president has gone on to say that as much as the flags will be flown half-mast in all the institutions and the diplomatic corps, there's something that is very key here that has been directed to both him as the president, the deputy president, cabinet secretaries, chief justice, the cabinet secretaries, and the speaker of the National Assembly, and the Senate, and all the diplomats abroad, and whoever, in fact, he expressly says, and whomsoever else is so authorized by law, shall not fly the national flag on their official motor vehicles from today until the sunset of the day that we will inter Baba. So from today, hakuna bendera kwa barabara ya mtu. And His Excellency, the President Ruto is leading by example. So including even my Secretary General, Hassan Omar, and all the people that fly, that are authorized to fly, there's no flag kwa barabara. So we are mourning Baba, and to me that one already starts giving me solace that we are on the right path. We will give honor where honor is due, and we pray that God will give us strength to continue doing what Baba was doing for us.
That's great. I know, of course, I don't know whether we can appreciate him or honor him enough. But we, as a country, we do what we are capable of doing. And of course, believing that, of course, God, of course, we're going to repay him. Well, let me go to Tanzania. I have the tribute of Samia Suluhu, the President of the Republic of Tanzania. And hivi ndo amesema kwamba nimepokea kwa masikitiko makubwa taarifa ya kifo cha Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Tumempoteza kiongozi mahiri, mwanajumuiya wa Afrika, mpenda amani na mtafuta suluhu, ambaye ashawishi na upendo wake haukuwa tu ndani ya Kenya. Ashawishi na upendo wake haukuwa tu ndani ya Kenya, bali Afrika Mashariki na Afrika kwa ujumla. Msiba huu si wa Kenya pekee, bali wetu sote. Kwa niaba ya serikali na wananchi wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, natuma salamu za pole kwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto, Mama Ida Odinga, watoto, familia, ndugu, jamaa, marafiki na wananchi wote wa Kenya kwa msiba huu. Nasema kwamba tunaungana kuwaombea kwa Mwenyezi Mungu ili awajalie subra, faraja na imani katika kipindi hiki, na ailaze roho ya mpendwa wetu Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga mahali pema peponi.
Mama, tumepokea salamu zako za rambirambi kwa baba, vile umesema ni kiongozi wa jumuiya, na mnapoenda katika uchaguzi, ilikuwa ni moyo, fikra na mawazo ya baba ya kwamba jumuiya ya Afrika itakuwa ni Afrika ya demokrasia. Kwa hivyo kwa heshima ya baba wetu Raila Amolo Odinga na kiongozi wa jumuiya, tunakuomba umwachilie mwenzako Mheshimiwa Tundu Lissu, aliye pia katika kinyang'anyiro na kiongozi wa chama cha Chadema, aweze pia kwenda kwa wananchi kuomba kura, alafu baadaye wananchi wa Tanzania wataamua nani kati yenu nyinyi nyote atakuwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Tanzania. Asante.
Well, huo ni ujumbe mzuri pia katika ile nchi, but vile tunavyosema, we know very well that Raila was really pushing for democracy and freedom. Freedom of expression, which is also in our constitution, is something that is in our constitution, and of course giving everybody an equal opportunity, and especially matters leadership of the country. So what you're saying for that opposition leader in Tanzania makes also sense. Although we know they have their constitution, they have their laws governing elections and their country, hatuwezi kuingilia sana, ila tu tunawaomba kwamba kufuatilia demokrasia, manake demokrasia muhimu sana, ni jambo ambalo viongozi wetu kutoka kitambo wamepigania sana, ili kuhakikisha kwamba, because I'm just looking or imagining a situation in our African countries, majorly because in our African countries that's where we experienced the lack of democracy, the lack of freedom, because of the colonization aspect and so many other things. Actually, some of our four leaders wa kitambo, it's like they inherited this slave mentality, such that the countries were declared free from slavery. But then later on, you realize that most of the countries have not yet been free. Yet they fought for independence. They were cleared, but again, because like what we saw even in our own country, such that this kind of leaders like Raila Amolo Odinga came out to fight again for this democracy, something that we felt like would have come with independence. With independence, we thought like now, since we are having our own people on leadership, we felt like now tumefika. Kumbe, hatukuwa tumefika. So basically, that is something that we are even witnessing in the majority of these African countries, that people are independent. Yes, they attained independence like 60 years ago, 70 years ago, but still, they are not yet independent.
Dada Patricia, tunapozungumzia swala la nchi za Kiafrika zikiwa katika hali isiyo imara, what you call fragile African states, swala nzima ukiangalia lazima uanze na swala la kasumba ya udikteta,
which they inherited.
The mentality of dictatorship.
Yes.
Kwa sababu ukianza na Tanzania na Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, ni kwamba unaanza na Tanzania, unamwona Mheshimiwa Nyerere anamfunga Bibi Titi, anamfunga Oscar Kambona, anawafunga wengine ambao wanatofautiana naye. Ukija Kenya, unakumbuka kwamba tunamuua Pinto, Gama Pinto, Mboya anakufa mwaka 2069, na mambo mengine yakafanyika. Leo hii miaka 60 na baadaye, kama jumuiya, na tukisema tunakuja pamoja, swala ambalo sisi kama wananchi sasa katika nchi hizi za jumuiya inafaa tuipiganie, na pengine ili kumwenzi kipenzi cha watu Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, ni kuhakikisha kwamba demokrasia ya kweli limechipuka katika eneo hili. Kwa sababu nataka kurejelea swala la mwenzetu wakili Tundu Lissu. Tundu Lissu mwaka 2019 kapigwa risasi zaidi ya 15 pale Dodoma, na inakisiwa kwamba walomvamia na kumpiga risasi walikuwa watu wa ulinzi wa serikali, jeshi la polisi. Lakini ndugu yetu kaponea chupuchupu. Sasa hivi Tanzania inapoelekea uchaguzi, tumeona tena huyu ndugu kashtakiwa na kosa la uhaini. Uhaini katika sheria za Tanzania linasema huyo ni mtu akipatikana na hatia atanyongwa. Sisi kama wananchi tunasimama na wenzetu wa Tanzania kuomba serikali ya Tanzania kwamba wamuondolee ndugu Tundu makosa ya uhaini, kwa sababu hisia ya wengi ni kwamba anashtakiwa na kosa la uhaini ili kumdhibiti kisiasa. Demokrasia ya kweli lazima ipatikane katika kanda hili la Afrika Mashariki. Uganda iko na shida hiyo. Ndugu yetu mzee wetu Mheshimiwa Museveni anawania tena urais miaka 40 na alikuwa rais kama wengi wetu katika jumba hili au kwa tumezaliwa. Tunataka kwamba tuone demokrasia ikikita mizizi Tanzania, demokrasia ikinawiri Kenya, demokrasia ikinawiri Rwanda, Burundi na DRC. Kwa sababu tukiwa na demokrasia ya kweli ndiyo tunaweza kujenga taasisi za kidemokrasia ambazo zinaweza zikasaidia nchi. Ili ikiwa kuna kipindi kuna mtafaruku, basi mtafaruku huo unaweza suluhishwa kwa njia ya amani ambayo Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga alikienzi. Asante.
Thank you. You want to add something, or we can lead? We can read.
No, just to top up, and he addressed the issue of Africa. For us, we are really careful, and we are not joking around with the fragility of the East African. You talk of right now someone like Kizza Besigye.
Yes.
What he's going through. Even when you follow Bobby Wine's political rallies and you understand what's happening, you go across the border. You realize there's a problem between Salva Kiir Mayardit, the president of South Sudan, and the other Riek Machar. And then you realize at the end of the day, that's where we would have been, by the way, as a country. But Baba decided that he would not continue holding onto whatever he believes in, even if the country is going down. Baba sometimes would just let his vision, his purpose, his dream for the sake of the country. And so as these people honor and they send us messages, that's what I was telling you, as patriots and as people who come from the Wanga kingdom or from the western region where Baba was born, we will follow up this conversation with we will scan these condolences with the might that it requires. When you as Mama Samia, and we know you as shangazi wa Afrika Mashariki, kuwa shangazi wa kweli, kwa kumheshimu baba, wewe mwambie wewe ni amri jeshi mkuu kwa saizi. Sema kwamba wale wote wamefungwa kwa sababu ya hali za kisiasa waondolewe. Wewe sheria itakubali. Mseveni achilie kila mtu. Watu waende ground. Salva Kiir mwachilie nani? Yuko ndani sasa, is under house arrest. Riek Machar mwachilie. We are happy Abiy is doing well in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
And so is others. The other day we saw the Burundi president here, and you can tell there's a path and there's a cue that Burundi has taken from us, and we are doing well. Something is happening. The other day we saw Somalia, Hemedi and the other gentleman meeting somewhere for a truce. In the spirit of Raila Odinga as the Pan-Africanist, please, you guys, do something. And this is a voice call from the young people in Kenya.
Yes.
We are saying, in the spirit of mourning Baba, let it be written in your history books, in your obituaries when you join Baba, that I did this in honor of Baba. I did let all my political opponents go because of Baba. Please do this for the sake of our Baba.
Yeah, because I feel, I'm giving you the opportunity. I feel like Kenya is a reference point, and we cannot reference Kenya without referencing Raila Amolo Odinga. In terms of the fight about or around democracy. Kenya, of course, in East Africa and majorly even in Africa, we are way ahead. on most of the occasions. As a country, we are way ahead of many countries in this the continent of Africa. Therefore, when we talk of democracy, when we talk of freedom in the political scene, I think it is high time that these African countries references what Raila Amolo Odinga did. Yes, because most of them, they are referencing Kenya. You look at Tanzania, the things they are doing right now, they are looking at what Kenyans have done. Look at places like Uganda that have experienced one president since 1986 up to date. But then now you can feel the young people have realized that, we are seeing our neighbors, they have had different presidents. Yeah, so they also would want to experience this level of democracy and this level of freedom in terms of politics and also in leadership. Amos, you wanted to say something?
We got independence in 1963, and there was no independence. The only thing Kenya did is to remove the colonials. In 1992. When people begin to fight for democracy, the independency is about democracy. So the reason why we are talking about Raila right now, because the fight they fought for Kenya to become a true democratic country. And I believe, and I think our neighbors like Tanzania and Uganda and other country, there is, I don't think if there is someone who comes strong, because these things sometimes, no one want to give you just like this. You need to fight for it.
Yes.
And that's what Raila and the young Turks did. And now we can be able, like Kenya, you cannot do what these guys are doing. You cannot do that. You cannot do that and go away with it. And you just go and lock someone somewhere. Right now in Kenya, you cannot. So I believe Kenya, as much as we are still
not yet there.
Not yet.
Yes.
But we are somewhere.
True.
And that is because of people like Raila Molodi.
Okay, speaking of the African spirit, Pan-African spirit in Raila, let me read what the chairperson of the African Union Commission has written, because we saw the other, after losing the elections, after the 2022 elections, we saw there was that push now for Baba to become the chairperson. Yeah, he lost.
For Baba to become the Baba of Africa.
The president of Africa. Yes. Actually, yeah, because this is the commission that really that discusses matters around all the African countries. So this is what they said. Okay, this is what he has said, that on behalf of African Union, its organs and institutions, the chairperson, the chairperson extends his deepest condolences to the family of Odinga and the government and the people and the entire African family mourning this immense loss. He has said, His Excellency Raila Odinga was a towering figure in Kenyan's political life and a steadfast champion of democracy, good governance, and people-centered development. His decades-long commitment to justice, pluralism, and democratic reform left an indelible mark not only on Kenya but across the African continent. He inspired generations of leaders, including myself and the citizens alike, through his courage, resilience, and unwavering belief in the power of dialogue and democratic institutions. By the way, something also coming out, the power of dialogue. I know it is one of the latest calls that Baba had in this country. During that Gen Z's protest, that is a call that Baba came out. And you see, people are borrowing this from Kenya, and from him specifically. So saying that calling for a dialogue. And it is something that I know a section of Kenyans, leaders especially, came out to critique. But then, have you ever thought of the fact that it is through these dialogues that governance works? Because if people do not talk, leaders do not dialogue, as a country, I don't think we would be where we are. We are talking of the building bridges talks.
Yes, yeah.
We are talking of the handshakes. The handshakes is not just the normal, like tunaona mkono ni kuonyesha tu ishara. But now, before the handshake, there's now the handshake talk, where now people sit down and say, okay, bro, you feel like wewe ndo ulishinda. Yes. But then, for the sake of the peace of this country, for the sake of the citizens, are you willing to step down, or are you willing to agree the situation the way it is? We work together, and we have seen that working. So it is something that even like you hear the chairman of the African Union Commission saying that it is something that I have borrowed from him, the resilience. Because let me tell you, it is true. As human beings, imagine you losing, let me just say losing the elections in quotes. Yeah, let me just put it in quotes.
Knowing you have won.
Yeah. So that's why I'm putting it in quotes. Yes, because I cannot prove either. You get. So knowing for several elections that you feel like I rightfully want this, but I'm not being given. But still, nakaa kando, and again, after 5 years, I come back again. Through the same process. Through the same, for example, the IEBC. And then, uko tu na ile confidence kwamba I will try again, and maybe this time round I'll get it. Yeah, so that is the resilience that that this African leader is pointing at. So it is something, it's a big statement that maybe with time we shall, because there are some points that we need to reference on as we continue with this discussion.
Just to say something, you know why the power of dialogue from Raila's view holds weight is because he doesn't just talk of words. His words followed with action.
Yes.
Because, like, for example, when we had the precipice of 2007, when we had Kina Kofi Annan coming, my friend, Kenya was the talk of the world. You know, people did not at any one time see that Kenya would stand or would recover from what had happened in a span of like a week or so. But when we saw, people did not believe, and deep down they knew who had won, and of course observers had indicated who had won, but of course now results came otherwise. But people saw someone who was in quotes perceived to have won dropping down, and again shaking hand with someone who by that time was perceived to have lost. And Kenya picked itself up from there, where we had, compensation of political violence and the victims who had been lost. Picking ourselves from that. Same case to the subsequent elections. What the peacekeeping missions that he has done, he has been there to even offer truce between very serious warring communities. The ability of Raila the Baba not to have a party centered in one region. That in itself, today, look at what has happened today. We have all towns from Garissa to Kilifi. People outside, mourning in their own different ways. This is unheard of in other regions. Even when we lost, I remember when we lost Mzee John Pombe Magufuli, former president of Tanzania. I mean, we didn't see what we are seeing here in Kenya. I mean, it was a state mourning and everyone went. But you can tell the pain here is cutting across all age, across all race, across the entire nation. And people are mourning. I was listening to one of your colleagues, Linus Kekai, and he asked former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, what made you shake hands with Ruto and come up with a handshake? He said 4 things. The situation of Sri Lanka, the situation of Sudan, the situation of, at some point he even talked of this Madagascar that has just happened the other day, and one other nation, I think in West Africa. He said, I had seen that, and if I didn't intervene, where now there's military on the street, and as a leader and as a father and as a patriot, I would have let that go, knowing that people would get me on the top seat. But I did not want a top seat given by the military. I did not want a top seat given through the back door, that I'm given a seat because someone has been exited or removed. I wanted a seat of the people, a seat that will carry everyone. It is for that reason that I extended my hand to the current regime. Look at that. That is a patriot speaking. That is a father speaking. That I can't let children fight, and because I'm the father, I say whoever will win will come to me. No. That is Baba for you. That was Baba for you.
Well, let me continue with the statement from the African Union chairperson, Commission chairperson. What he has said, that Mr. Odinga's contributions extended far beyond national borders. Yes, as the African Union High Representative for Infrastructure Development in Africa, he worked tirelessly to advance the continent's integration and connectivity agenda.
Yes.
Helping to lay the foundations for the African Continental Free Trade Area and broader social economic transformation.
Yes.
Yeah. So, why I read this part is that this African connectivity agenda.
Yes.
Well, I know most of the time our leaders, even when they went to the AU, there's also always this aspect of the African oneness, togetherness coming out, which I feel like we, as Africa, we felt like we lacked a leader who would spearhead this. And looking at what Raila had as manifestos for the AUC chairmanship seat, you see that he really looked at this. The connectivity, the coming together of African countries, the working together to improve our social lives, to improve our economic life as Africa. This is something that he had in his mind, back in his mind. And I believe maybe these are things that the current leadership should borrow from. Yeah, they should borrow from, because of course, he did not get that seat. And we appreciate it. And of course, I believe that even the competition there, it was kind of tough. You remember, I know most of us watched what was happening. Like, we watched the election continue, and we appreciated the fact that Raila was, manifestos were quite good for Africa, for Africa's togetherness, for Africa's economy, like, quite good. It's only that he didn't get that opportunity.
No, actually, let me say this. Raila was done with uniting Kenya. Raila was done with uniting East
Africa. Yes.
He was actually there for one other mission. This mission of uniting Africa. Like, for example, just topping up on what you're saying in that election, we were observing, and you could see, as much as we are all Africans, there is a situation on the table that we always see each other as Francophones, as East Africans, as West Africans, as Africans of maybe this particular religion or this particular descent. Baba, at some point when he was vying and when he was presenting his manifesto, and all of us, we saw the debate, there's no one time he addressed a particular section of people, like I am addressing the Francophones or East Africans or the guys who are coming up north. Or now like you remember, there was a problem when the people from the south, where you have the South Africa, you have Madagascar coming from down, and they say, we are coming as a region.
Yes.
So they call themselves
we saw the regional blocks.
The regional blocks,
yes.
Now, he was trying to destroy those blocks. And that's why he was really pushing what I'm sure the current president is now pushing, the open Africa, the open border Africa, that I can be able to go to Senegal, I can be able to go to Mali, I can be able to go to South Sudan without being asked for a visa. He was really pushing for that. So you look at this man, his mind, heart and soul was for a united Africa, a united people, a united, even when he went with the current president, the UN. At some point, you guys can agree, the Secretary General of UN, Antonio Guterres,
yes,
appreciated him with his knowledge, with the African connectivity, connecting Africa under one rail, under one pipeline, and connecting the sea waters, of Africa.
Development infrastructure.
The infrastructure, when
Yes.
he was the chair of the infrastructure corridor. You can tell they really appreciated this man, and I'm sure they'll miss him. Africa will miss Raila.
Let me add something. I think Africans don't like something good. The dictatorial African head of state, because they fear this man will come and they begin to tell us how we should run our countries. And I think that is what they feared. And most of them, like we are talking about the East Africa, people are so selfish until they don't want something good. Because Africans lost the good opportunity for African to grow. And that thing was in Baba. As you said, the manifesto, he brought it very clear, and everyone would understand what this man want to do. But because of the fear, we don't want him to be there, because there is something we are going to lose. And I think that is what happened at the end. He did not lose the election.
Okay, Kidi, you have anything to add about now the African Union?
Raila Odinga demonstrated profoundly that he understood the challenges of Africa. And I think that one of the things every sensible country must invest in to guarantee its sovereignty is energy independence. And Africa, for instance, cannot claim to seek to industrialize if Africa is not independent in the area of energy, or does not produce sufficient energy that then can run its industries. And this is one of the things that Raila took to African Union as the high representative on infrastructure. I think it is only in Raila Odinga's mouth that we heard about the Inga Dam and the potential of Inga Dam to power the whole continent. Raila Odinga also took to African Union the same expertise that he deployed when he was the Minister for Roads. By the way, let me say this to Raila's credit. When we say that Kenya has got good roads, high infrastructural development, and that people give that credit to President Kibaki, we must remember that for 8 out of the 10 years when Kibaki was in power, Roads Ministry was solidly under Raila. The first 3 years when he was the Minister for Roads, Public Works, and of course Housing, then Kibaki did a reshuffle in 2005. No, there was a time when Housing was removed first. Then in 2005, after 2005, in 2006, he was kicked out together with the other 4. In 2008 to 2013, whoever was manning the roads docket were his appointees. First, it was Kipkalia Kones. When Kones went to be with the Lord, then he appointed Bet. Kipkalia Kones were largely implementing the groundwork,
yes.
the vision that he had for the roads ministry. Today, driving around Nairobi is much easy and enjoyable because of what we call the bypasses. The bypass project was first developed by Raila Odinga in 2004. And that is when he had the vision of these bypasses that today we have not even completed building. Today, when you are on Ngong Road, you easily get to Langata through Kibra. That was the thinking of Raila. I mean, Raila was such a visionary man. I still wish we had, as a country, we had given him a chance to lead us. What a loss, and it is our own loss. May Raila Odinga rest in peace.
Maybe just to add on, I'm reminded of what Secretary General during the 2007-2008 post-election crisis. By that time, Kofi Annan, this is what he said about Raila Odinga, that the power sharing brokered by us is a resultant of Raila Odinga's good heart, stating that in the Committee of Dialogue, this is essential to avert further catastrophe and restore stability not only just in Kenya but in East Africa. In the 2012 meeting with Ban Ki-moon during the World Economic Forum, by that time Ban Ki-moon said this of Raila Odinga while they were discussing by the sidelines on regional security issues, including the situation in Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, and the piracy in the Indian Ocean and international criminal ICC role in the accountability process. Ban said that Raila Odinga's leadership in fostering regional cooperation is what we need, because that's what we lack in Africa. This is what Antonio Guterres said just the other day.
Yes.
During the presidential election petition in December 2022, that Odinga, well, they later shared, he said, Raila Odinga's expressed support of a legal avenue through Kenya's Supreme Court and commended through the Azimio Coalition restraint of maintaining peace and order shows what a real leader and a father is impressed of their own nation. Now look at that. That was Baba for you.
Wow, still in the spirit of honoring Raila Amolo Odinga, we have the economic freedom fighters also writing their condolences.
EFF, led by
EFF.
The one and only.
Yes, and this is what they have said, that the EFF extends its deepest condolences to the people of Kenya on the passing of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Yes, so, and we also have the Honorable Aiden Duale, the CS for Health. He has also sent his condolence message to the late Raila Odinga. And this is what he has said, that Raila was a man whose courage, conviction, and compassion, defined generations. I just want you to listen, like, how he has started it, that Raila was a man whose courage, conviction, and compassion defined generations. That through storms and triumphs alike, he carried the hope of a people and the vision of a nation yet to be. For me, his passing is deeply personal. Baba played a big role in my 20-year political journey, a father, teacher, mentor who believed in my potential when few did. He personally inducted me as a member of the Dujis in 2007, setting me on a path of service that continues to this day. My family and I remain forever indebted to him for the guidance, faith, and warmth he extended so generously. As we mourn his departure, we celebrate a legacy that transcends politics, a legacy of courage, principle, and unwavering love for Kenya. May the memory of Honorable Raila continue to guide our nation toward unity and freedom. Every other leader recognizes and appreciates the vision that Raila had for this country. The togetherness that Raila had, that spirit of togetherness that he had for the country. And like we've heard from the condolence of the chairperson of the AUC, that it was beyond the country's borders. It was beyond the borders of Kenya, beyond the borders of East Africa, beyond the borders of even Africa, to the world. So these are some of the condolence messages that people are sending, and you can also send your condolence messages as well. Our Twitter is live. You can just go there, write your condolence messages that we are going to read them. We are going to appreciate them because together we are honoring the life of one person who dedicated his whole life to fight for Kenya. One person who has sacrificed his happiness, by the way, because remember, looking at his life, kutoka when he was young, being in politics. Actually, first of all, being born in a family of politicians, and it's not just a politician, people who are active in politics. Most of the time, you might even lack that love of a family. Because maybe if it is your father who is a politician, most of the time, they are on the road. They are on a platform speaking. They are addressing the nation. You get. So most of the time, I know there's something that he has sacrificed. Some of them willingly, and even others not even willingly. But now you just have to. You just have to. So it's quite important that we honor that and we appreciate what he has done for this country. So we continue with this conversation, and I want us to look at something different. Okay, the freedom is something that we've talked about because majorly any leadership, freedom is key in any kind of leadership, any setup of leadership. Freedom and democracy, those are the things that we talk about because that is where we have the human rights. That is where we have the issue of social justice. That is where we have the issue of governance. That is where we also want even like all voices to be included in governance. So this now takes us to the issue of the Constitution, the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, that which the referendum, which gave birth to the counties that we are talking about, and this actually aiming at bringing services to the local mwananchi, aiming at bringing governance closer to the citizen. So that is where we got the counties. The counties were born, and I remember the other day when we were looking at that journey of devolution. I remember the other day people were saying like, so far, what we have done as a country, what we have done at this, the performances at these county levels, sometimes they do not reflect that vision which Raila had. The vision of devolution. Maybe we can talk about that a bit because I feel like having that constitution, having that devolution mind, spirit, there was something that he was driving to. And that is what maybe we can appreciate as we continue honoring him. So, Godia, I'm going to start with you.
Well, Baba and Constitution were twins. I must say that. Baba wanted everything legally. And I remember part of his contribution were advocacy of the multi-party democracy and early reforms. Yes. That was when he was starting. He also wanted, he pushed the same during the formation of the Rainbow. Remember the Rainbow election? He also wanted that. And then now, of course, the draft constitution in 2005. Up to lately, when Baba was saying, there are counties that we honestly don't need because we can't see the match of development vis-a-vis the funds they're receiving from cost from COB. So he was like, is it time we relook at our current constitution? He has actually left that spirit with us, and we are looking at that. Is it time we look at the constitution currently, the way it is right now? Is it accommodative? Baba was like, this constitution, it has gotten to a point where it's locking other people out. You remember now the NADCO. The NADCO was going to a situation where both the winning team, in this case the government of the day, and the opposition, they would have a platform to participate in national building. The current one that we have is once you didn't make it, once you are a team during the election and you didn't make it to the election, then you are thrown into being a news reporter or a guy who just gives briefs from a particular office somewhere. And the only people that now have a voice are the minority in the legislature. Baba had a vision where we relook at reintroducing the office of the official opposition in parliament, both in National Assembly and the Senate. We are looking at a situation where Baba was saying we want a place where we have the prime cabinet secretary. We had a situation where we wanted to keep on sneaking in the CAS. You remember? And they were challenged in court. But he was like, I think it's time. Every time we want to see the minister is out, so he's nowhere. We need to put this back in the constitution, where you have the CS has an assistant, the way they did in the handshake thing. So he has rested while he was still agitating for some reforms in the current constitution, because you're saying it's over 10 years now. Can we just look at this thing? Let's see what has worked so far. Because he kept on saying it's not casted stone. It's not casted stone. Right now we're going into the world of AI. He was like, please open up. Let's do this thing. Where there was a time where we would not say what we are saying. Someone would say, you are arrested because of your comments, and they kept on finding a way of a way to charge you. So he was like, please open up. Let's open this. Of course, he found resistance, but we are here. We are here to push what Baba was saying, and the NADCO will be a litmus test for us. We want to bring in the official opposition. We want to bring in back the prime minister, the deputy prime ministers. People are calling it a bloated government, but hello, we are a progressive society. We are a progressive nation. So we will find a way of how to accommodate him when he doesn't get through his position on the ground, accommodate young people. Baba was still, by the way, agitating for the inclusion of women in leadership. Baba was still pushing for the 2/3 gender. And people are playing around with it because it's not in the constitution. But we want to make it now be in the constitution. That was the heart, the soul, and the voice of Baba.
Let's hear what Kidi has to say about now the referendum and the devolution thing.
But Raila Odinga, one of the lessons, I had the good fortune of working for Raila Odinga directly in 2017 and in 2022. I had opportunity to sit up close with Raila when he would speak not as a politician but as a citizen of this country. One of the things, particularly around devolution and our constitutional development, is that in 2004 we had a good opportunity to steer this country in the right direction. But short-termism and selfish political interest stood in the way. Those short-term political interests is what led to the disregard of the MOU that my brother Lotomia mentioned earlier. It is what led to the killing of the Mbombai in 2003. It is what led to the disregard of the Bomas draft after Yashpal Gai and team did an excellent job on it. It is what led to a section of members of the Kibaki's kitchen cabinet going and coming up with what was called Kilifi draft, that the people of Kenya in their infinite wisdom rejected. In 2008, in 2007, after the disastrous tragedy around the election violence happened, the 2010 constitution must be construed for what it is, a ceasefire document. And around that time, we had to get a new constitution or a new constitution. There are things that we would have structured better. But because of the prevailing short-term political interests, which were also very powerful, we had to make compromises. So I will start with devolution. Devolution is a wonderful gift to this country. It has opened parts of this country that for a long time were forgotten and left behind. Last weekend I was in Mandera, and Mandera is 2 hours by flight. 2 hours by flight means you go to Kampala twice, because Kampala is 1 hour. That is how far Mandera is. So I was asking them, how do you get to Mandera by road? They tell me by bus it is about 24 hours, and if you have a Land Cruiser it is about 19 hours. There was the road that the president was mentioning where when the people of Kenya decided to mock him. Utoke Gari, uende Ramu, uende Kotulo. All that, it is a very long stretch, but still untarmacked. If you're in Mandera town, what you have as tarmac is very recent. They have been built after 2013. So devolution, these are areas that for over 60 years, for 50 years, we had not taken the resources of the country to go and develop. But there is a but, that the way our devolution is structured, and these were words of Raila Odinga when we met him in 2019 with a group of other young Kenyans during the BBI. He told us that our devolved units, counties, are too small to make both economic and political sense. That is why you see the counties in their wisdom are coming together under regional blocks. There is LREB,
There's Sekeb.
there is Sekeb, there is
Jumuiya.
Noreb, there is Jumuiya.
Yes.
So that is about devolution.
So let me cut you short, Kiasi, so that we can have the top of the hour, so that now we can continue with that area of devolution, because it is quite important, and it is something that I believe Raila had a vision about when he was introducing it. So we're going to have the top of the hour and still continue with honoring Raila Amolo Odinga with most of the achievements that he did for this country. It's quite important after the top of the hour. Well, it's like my producer says that we continue. Yeah, let's just continue with that area of devolution.
So yes, thank you. Yes. So in that regard, the but is that because of the fact that the counties are coming together, because of how small these counties are, as a consequence, the center has refused to devolve genuinely. And by devolving genuinely, I mean meaningful transfer of power and function. Because some of the activities that we are still, or functions we are still having at the national government, should be performed at the counties.
Sure.
So sometimes part of the disappointment the people have with the counties are because of a center that has refused to devolve. I hope that is one area, possibly in honor of Raila, we are able to speak to more genuinely as a country. Again, in that regard, you see, if you look at what you call successful democracies, they go to one in hand with what is called the principle of subsidiarity. Subsidiarity is a constitutional law term, that means that decisions are made at the local level as much as possible. If you go to Germany, that is what happens in Germany. If you go to America, you realize that there is a reason why the states and state elections are sometimes more important than the federal election, than the national elections. If we were able to devolve genuinely and say, and I'll give an example, let's talk of, say, Luo Nyanza. instead of having a county assembly in Migori and a county assembly in Homa Bay and a county assembly in Kisumu and Siaya and Kisii and Nyamira, and these issues are cross-cutting, we could have one assembly, say in Kisii, to represent that entire region, so that things like agriculture, the representatives can meet in Kisii, things like fishing, let us meet in Kisii and discuss them, and industrialization, how to build our manufacturing base, can be discussed more intelligently if all those counties are merged together and that conversation is taking place, say in Kisii or Kisumu. But you see, when you are running a small county assembly in Migori, another small group of MCAs in Homa Bay, another small group of MCAs in Kisumu, they're discussing almost the same thing, but also consuming a lot of money in terms of salaries and allowances. That is an area that I hope we can be able to deal with. The other thing is about our the design of our executive structure. Pure presidential systems have proven to be quite problematic. The challenge with the pure presidential system is the question of transfer of power, because part of why the National Police Service, and I don't speak for them, had to respond with so much force against the Gen Zs was because of the slogan one term, no, Ruto must go. Because when you say Ruto must go, it means that you are overthrowing
A government, a legitimate.
actually the constitution.
Yeah.
Because the president is the defender in chief of that constitution. That constitution prescribes how we elect the president. So if you remove that president in a manner that is not prescribed in the law, you have actually overthrown the constitution. As a consequence, I think that it makes it very difficult when you disagree with the leader mid-term. If you look at the UK system, for example, Liz Truss was a prime minister for 45 days because when she came in and proven that she didn't have the grasp of both the politics and the issues that the Britons were grappling with, in 45 days she was gone. When Boris had problems around when he flouted COVID rules and he had to go, I mean, they met in parliament and they
chased him away.
Yeah. In Kenya, because of pure presidential system, that transfer of power has to take place in public, in the streets, in our homes, because the president, whoever wants to come in, has to go and mobilize. As a consequence, it becomes disruptive. And it becomes disruptive in this way as I conclude. The economic costs we pay for poor presidential system is, I think, much higher than the benefit we derive. Because 1 year before election, capital retreats and sticks to the periphery, observing how the politics plays out. 1 year, between 6 months to 1 year after election, capital still does not return to the economy because of the constant post-election violence or post-election disagreement that come with how our electoral body is also usually structured. So you realize that we almost, between elections, we waste almost 2 years when we are still figuring out how the politics is going to go. I think that if we were to have a pure parliamentary system or a parliamentary system that is a hybrid, where we've got the office of the president and the office of the prime minister in a manner that accords with our unique history and sociopolitical dynamics, I think we would be a better country. These are some of the conversations we had the good fortune of having with the Prime Minister Raila Odinga.
Yes.
I hope that as a country, as we mourn this great son of Africa, we might have a chance to turn our eyes inwards and ask ourselves that did we at some point fail to listen to this great man? Thank you.
Well, thank you. Let me
maybe just a top up, unless you want to
still,
go.
it is something still to do with devolution, because it is the Council of Governors have also sent in their condolences.
Yes.
The Council of Governors, and they are a product of devolution. So this is what they have said, that it is with great sorrow that the Council of Governors has learned the untimely death of the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya. His death has cast a dark shadow over the nation, robbing Kenya of one of her greatest sons, a visionary leader, a liberator, and a true patriot who served the country wholeheartedly and with the utmost dedication. He was one of a kind. So they've continued saying that the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga's life and political journey is a story of Kenya's struggle for justice, democracy, and equality. Yeah, through decades marked by trials, sacrifice, and resilience, he stood firm in his convictions and bore the hopes of millions with unmatched courage. His was a voice that spoke truth to power, a heart that beat for the people, and a spirit that refused to yield in the face of adversity. Raila Amolo Odinga will be remembered as a man of deeds and unmatched father of devolution. Yeah, devolution. He was an architect of a new constitutional order and led the way in promoting and implementing the devolved government order. Actually, that is what we are talking about.
On that note,
yes,
the way we have said that we will just not only receive messages of condolences and message of encouragement from the passing on, this is now the time that the governors needs to do what Baba wanted. Baba was pushing for something like ward development fund to be observed in all the counties. Baba was trying to liberate 1,450 political or elected members of county assembly from the chains of governor. He was trying to liberate. We have a dispensation where if you're not loyal to governor so and so,
yes,
then your region suffers the consequences. Which means most MCAs are subject, or they are like the development from your region is measured by your loyalty. That's why Baba kept on saying that you cannot have senators. It's not their work to go and supervise governors. It is the work of county assemblies to be able to question and be able to checkmate the governor. But you see now, as it stands right now, I mean, you saw the other day when Senator Khalwale and Senator Richard Onyonka, when they were in Kakamega or when they were doing a tour in Busia, they were almost punching some CECs who have no say in what happens in a particular ward, on why that particular project was started and why it has stalled. So Baba was pushing for that, and so the Council of Governors, through their chair, and he's a serious chair, the governor of Wajir. Yeah, let him lead his people. And I've already talked to my governor in Kakamega, and he has started implementing what Baba wanted. And so we want that to be implemented, whether you are for or against the governor as an MCA. The ward development fund, an equal budget to a particular ward must be there. It must go to the people. That was Baba's wish, and so that must happen.
Well, there's something, I'm coming to you, Amos. There's something that Kidi talked about, this all power concentration, so much concentration on the presidency, such that we forget now where most of this decision making should start. That is from the grassroots. I don't know, what is your take on that?
His Excellency the President, William Ruto.
I'm not talking of the president. The presidency is a seat.
Yes. His Excellency the President, William Ruto, immediately after he met Prime Minister Raila Odinga on a handshake, there are things actually that Prime Minister was very clear and they told him very clear, and they told the president that one, we want the World Development Fund, we want the Senate fund to go, and he actually needs to let the devolution of health go to the counties. And I can attest that that one was easily done, and more things that Baba wanted to go on the ground so that the people can have the say. That one was very clear. It was very clear from day one. Baba really wanted whatever was for the county remains at the county. Whatever was for the executive remains for the executive. For example, the executive is still struggling to let agriculture go, for example, something like agriculture. They say, we are doing subsidies, but this is functions of counties. It's supposed to be let to the counties, and so, but there is a working team that is working on that to let such things go for the wish of Baba.
Let's hear what Hamos has about devolution and that the spirit of devolution that Baba came with.
The original counties was supposed to be 14 in the Boma's draft constitution, and because that my brother was saying about the selfishness of our leaders, people want to remain with the powers, so each and every region was thinking that if we had only 14 devolutions like counties government, the areas like, let's for example Kisii and Nyamira, or Wajir and Isiolo, so they thought our people will not see the real power of devolution. So that's why they came up with the numbers we are having today, and it doesn't make sense. And recently, before Baba flew to India, this is what he was saying, that we need to have the constitution be relooked again, and we see where we didn't do well, and now we start afresh. A referendum 2005, that is where we got to active politics. That's why we got to central, and the original intent of devolution is not what is being done today, because the people whom we are electing to governorship, or they inherit a culture that it is my time, so they don't care. So the power of the presidency was supposed to be devolved to the grassroots, and the governors, nobody want to leave this power. Just like now, I'm a president with less powers than the former president Moi. So the governors also, they don't want, like my brother was saying about the devolving the money to the wards at the ward level, Ward Development Fund. So the governors also, they don't want to let it go. So that is where the problem of our devolution. But the original intent of devolution was that the power go to the people, the money go to the people on the ground, and now we could have seen the development. Today is now I want to eat. It's my time to eat. I can be one term. So what do I care?
So I go, I gather,
then
I leave. Well, something interesting is coming out of this conversation about devolution and that aspect of having a devolved power but not money. Well, or we can also say that yes, the power and money were devolved, but once they get down there, there is something else also we devolved. Remember, devolving the power, devolving the money, and also devolving the appetite for the money, corruption, which is something that we are witnessing. Because in the real sense, how this devolution was set, how it was supposed to function, if it is not these issues of corruption, I want to believe that easy development we are talking about, we should be seeing them in the county levels. Because, or again, if it is not a matter of, we are having leaders who I don't know what are their priorities in terms of, like, it is an executive, a county executive. Where are your priorities in terms of, the other day we saw that report showing county governments, actually it is on our website, you can go and check the infographics of how these counties are spent in terms of salaries. The idea was not again to go and have a bloated payroll in the counties, whereby we are seeing, I don't know, they are not getting this. Like, you have a county that is paying above 50% of what they are getting from the national, from the treasury. 53% goes to salaries. For God's sake, where will they get money for development? Where will you get money for the other things that you're supposed to do for the counties? Those are the things. Those are the questions that people need. So I think the idea for the devolution was quite amazing. It was quite great, because I tend to believe that most of the time, if we have these many counties, it means it is easier to reach the grassroots, to reach the mwananchi wa pale chini. That is why we were having this, like, tuko na county hapa, kuna ward, we break down mpaka kwa ward. So we have wards that are able to know, like, these are the number of people that we have in this ward. So, and it is easier for the MCA to reach to these people, because in fact so many MCAs coming out and complaining that even in their homes they cannot stay in peace, because every other morning watu wanaingia pale, the citizens in that ward kila siku wanapiga hodi pale kwake. So that means that he is a person who is closer to the people. So I want to understand that this person who is closer to the people should understand these people better than Adio. Let me say, for example, like the blocks that we used to have, the regional blocks that we used to have. This person who is closer to the people must understand them better than wewe mwenye uko kwa regional level. So that was I tend to believe that was the idea. But then we are not yet there. Actually, we are not even yet going there. Because every other person, like Amos has said, once they get into these seats, they say, it is my time now. It is my time now to eat. If I don't eat now, I will never eat. So it is my time. So the way the devolution structure, the way it was done, personally, I feel if people would have just been honest with the structure and genuine enough, saizi tunafaa tukuwe tunasema tuko na matunda mengi ya devolution. But then when people get, so I'm still afraid that we are talking of now changing the constitution again. Yeah, we are talking of changing tukuwe na majimbo, tukuwe na regions. Yeah, instead of now the counties, the many counties that you have. Okay, that is okay in terms of cost, the cost of devolution that you are incurring as a country, and again in other aspects like in corruption and so many, that is okay. But then again, if we don't get that vision right in us, and if as Kenyans we are not patriotic enough, and if as Kenyans we are not just honest and just truthful enough, still tutabaki pale. That is my feeling. Well, I know it is something that the late Honorable was pushing for, and not him alone. Other leaders have been joined hands to push for that. But again, I will repeat and say, if this vision does not stick in us, if we don't feel that pain of that vision, then again we will not gain anything from it.
Well, the idea of the Bomas draft, the idea of the constitution, was amazing. It was amazing. But now, one thing we lacked, or we didn't really specify, was, and that's what I'm saying. That's what former president I struggle to say late, but our Prime Minister Baba used to say, is his vision was to take power, to take money, to take devolution to the people. But now, in the constitution, there are, what we didn't really define is how are these things, how is this power going to the people? What we did, we actually formed mini presidents.
Yes.
We did form mini presidents. Someone gets there, they still want to fly flags, by the way. They want to have a whole dispensation of a office setup of the national president. They want to have it at the county. Someone wants these PAs, these advisors, this number of people in his office. If, for example, I'm given an opportunity today, the first thing I will destroy, for example, is the executive office of the governor. It has like 20 officers. 20 officers. Like, for example, we used to have a county commissioner, or by that time PC, who just used to have one vehicle and one escort. But this time round, you see when a governor leaves his home going to the office, I mean, he has like 20 vehicles, which are gasless. Look at a situation where there is a, what forms the beef between a deputy governor and a governor who are actually on the same ballot paper. It's all about my time to eat. It's all about you're eating alone and you're not sharing with me. Or it's about of power sharing. You know, we campaigned together and I had my people, you had your people. That's why Baba was saying we need to relook at this constitution. There are positions that we have realized we don't need them. We honestly don't need a position of a deputy governor because all of them have been rendered useless. You know, we are struggling right now with the wage bill. We notice right now that we literally do not need nominated MCS, for example. We just need the 1,450. But right now, we have more than that, which are actually putting a strain on the control of budget, on the wage bill of each and particular county. You notice we have a Minister of Environment, or we have an officer from KFS in a particular region. Let me pick Uasin Gishu, for example, or Kakamega with our Kakamega Forest. But at the same time, we have a CEC of Environment and Wildlife at the county. What business does this CEC have? So you notice the merging between two institutions, the officers who would actually serve both the national and the county. We have duplication of roles, duplication of purposes, which now Baba wanted to change. That's what he was saying. Let's open this thing for discussion. Let's open this thing for dialogue. Let's see how it goes. Is it time that now we have seen what we did pass 10 years ago? Can we now redo it again? Or can we now add some flavor to it for the sake of serving the public, for the sake of serving the people? That's what Baba wanted. We will push for it. We will not let it go. I'm here. Kid is here. The young people are here. Amos is here. We will push for what Baba wanted. And we will make him proud.
Kidi, do you have anything to add about the devolution?
Well, in regards to devolution, again, as my brother has said, is that there is too much, there is what we call the cost of running government. What has proven to be a big challenge is the cost of running the counties, because we spend much more money in recurrent expenditure than in capital expenditure. As we move forward, and of course it is also a challenge at the national level, that then we must find an intelligent design to make sure that we do not have a bloated county employees at the expense of meaningful work that then transforms the life of the people. I come from a center-right political party, and if you're wondering which one is that, of course it is Kenya African National Union, the grand old party. As a center-right politician and leader, I believe that government should always be small. Small government that should then enable the people or empower the people to do for themselves that which ordinarily they could not or were unable to do. So the role of government is to create an enabling environment. So when we have got devolved units or county governments, let us reduce their size in terms of human resource so that we do not have a bloated wage bill that then undermine our capacity to use the resources we take to the grassroots in paying emoluments and remuneration at the expense of investing in the lives of our people. Thank you.
As my brother said, I think the problem with us,
yes,
as Kenyans,
yes,
you know, the reason why we should have a big government per
yes,
se, because of our culture.
Yes, yes.
You are coming from that region, the other one from another region, and there is no way you can be left out.
Yes.
So that is the problem. You know, the county government, they inherited the blood wage bills because of the former council.
Yes.
So they absorb these people. There is nothing they can do. You cannot fire them because you got them. In fact, they came there before you. So there is nothing you can do.
Yes.
So the only thing we can do is the money for development should be used well. Because nothing, with the wage bill, even national government, see, we are doing above 50%. The same to counties. So it's very difficult. I know people have the desire to reduce the size of the government, but it's not going to be easy because like now, in our political, I need someone from Meru,
yes,
and I need someone from Western Kenya. You cannot tell me that I will only, because I'm coming from Nairobi, I will be working only with the people of Nairobi. And I want to get the big office. So that is where our problem lies. So in terms of devolution, it's a very good idea. And the only challenge we have is our governors. Because even if the money is there to do the development, they all don't want to do it because they want to pick something. They want something to be left for them. So instead of constructing a road, you want to pick a small
Maram road.
Yes. Because you want something to you want to have something. So that is the problem of devolution. Otherwise, it's the best thing happened to Kenyans. Yes.
While you were out, Kidi, you know, I talked about the issue of corruption and the fact that the whole idea of devolution, the whole idea of having these counties, these many counties, I think it was for the best of Kenya.
Yes.
Yeah, because
the many counties.
Yeah, the many counties. It was the best for Kenya because we felt like this is the best way we could be able to reach to the grassroots.
Yes.
This is the best way we could be able to reach to that huyo mwananchi ule kule kwa kijiji kule kabisa. That was the best way we would have reached them. But now the issue that is coming out is the fact that yes, the idea was good, but now the implementers and maybe the structure that we put, this structure of having the executives and so forth, maybe it is what is failing us because most of the time we have seen, and right now we have seen so many of these governors accused of mismanaging county funds.
Yes.
You see, and not only that, so many of them. So I feel like the idea was good, was great for Kenya. But now the implementation is where we got it wrong. So I want to understand, or maybe imagine now changing now to the, still it is devolution, right? Whatever now Raila was pushing for again, still is devolution, but now in a different structure.
Yes.
Like we talking of regions.
Yes.
We go back to the regions.
Yes. No, the regions was actually the original idea. Of course, it was there during the independence constitution when we came from Lancaster. But then Kenyatta, Njonjo, Mboya axis killed it. They killed it because they was talking of national unity, and that having Majimbo was going to encourage ethnic division. Whether they were right or wrong, we can't say, because we didn't have a chance to experiment with Majimbo or regionalism. However, considering that the entire northern frontier district was so forgotten, if they had their own resources, I think they would have attempted to accelerate their own development.
True.
For a long time, Nyanza was really marginalized. We might be forgetting this. But the only time roads were done in Nyanza properly was between 2008 and 2013. That is when the road from Katito to Kindu Bay to Homa Bay is done all the way to Rongo, which literally opens up that area. It is also the time the road from Homa Bay to Mbita is tarmacked. That road was impassable. Fish was rotting in the lake. The road from Migori to Muhuru Bay has still not been tarmacked to date. It is only under Uhuru when you see the road from Ahero through Kisii and Migori is then paved into a proper highway. It used to be a small patch of tarmac where when two vehicles are going to pass each other,
one has to
yes, one has to drive out of the tarmac. It is also along that stretch where one of the former members of parliament got an accident when he was still an advocate Olagaloch. It was because of the smallness of that road. So in a nutshell is that I think that if we are able to then reconsider our devolution design, and what we are dealing with now here is design and commitment. When the counties the way they are too small, genuinely, to say they want to invest in building industries. Because some of the, in business there is what is called economies of scale. If you have, and again I will give an example with the Luo Nyanza, that if you have Migori and Homa Bay and Kisumu coming together and Siaya, this entire area, they can say that this financial year we are investing in fish or in fishing and maritime, so that then they set up an industry in one of the counties that deals with that exclusively. The next financial year, if they say that we are now encouraging farmers to plant cotton, then they build a ginnery, then they resuscitate Kikomi, then you will build an industrial base. Kisumu County as alone cannot invest in Kikomi because it was even unable to run Jaramogi Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital. That is how small our counties are. So I still believe that if we go to a three-tier, and remember this thing was in the harmonized draft, it was only killed in Naivasha, and Naivasha is where good constitutional proposals went to die. Remember that is also where we killed the Senate. The Senate ideally should be the upper house, but I don't know if you know it is not. National Assembly has got much more clout than the Senate.
True.
It was a misnomer a misnomer that even Nzamba Gitonga, before he died, lamented. If you Google his name, some of his latest writings before he died was on the misnomer around how the Senate was redesigned. And that killing took place in Naivasha, and it was part of the mischievous politics between ODM on one hand and PNU on the other hand. I call it mischievous politics because people were now trying to cut short their opponents, or cut their opponents at the knee, on who is likely to become president and who is not likely to become president.
Who has control.
Yes, who has control and who will control what. So as a consequence, our leaders went to Naivasha, lost the sight of the antelope, as Professor Pila Lumba would put it, for a dashing squirrel. So I still believe that that devolution holds a great promise, but we have generated sufficient material in regards to this, on what has gone wrong, what could have been done better. What is lacking is political commitment. With Raila Odinga gone, the question is, do we have people who are committed enough at the political leadership level who would want to pursue this? Well, I can't say yes or no, but because of the three of us seated in these studios today, may history record that we are committing ourselves to make sure that we build a better country and a more intelligently designed devolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me look at something different here. A socio-economic. That is something that socio-economy, that is something that Raila was also pushing.
Yes.
And I'm looking at what he repeatedly framed as being social justice, which was around economic fairness.
Yes.
Something like he really pushed for economic fairness in terms of lands, in terms of housing, in terms of employment. And as you can bear me witness about the issue of the housing, he has also really been supporting. The issue of jobs, employment, it is something that he has really been pushing. So maybe we can say a little bit about social justice so that we can move to the next thing. Godi, what do you remember about Raila around the aspect of social justice in our country?
He didn't shy away. He was straight, head on. He took the bull by its horns. During the day, during the night. He actually, at some point, he was known to be the champion of social justice. It's a space you'd not touch, and he went quiet. He pushed it in a manner suggesting that he was serious about it. He meant it, and actually he followed it through. It is a subject that if we open up, it can take a while. But just generally, I can say he did not shy away from pushing the social justice.
Kidi, what do you remember Raila with in terms of social justice?
I think Raila Odinga was a towering icon of social justice. Social justice is about making sure that we eliminate or put material dent on social ills. Raila was, when we passed the Constitution of Kenya 2010 in a small way, Raila had won part of the battle in making sure that then we gave the state or the duty bearer active responsibility in making sure that we alleviate the suffering of the masses. And that is why when you look at Article 43 of the Constitution, some of these things are properly articulated. Right to housing, right to a decent job, right to health care, that, primary health care, right to make sure that people do not fall sick, were all articulated in the Constitution. To that end, because Raila was in the yes team, because Raila believed in this Constitution, I think in regards to social justice, that is his biggest legacy. And we thank God for his life as a champion of social justice.
Anything you need to add on about social justice? Because I was just reading something here about even even international, major international outlets reported that he really did great in terms of social justice.
Yes.
Yeah, if you look at his story and what the international media outlets are really talking about, is something that we really need to appreciate. So also looking at the civil society groups and international human rights organizations, you remember they used to recognize him as the champion of constitutional reforms.
Yes.
The champion of constitutional reforms. It is something that we've discussed in a broader manner, the issue of the constitution, because it is in that constitution that gave birth to the devolution and majority of the aspects that we are discussing in this place. So we continue mourning the late Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, former Prime Minister of Kenya, and the leader of the leader of the opposition. It is something like, by the way, in terms of when you talk of, we talk of opposition, Raila is one person whom everybody thought if today he left opposition, then we are done. It is a fact that a majority of people, even right now, I know so many people are really asking themselves, because they felt like if Raila was not like, because they appreciate the fact that he knew how to keep the government in check. Actually, that is the word, keeping the government in check, such that any other leader in our country, any other president, they knew when Raila stands and speaks about whatever they are doing, they knew very well he will get the support of Kenyans and a majority of Kenyans, and that is why I think most of them wakisikia Raila amesema kwamba hapa tunakataa, they would just go back into their meetings and say, hey, hapa naona kutaenda kukuwa na shida. I think it is something, just the mere fact that he was in opposition made most of the time the government really keep they keep just balanced. Let me say that, keep balanced. So Amos, I don't know what you have to say about social justice in terms of Raila.
Yeah, Raila, we know he wanted everyone to feel free, and the right of every citizen of this nation. That was his priority. Anything beside that was not Raila. If you want to treat someone without dignity, that was not Raila. Okay. And how we know him, and you know, as you said, and he created the supporters. Those guys were ready. Anything he could say, either you do it that way or we are not for it. And I remember even yesterday, the MP from Dagoretti, Beatrice Alach, was saying that if Raila said we are going left, that is where we will go. So I think Raila with the people, there was a bond, and he wanted people to the rights of the people to be respected.
Well, we have said a lot about Raila in terms of the attributes, Nini, and everything, but I just want to ask you, Godfrey, why do you think Raila had that big following in the country?
Raila Amolo Odinga was genuine. You cannot get a following as a leader if you yourself are not genuine. So whatever he said, he meant it. He led from the front. He was a person who did not shy away to speak exactly what the people wanted, and that one made him get favor with the people. Raila Amolo Odinga also had access to very serious intelligence. You started by saying even their governments, successive governments, feared him. He's a guy that had access to very, very, very deep and serious intelligence information from extremely reliable sources. He was a trusted guy with very sensitive information. That's why people would easily share with him, knowing that he will keep their identity private. He would have a way to disclose information without necessarily revealing their identity. And 9 out of 10 times also what made people follow him to an extent of becoming suicidal. You know, he had some of us were his suicidal followers. Is that 9 out of 10 times whatever he said was to either happen, was happening, or was just about to happen. Let me give you an example. It is Raila Odinga who indicated that this country had mercenaries. And the government ran up and down denying that there were people like that. And then few hours later, I remember we were with Amos in one of our very close members of parliament in ODM by then, Honorable Stanley Githunguri from Kiambu County. And when we heard that, when we were with Baba, and when the government was denying, he indicated that by evening I'll actually give the media their passports and their real names. And by 5:30, their Tur Saragasian and the Tur Margarasian, by 5:30, my friend, their identity was revealed and actually their location, courtesy of Baba. By that time we were with Baba. We were coming from Kiambu County, Stanley Githunguri's home. So all I mean is he had undisputed intelligent information, both sensitive and not so sensitive. He led by example. He did not shy away to speak his mind. He actually joined us in our struggle. Raila Odinga is a person who, if he said he will be in Kamkunji at 11 o'clock with the people, he would be at Kamkunji at 11 o'clock with the people. It's only when you came against him and the people themselves told him, now Baba, you leave, let us deal with this people who are trying to restrain us from getting to the ground. We have seen leaders who say they will appear tomorrow and they actually disappear and switch phones on people. That was not Baba for you. Part of the reason why he had that suicidal following. Even us, who jumped ship at some point. And I remember when I was joining Jubilee, and then now eventually I came to campaign and be with the current president, William Ruto. Half of me was with them, but I can tell you, the respect I had for Baba was 100%. You would not say anything against Baba that you would not ick me. So he was genuine. He was he led from the front. Actually, that's one attribute as I've taken from him. Baba was like, wacha nikue mbele, nyinyi mkue nyuma. Very few leaders would lead from the front, and they will actually send you guys to see if you can be hurt, or so that now they appear. I remember there was one when people went to pick Baba from the airport when Baba was away.
Yeah, well, you're away.
And he actually gave a route that you would follow. He said, I will be at JKIA, and then I'll come to City Cabanas, and then I'll come to Pipeline, and then I'll come to Donholm through Jogo Road. I'll stop at Makongeni, and all the way to come. We're actually going to Kibra grounds. We are coming here at the DC. With all the resistance that we met on the way, Baba Raila Odinga got to DC grounds in Kibra. And I remember by that time, people like Akina Caleb Amisi, Mheshimiwa MP, the lawyer, the constitutional lawyer, Mheshimiwa for in Siaya County, one of the, by that time, the current Minister of Energy, Opio, and they were actually tear gassed in the car. Simbarati and the group.
I remember that time, yes.
But Baba first made sure that he followed the route. Of course, we had casualties. We had people losing their lives somewhere around Makongeni and Bama area. But Baba got to Kibra grounds, DC grounds. And I remember I was there. And I loved that about this man. That when he said, the other day, we saw some guy saying he will appear in Kamukunji. And 2 kilometers down the line from the airport, he was missing in action while his people were waiting for him in Kamukunji. There are people who cannot do Baba. Baba was exceptional.
Okay.
He was very exceptional. So that is the reason why he had suicidal supporters.
Let's hear what Kid has to say. Why do you think Baba had such a great following?
Authenticity. I have been under two leaders to date. When I started off my politics, I had the good fortune of quickly moving into Baba's side as a 25-year-old kid. And so the 2017 elections, I had an opportunity to interact with Baba more intimately. And we came around to appreciate that most of the things, if not all of the things Baba said in those political rallies, are things he believed. When he called for the implementation of the Constitution, it was not a political rhetoric to him. It was because of how he believed that we could use the Constitution or the power of the Constitution to do 2 or 3 things which he considered very fundamental. The first one is to constrain the power of the duty bearer, particularly in regards to human rights. The second is to empower the rights holder, the mwananchi. The third thing is to bring national pride by making sure that our borders are safe, no enemy out there can imagine they can attack Kenya. And Baba believed that some of these things can be achieved seamlessly by adherence to the Constitution, particularly if there is a spirit of constitutionalism. There is this quote by Kothogendo. It is actually a book, not even a quote, but people say that it is Kothogendo said that the tragedy of Africa is constitutions without constitutionalism. When you have a constitution, even as good as ours, but then there is no constitutionalism, then you realize that you will still grapple with the very same challenges the constitution was seeking to cure. So I think that one thing that gave Baba the fanatical supporters, as my brother has described them, suicidal, actually, you've said suicidal, was authenticity. Because if you look at all great leaders who have been able to draw great admiration, are leaders who are authentic to the ideals they espoused, to the causes they got into. In recent history, we have got people like President Clinton, particularly when he came in with his rhetoric, it is economy stupid. When Americans were going through a difficult economic phase, and even when his detractors attempted to destroy him with so many things, including but not limited to the Monica Lewinsky scandal, remember he prevailed against them, in part because of how authentic he was to the causes he was championing. In this century, we had the good fortune of witnessing up close one of the greatest statesmen in the globe, Barack Obama, when he inspired and lifted the sights of an entire generation. So I think for a leader to have got such massive following, a leader has to be genuine, has to be authentic, has to believe what they say. Thank you.
Let's hear from
And maybe I
Amos.
dare add before I bring him in.
Yes.
That I think Baba was the greatest retail politician of our time. Yes.
Retail
politician. A politician who interfaces with the people and interacts with the people, not a politician who is kept so far away that people only hear about him through the press. And I'll tell you this. He has talked about, and I think we need to investigate him. I think he was very close to Mzee. He has said Mzee had access to a lot of intelligence. And that's true. Raila Odinga was one person who would go to sleep, and as you think he's asleep, he is calling people in Nairobi, people whom ordinarily you would meet and pass. Raila had their numbers, and Raila would talk to them. So I would tell you an example. One day, of course, I write. One day, I had written something, and I had disagreed with him in one of my writings. And a lot of our people felt that maybe I was holding brief for the state. Of course, I wasn't. And so a lot of people were saying how I had betrayed the cause, considering that I was in the Azimio comms team, and I was one of the people who were going to the media to, speak about the candidate and our vision for the country and all those manenos. So when I wrote in the Standard newspaper something that was at cross purposes with the public position that Baba had taken, a lot of these boys were looking for me. And I survived in part because Amolo pulled them off my back.
Okay.
That was how informed Amolo was. Thank you.
Thank you. Amos, in 1 minute as we wind up, because it's almost 4.
Yeah, I think also Raila was a chosen leader, naturally, because there is no way you can have that followers unless there is something very unique in someone. Because I remember, and I was saying this afternoon, that Raila could come where you are, even if you are against him, you will feel something has changed. And you begin to, even if you don't want to go, you want to go. So that was Raila. So I think it was, because, his way of getting this leadership, it was not given.
Okay.
Yeah, by anybody. So
Parting a short, Godfrey, just a second, please.
Pole, Mama Ida Odinga. Pole, Rosemary. Pole, Raila Odinga Jr. Pole, Honorable Winnie Odinga. You shared your father with us. We loved your father, and he will remain in our hearts, minds, and soul. As we mourn, we join you in mourning, and we'll keep you in our prayers. Let the Lord watch over you. Let the Lord console you. And let the Lord be with you.
I think on behalf of the rest, I'm going to pass your condolences to the family of Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, that we are mourning together with the family and together with just everybody in our country. Raila was indeed a leader. Raila was indeed chosen. He's somebody who sacrificed his life. He laid his life for the country and for everyone. Therefore, we mourn him. We continue mourning him in our conversations here. Therefore, right now, we're going to get to the news. And then after the news, the conversation still continues. Although some of us are going to have a rest. So we shall continue with the conversation.
Radio Generation. Generation, the home of urban soul.
It's 4 o'clock.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good afternoon, I'm Soki Brenda. President William Ruto has announced a 7-day period of national mourning following the death of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. In his address to the nation, President Ruto said the mourning period will begin immediately with the Kenyan flag flying at half-mast across the country and in all embassies and consulates around the world. The president described Raila Odinga as a statesman whose contribution to the Kenya's democracy and unity will be remembered for generations. He called on Kenyans to honor Raila's legacy by upholding peace and the values he stood for throughout his political life.
In his passing, we have lost a patriot of uncommon courage, a Pan-Africanist, a unifier who sought peace and unity above power and self-gain, an unceasing servant of the people who gave his all to the promise of a better Kenya. On behalf of a grateful nation, I extend my deepest condolences to Mama Ida, his children, Rosemary, Raila Jr., and Winnie, the entire Odinga family, led by my brother Oburu Odinga. To the leadership and members of Orange Democratic Movement, and to all Kenyans who share in this immense and immeasurable loss. In honor of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga's extraordinary contribution to our nation, I have declared a 7-day period of national mourning, during which the national flag shall fly at half-mast across the Republic of Kenya and in all our missions abroad. As a mark of respect, I have postponed all my public engagements for the coming days, and I ask all other public servants and leaders to do the same so that we can join the nation in this period of mourning and deep reflection. Our former Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga, shall be accorded a state funeral with all attendant honors.
Former President Uhuru Kenyatta has mourned the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga as a brother, friend, and patriot, saying his death has left a deep void in the nation. In his condolence message, Kenyatta said he received the news with profound grief, describing Raila as a leader whose courage and conviction helped shape Kenya's political history. Kenyatta reflected on their long political journey, from rivals in several elections to allies through the 2018 handshake, saying Raila's commitment to unity over personal ambition defined his legacy. Odinga, who died on Wednesday morning in Kochi, India, at the age of 80, had been under treatment for an undisclosed illness. And heads of state from across Africa and around the world are leading tributes following the death of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. In their condolence messages, the leaders have described Raila as a towering statesman, a symbol of resilience, and a champion of democracy whose influence extended far beyond Kenya's border. Raila Odinga collapsed during a morning walk on Wednesday morning. He was rushed to Devamatha Hospital in India, where he was pronounced dead. The People's Liberation Party leader Martha Karua has mourned the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. In a heartfelt message sent to Radio Generation, she described Raila as a towering figure whose courage, sacrifice, and dedication to democracy transformed Kenya's political landscape. Karua, who was Raila's running mate in the 2022 presidential election, also conveyed her condolences to Ida Odinga, praising her strength and steadfast support throughout her husband's public life. She said Raila's legacy to resilience and service to the people will continue to inspire generations across Africa.
It is with great shock and sadness that I've learned this morning of the passing on of Raila Odinga, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya and former presidential candidate of Azimio, who appointed me his running mate, and he became Kinara Wangu. Raila has most of his life fought for the liberation of the people of Kenya and the people of Africa. His life is synonymous with the struggle for total liberation of the people of Kenya, for speaking truth to power. We worked with him for over 3 decades, most times on the same side, but at times as opponents. But one thread remained common throughout.
Mombasa Governor Abdul Somad Nasir broke down in tears on Wednesday while addressing the media following the death of ODM leader and former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Visibly emotional, Nasir struggled to hold back tears as he recalled his last conversation with Raila, saying the ODM leader had been in extremely high spirits just a day earlier. The governor recounted that Raila had called him about a group of doctors interested in investing in Mombasa moments before Nasir traveled to South Africa. Overcome by grief, the governor paused mid-briefing and stepped away from the cameras, unable to contain his emotions.
First of all, this is a sad moment for all of us. Just yesterday, before I traveled, I had some work, some donors in South Africa. And just before I traveled, I had a word with him. We were just discussing generally about a number of things. And he was in very high spirits, extremely high spirits. Before that, I talked to him, I think it was just after the trip that we had gone to Kasipul and Magarini. And I was actually telling him that he should just let us be the ones to take charge of those by-elections. And he called me yesterday to actually tell me that there's a group of doctors who wish to be able to invest in Mombasa. And I told him I'm traveling to South Africa. I'll be back in 2 days.
Kenyans across the country have mourned the death of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga with deep sorrow and heartbreak. In counties across the nation, emotional scenes were witnessed as crowds filled the streets, crying openly and chanting his name in disbelief. Businesses came to a halt as residents gathered to mourn the man they fondly called Baba, reflecting on his lifelong struggle for justice and democracy. From the cities to the villages, mourners wailed and sang sorrowful songs as they came together in grief. Across the country, Kenyans describe Raila as a father figure and a symbol of resilience, whose death marks the end of a defining chapter in the nation's political history.
Mimi ni mwana wa ODM. Mimi ni diehard wa Raila. Kwa majina naitwa Elizabeth Oduol. I come from Siaya Bondo, penye Raila anatoka. Mimi ni mwana wa ODM. Mimi ni diehard wa Raila. Mimi tangu nizike babangu tu last year sijawahi lia mtu, lakini leo nimelia Raila. Baba ni mtu mmoja mwenye alikuwa analeta amani Kenya mzima. Wakati watu wanapigana, hakuwa anaangalia nini, alikuwa analeta peace Kenya mzima.
Mimi ni Mluya, lakini pia naomboleza kifo cha baba. Hii kitu inatuumiza sana kama Wakenya, manake alitupigania sana.
Jina langu ni Veronica Obor. Tunahuzunika kupoteza baba. Baba amekuwa nguzo katika nchi yetu la Kenya na katika jamii la Wajaluo.
Baba has led us so well. There will never be a man like Baba in Kenya again. We've lost a big person. Baba is our leader and we've lost him. We are mourning.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. I'm Soki Brenda.
It's indeed a sad day today. Of course, the country thrown into mourning. My name is Brian Odwar, and I'm seated right here with two gentlemen. But before they come in, if you're just hearing this news for the first time, you might be at work, you might have been doing other things. Right Honorable Raila Odinga passed away this morning. And here at Radio Generation, we are in a somber mood. If you don't know who Raila Odinga was, he was, of course, the Prime Minister of Kenya from 2008 to 2013. He was a Member of Parliament of Langata constituency between 1992 and 2013. He was the leader of opposition in Kenya from 2013. He's, of course, the leader of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party. And in studio, I'm joined by Jared and Davis, and we are going to be having this conversation for a couple of hours, and we just want to have a run through of what Raila has done for the country and what he had planned for the country, the future plans. Gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, welcome to Radio Generation. And well, you're both from the ODM Youth League. I'll start with you, Davis. How do you remember Raila Odinga?
Odura have not even posted about this. And I want to pass my condolences to the family, to the ODM fraternity, to the people of Kenya, to the African continent, and to the world at large. Baba Raila Odinga has been a towering figure since we were very young.
Yes.
I was born in the villages. And I will see my grandmother, my father, my mother talk about Raila Odinga. We used to have a small radio at our house, and Raila was an enigma.
Yes, he was a force to reckon with.
He was a force here in Kenya and all over the world. And I can tell you, Dur, when I finished campus, I really wanted to know who this person, Raila Odinga, was.
Yes.
And so I joined his political party. And I can tell you for a fact, I've had the opportunity to work for that political party for now 4 years running.
Yes.
I think now I'm in my 5th year.
Yes.
Working closely in the ODM party and closely with Right Honorable Raila Odinga. So Baba was Baba.
Yes.
See, sometimes when I think someone asked, if I'm asked, I think it was God.
Yes.
I'm asked, who shall I tell people that you are? Then God said, I am who I am.
Yes.
Baba was Baba.
Baba was
He
Baba.
was the Baba of everyone.
Yes.
He was ever forgiving. He was revolutionary. He knew how to lead. He knew when to advance. He knew when to calm down for the nation.
Yes.
He knew when to guide. And when you thought you were the favorite son of Baba,
yes,
unapata kumbe he has another. He loved
there are a couple of favorite sons.
He loved everyone, and
Yes.
Baba was visionary.
Yes.
You see, I was closely following the AUC campaigns for Baba.
Yes.
And Baba knew every road in Africa. He would tell you that I want this road to come from Lamu to Tanzania to where I want this power plant in Arusha. We want this rail to run from this to north. He knew all everything.
David, what you're saying is Baba was actually Baba of Africa.
Yes. Baba was Baba of Africa. He knew everyone in the continent, and he knew our needs. Even in his now, when these late days, Baba was very keen about devolution.
Yes.
And Odur, I'll talk about that devolution part later.
Yes.
Because I had a sit down with him about devolution, and it is something I know. Baba knew that devolution was the way to go, more so in this country where we are ethnically divided. If we don't devolve resources and services, then one ethnic president, when we elect one person who is a tribalist,
yes,
then this country will not be balanced.
Baba was very good at that.
Yes.
He actually knew what he wanted for a country.
Yes.
Now, Davis, allow me to move over to Jared. Jared, how do you remember Baba?
Thank you, Duar, for hosting us here today in a very somber mood. So, not only from the ODM party, not only for the country Kenya, but the giant of Africa fallen. We say a hero have bowed out. And Baba, we may remember him in many ways. I'll start by telling you or saying this, that a king is not gone, it's not dead. But here we are, the princess, many have multiplied out from him.
Yes.
A number of leaders are Raila here.
Yes.
Raila as a person is gone, yes. But Raila as a spirit is here with us.
He's still here. He lives in all of us.
He lives in all of us. As a common say goes that kings never die.
Yes.
A king will multiply into different many princes around here. And the kings will roll back again.
Mm-hmm.
And we remember Raila Odinga for his endurance, for his undying spirit to have a better Kenya.
Yes.
As my brother have touched, Raila Odinga was progressive from day one.
Yes.
When his name was first mentioned in the political arena.
Yes.
Today, when he was bowing out, he was still very progressive.
Mhm.
This one gentleman towering figure
Mhm.
who stood for the human right and defended it with his blood and sweat.
Yes.
He lost himself
Yes.
for the people of Kenya.
Yes.
He lost himself for this continent.
Mhm.
Raila Odinga never enjoyed his youthful days and time with his family.
Yes.
I think at some point the family was confessing that they even missed him so much.
Yes.
And they have always donated this son of theirs, a dad to us, an husband to the nation Kenya.
Yes.
So describing Raila Odinga Baba, how he was, may be very difficult here in today. And our heart is very heavy because we talk when the clouds are still gathering.
Yes.
It may rain even in the studio.
Yes.
I'll tell you, Duor, maybe before you take it over from me,
Mhm.
that where we are as young people, those in the ODM party, there's a figure that we're looking up for.
Yes.
At some point, he was not only a political dad.
Mhm.
He was the beacon of hope.
Yes.
Not only for the country, but even for the young people in this country.
Yes.
And where we are today, we are asking ourselves many different questions. We, the many princes that Raila Odinga have made,
Yes.
where are we going to stand? We, the many princes
I know.
who have been made by Raila Odinga, who
Yes.
have sprout from Raila Odinga's spirit.
Yes.
Where are we going to start from? Maybe we'll get it deep in the conversation. Maybe where we will get ourselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, gentlemen, I want to take you back to 1997. Let's begin there. Let's take the listener from a young Gen Z who does not know how Raila fought for this country and who is Raila Odinga. In 1997, he was in NDP, the National Development Party, right? He finished third as the candidate of which he ran for president. That was the first time he actually ran for president.
Sure.
Yes, and we've seen him run for president a couple of times after that, of course, in 2013, 2017, and 2022. Now, in 1997, Baba did something for this country that nobody else would have stepped up to do.
Sure.
Nobody wanted to go against Daniel Arap Moi, but Baba put himself in those shoes. We don't know what happened between 97 and 2002, and then Baba decided now it's time to sit down with Mwai Kibaki. You guys were there, I'm sure, during that time.
Yes.
So the Baba that we saw in 1997 is not the Baba that we saw in 2025. He kept reinventing himself. Now, what I want us guys to talk about today, in 1997, the difference between 97, 2005, the progress of Baba. Let's talk about NDP through to ODM into the Azimio la Umoja Kenya One coalition, right? So I'll start with you, Davis. What do you remember about Baba from 1997 to 2005?
Of course, it's hard to explain it from 1997 without touching 1982 a little bit.
Yes.
And coming back to 1989. Baba was accused of funding or leading in the coup of 1982.
Yes.
And he was taken to jail.
Yes.
And Baba went to jail. He went to Kamiti, he went to Manyani, and for 6 years, then he was released.
Yes.
Then he was rearrested again, I think for another 1 year. And then he went into exile, into Norway, and then came back in early 1990s. And then he joined, I think, Ford Kenya. And then Baba was opposing the authoritarian regime of Daniel Arap Moi. I'll tell you something, Odur, before I get into 1997.
Mm-hmm.
In my life, when I sat down and started reflecting about life, there are two kinds of people that I really respect,
yes,
or even sometimes fear.
Yeah.
The first person is someone who is world class. Someone like, let's say, Usain Bolt or Lionel Messi, someone who can do one thing better than 8 billion people in the world.
Very true.
The second person I respect is someone who is called an activist or a revolutionary.
Mhm.
Someone who knows that
Mhm.
the government has power
Yes.
to build
Yes.
or to crush you,
Mhm.
but you still stand against this government and you tell him or her that this and this is wrong when the government is wrong.
Yes.
So Baba in 1997,
Yes.
and Jaramogi dies in 94.
Yes.
And then a big shoe has been left to be filled.
Mhm.
And Baba fills this shoe.
Yes.
And Baba says that 1997, I want to run for presidency. And he forms his political party, NDP.
Yes.
First thing I want to tell you, Odur, is that Baba is a leader. He's never been afraid of leading from the front,
Yes.
of coming up with a political formation
Mhm.
and giving it its ideology and being its torchbearer. He's been there, and Baba is one person who, when he calls for a demonstration, he leads from the front. So Baba wins Langata, and then run up to 2002.
Yes.
He dips himself into KANU politics kidogo, and he says that I want to see how this KANU regime works.
Yes.
And if it is authoritarianism, as people say, I must know how to uproot it from within.
Yes.
And then Baba gets out of KANU and merge with the Kibakis of the world, the Martha Karuas, and then they form a rainbow coalition.
Yes.
And for the first time in 24 years, Kenya regains itself. And we are in a new track as a country.
Yes.
And then NAK Kenya forms government.
Yes.
And then Baba, I think, becomes Minister for Energy and sometimes Minister for Road somewhere there.
Mhm.
I can tell you, Dur, the things that Baba did then as a minister,
yes,
we still see
Yes.
them
Yes.
today.
Yes.
And when Kibaki falters, when Kibaki now loses the track a little bit, Baba says that no. And Kibaki sits somewhere and gives us a bad constitution. Of course, they sat somewhere in Bomas, and the Bomas draft was very good. But now they again, another team hide behind the scene and go to Naivasha and draft a bad constitution. And Baba says, no, if it is this constitution, we don't agree with it.
And then we went to the referendum.
Then we go to referendum. And there is no orange and there's yes banana.
Yes.
And ODM is formed. And Baba says that this constitution is not good. But we will give you a better constitution
than
this.
Jared, feel free to join into this conversation.
Yes.
Because whatever Davis is saying is history a lot of Gen Z don't know. If you ask Gen Z right now, what is a referendum?
Yes.
They don't know where it was formed. I love what you're saying. Most even young people, there are some here in the office who have no idea that Baba was one of the formidable forces when it came to fighting for multipartyism.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
So, Davis, let's just continue on that line.
We are in 2005.
Yes.
And there is a referendum. And Baba says this referendum, this constitution is not good. We can give you a better constitution. I want to tell you, Dur, there's only one thing that I got from Baba.
Yes.
Is the manifesto of ODM 2007, the manifesto of ODM 2013, the manifesto of ODM 2017, and there's a new manifesto when I went to visit Baba.
Yes.
So in the manifesto of ODM 207, the first topic in that manifesto is we will give you a new constitution. We will give you a new constitution.
In all the manifestos.
In all the manifestos, the first thing that ODM promises in the manifesto, it's like 100-pager, but the first thing it promises that we will give you a new constitution if you put us in government.
In government, yes.
And I can tell you, ODM delivered the 2010 constitution, which we still celebrate today.
Yes.
The freedoms in it.
Yes.
The institutions in that constitution.
Yes.
The rights in it. The devolution we talk about, those are the brainchild of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga.
Yes. Talking about Raila Odinga, and you've talked about a lot what he did when he was with Kibaki that time, and there's so many roads people don't know that he actually is the one who initiated them when he was the Roads and Public Works Minister. People actually assume Thika Road was done by Kibaki, but they don't know the history behind it.
Odur, if you listened to the last speech by Baba, I think it was a parliamentary group meeting in Machakos.
Yes.
That was one of the best speeches that Baba ever gave. And he said that, I see some people bragging about Thika Superhighway, but when I was designing this road, they were condemning me.
Yes.
I see some people bragging about such a road, but when I was designing it, people were complaining. I see people bragging about devolution as if they were the one who curated this devolution. But when I was curating devolution, they were condemning me. I can tell you, Odur.
Yes.
If you listen to Baba, even in the late days.
Yes.
Baba is the only person who can sit and say, but I feel this is wrong, but this is the alternative.
Yes.
If you listen to all these opposition leaders, all of them,
yes,
you will not get an alternative. They will not tell you that, by the way, President Ruto is bad in this, and this is what he needs to do, and if we come into government, this is what we will do to help this country.
Davis, Kenyans are hard to please.
Yes.
Kenyans are very hard people to please. And even as Baba was talking in Machakos, I heard his speech.
Yes.
And you could tell in Baba's speech, he was like, we have come a long way.
Sure.
Let us not break this down.
Sure.
Now, Baba had a few plans to getting into 2026. Of course, he had said things like the rail system was supposed to go on from Naivasha going on, and he was talking about it with Ruto. As a party, as the ODM party, do you guys have such conversations in there, Jared?
I think you'll be unfair to me, kidogo.
Yes.
Let me start from my brother where you have left it.
Let's
We
go.
can't talk about 97 before us understanding why Raila Odinga always walk around with the handkerchief.
Yes.
We can't talk about 97 before us understanding why Raila Odinga lost his voice.
Yes.
We can't talk about the politics of Raila Odinga from 97
Yes.
without us touching the emotional torture
Mhm.
and stress that he was taken through when he lost even his close family members, including his mom.
Yes.
That is during the detention.
Yes.
That is between 1982 and 1988. My brother touched on it when he was accused being in collusion with Zakayo Chuka in the coup.
Mhm.
That is of 1982.
Mhm.
So Raila Odinga, as he was putting it, I think I've never changed. There's something you asked. Raila Odinga of 1997 and Raila Odinga of 2025. Raila Odinga have remained the same. From the things they believed in, from the ideologies that is subscribed to.
Yes.
I think from the pillars that have been guiding him. If I'll not be wrong here, my brother, you'll agree with us here that there's a common phrase, or I'll say the moniker name, Agwambo. Agwambo is mysterious one.
Yes.
That's what it means.
Yes.
And to us,
I want you to repeat that for the listeners again.
Agwambo.
Yes.
Agwambo means mysterious one.
Mysterious one.
Mysterious one.
Yes.
Even to us today, when we were coming, we were saying, maybe, is it a fool's day? Is someone fooling us?
Yes.
Or Agwambo is just still mysterious to us?
So many people didn't believe it until around midday.
Up to now, some of us are still not believing it.
Yes.
Maybe until we will see him is now maybe Baba's sleeping in there.
Yes.
But a number of us, I'm from a small village.
Yes.
In Noma Bay.
Yes.
Biwa.
Yes.
That's where the great chief.
Yes.
Gormaya comes from.
Yes.
The mysterious people.
Yes.
That is Kanyamwako Sewe in a small village called Nyingino. I'm
Yes.
pretty sure that the people in my village,
yes,
as they know a mysterious one,
yes,
they believe that maybe the mysterious guy is still sleeping, may wake up.
Yes.
And Amolo has just been reinventing himself on his mysteries
over and over
again.
Yes.
And that's why when Amolo was outside there, when we call him Amolo, it comes with a lot of Juogi. Juogi is the spirit from the lake.
Yes.
No, Raila and Amolo and Agwamba treatment people.
A lot of people from your area say Jogi Woyo.
Jogi Woyo.
Yes.
So when we quote him Amolo, the spirits comes over. So when we say maybe some of us were feeling that maybe Amolo is still just sleeping, he may wake up and come back again.
Yes.
And that's I believe that we are still having in here.
Yes.
A number of us are not believing that maybe Amolo have
Yes.
slept forever.
Yes.
You asked about 1990.
Yes.
We can't reach 1997 without seeing what Amolo did with Kenneth Matiba.
Yes.
And Charles Rubia for the multi-parties.
Yes.
It will be wrong.
Very wrong.
It will be wrong us being here at RG Radio without
Yes.
mentioning what Amolo did.
Yes.
Then days.
Yes.
We can't focus on 2025 conclave
Yes.
without us touching on the multi-partyism.
Yes.
We can't focus on the devolution without us talking about multi-partyism.
Walk us through the multi-party era.
My brother, I think Amolo, of all the MPs that we have seen before and even today, He's the only guy who made a bold, unthinkable step when he stepped out from Ford Kenya when he disagreed with the party.
Yes.
You people remember?
Yes.
When he was in Langata.
Yes.
Amolo left the party.
Yeah.
Amolo said, narudi kwa watu jameni.
Yes.
Amolo narudi kwa watu na karudi tena kwa bunge tena.
Yes.
And on the multipartism, these are not just flowers that we give Raila Amolo Odinga.
Yes.
These are histories written, not only on papers, but even in our arts.
Yes.
These are history that has been written, I think, with blood and sweat. We lost many people and his comrades. Amolo was not alone. Amolo was having his comrades alongside the struggle.
Yes.
This one gentleman, as my brother was touching on it,
yes,
a progressive revolutionary leader who believed and pursued the ideologies that he believed in eminently, without looking back or sideways.
Yes.
Whoever subscribed or believed in the ideologies moved forward with him. He never bowed out because of pressure. In 1992, Amolo joined alongside his dad when he came back. That is when I think he joined KANU, when he came from Norway.
Yes.
That's from the when he went for exile. So when Amolo, I think when he returned back home, Raila Amolo Odinga, when he joined KANU, he was made a vice chair of operations, I think operations committee of the KANU party. And we can't touch on 1997, my brother,
yes,
without us talking on Amolo walking away from Ford Kenya.
Yes.
That is 95.
I want you to remind me something. Something happened in Nakuru with, of course, Odinga Senior and Raila Amolo Odinga.
Yes.
Do you remember that one?
We remember it.
Walk me through that.
When that was 93. 93. 93.
Yes.
In 93, Odinga and the KANU brigades had a rally at Afra Stadium. That was the location for the rally.
Yes.
At the Afra Stadium, Amolo Odinga, Raila Amolo Odinga, Amolo.
Yes.
Didn't just storm.
Tinga.
Amolo.
Yes.
Walked in.
Yes.
Amolo, I'll say, decided that he was going to chart his own ways, off maybe from the shadows of his dad.
Yes.
Amolo walked into the KANU rally. He was just an MP then. He was not having a substantive position in the KANU then. But again, his dad was still living.
Yes.
But Amolo, being mysterious Wanagwambo, he walked into the Afra Stadium.
Yes.
Where the KANU delegates were.
Yes.
And when Amolo walked in Afra, at some points, people felt that it was a show of disrespect to his dad and the party leader of KANU.
Yes.
Of Ford, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Of Ford.
Yes.
To me, Amolo was chatting what you are doing as well, young people. A generational path.
For his generation.
Which he did and maneuvered and carved it perfectly to date. And this is the path that have nurtured many princes that the king have born.
Yes.
Here we are today. That is 1993.
Yes.
In 95,
yes,
we remember it was in it was in Thika Stadium when Wamalwa Kijana and Amolo, when now they were after the death of Oginga Odinga, the first vice president, the dad to Agwambo. Amolo stood and said then that we believed strongly that he was better positioned to lead Ford. But again, we know what happened. Him being Amolo, he never bowed out.
Yes.
He stood and fought from within.
Yes.
My brother touched something on him joining KANU. That is after 97. That is 98, 99.
Yes.
98, 99. When Amolo joined KANU, I think what he also did again today, when the country was not in the right trajectory, Amolo joined KANU then not as individual but on principle.
Yes.
To get the country fixed from within.
Yes.
Because he had tried to fight from outside from 1982.
Yes.
To 1990, 98, 99.
Yes.
And I think he got it right.
Yes.
Na hapo sisi tulisema pale kutoka Lula tukasema mwanzo watu walisema that jogo imemeza kuku.
Yes.
Kama naza jogo imemeza tinga.
Yes.
Kama naza kumbuka.
Yes.
But baadaye watu tukasema tinga. Ikangoa jogo. So Amolo being mysterious one.
Yes.
reinvented himself again in 2002.
Yes.
I think nitafikia hapo in 1997 is very historic, not only to us, those are in ODM. ODM as a political party is built on a clear political ideology, on a clear principle, on a clear progressive path that was built then with the NDC. It was NDP, the Tinga Tinga.
Yes.
So that's when Amolo path the way for this generation.
Yes.
And that's one thing today we believe in strongly as young people from that same political party, that we follow in the footsteps of the king, his princess. We'll never fail Amolo. Where he sleeps, I'm pretty sure he will roll in happiness, because we are going to defend his legacy with our blood and
his
sweat.
legacy
We're
has
going to continue.
His
on
legacy
those
has
pillars.
to live on.
Exactly.
It has to live on. Now, Davis, I want us to go back. He's taken back to an era that Raila Odinga was Raila Odinga.
Yes.
He's been the same Raila Odinga since 1982, even before that, all the way till now. I want us to go about the detention of Raila Odinga. Can you allow me to go there?
Yes.
Yes. Now, the era where Raila was taken into detention, I want us to talk about what he was charged with and why.
You see, I'll be taking you back.
Yes.
Because now 1997 is never enough.
Yes.
I think let me take you back to 1963.
Yes.
So in 1963 we get our independence, and Honorable Jomo Kenyatta, the late, is the president, and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga is the deputy.
Yes.
And then you see we fought the white man, and we wanted justice for the black man. And Jaramogi is seeing that even after we are now being ruled by the black man is still not is still not free.
Yes.
And then Jaramogi also starts to check Jomo Kenyatta. Something happens in 1969, and Tom Mboya dies, and people are shot in Kisumu. And by that time in 1965, Jaramogi had formed a political party called KPU.
Yes.
And then in 1969, Jomo Kenyatta bans KPU.
Yes.
And he said that now today, this country is a de facto one-party state.
Yes.
I think that is now what brings us to 1982. Now we are de facto one-party state.
Yes.
We only have KANU as a political party in this country. And around 1981 there, it is now brought into law that now we are now de jure, we are now one-party state by law. And then Amolo starts to fight this thing.
Yes.
And his comrades. Of course, comrades were there. And I can even tell you that even during that walkout, there were young Turks around Baba. So Baba starts fighting for the repeal of Section 2A so that we can get multi-party democracy. So there is a coup.
Yes.
In Kenya.
Yes.
And someone goes to KBC. I think Nani was there. There was a very famous radio presenter there. I think by that time only KBC was there.
Leonard Mambo Botella.
Botella. He says that now the country is being governed by the military.
Yes.
There has been a coup.
Yes.
And then the coup is thwarted. And then after that, now mkono ya serikali ikaanza kutafuta who are plotting this coup. And Amolo is in this list.
Yes.
And Amolo is arrested. He's tortured at Nyayo torture chambers.
Yes.
And is taken to Kamiti maximum prison. And Amolo stayed at Kamiti and Manyani. They were alternating for 6 years.
Yes.
From 1982 to 1988.
Yes. Then he was rearrested again in 1988.
He's released and then rearrested again.
In August.
In August, then 1988, now to 1989. And then Amolo will tell you, I think of three things that my brother has touched on. That the tears that always runs from his eyes, the death of his mother, his mother died, he was not informed in time, mother was buried while he was in prison. I'm trying to imagine that kind of emotional torture.
That is torture.
So he's rearrested again. Then he's released after 1 year. Then I think now he was so very careful. He thought that they were going to kill him after the second release. Then he flee into Norway. I think through Uganda, some story has been told there about how he wore the priest what, and then
got on a boat
to Uganda, and then into Norway. So this life of this nation cannot be told. The history of this nation cannot be told without that story of Raila Odinga being in jail. And Oduri was there with his comrades.
Yes.
Wafula Buke, Gitobu Imanyaras, the Professor Oduro Ngwens, the current Luo Council chairperson, Odungi Randa.
Yes.
There are very many. And even after Amolo is in Norway, even when he was in Norway, history will tell you that he kept championing. He actually built up a team of activists from abroad.
Yes.
And they were championing the cause of a better Kenya. And even when he came back, I can tell you when he came back now, he became even more radical. He joined Ford after coming back, and he still continued organizing. And I can tell you, Odur, it is because of the courage of Baba.
Mm-hmm.
That is why today we can even have opposition rally here at Uhuru Park,
yes,
and nothing goes on.
Yes.
That is why today someone can go on podcast and say bad things about Ruto and challenge the president.
Freedom
and
of
nothing.
speech.
That freedom, it was fought. There are people who fought for this. There are people who died for this. And Baba was in the front line. Odur, I want you to look at our neighbors. This year, Tanzania is going for his election.
Yes.
And the main opposition leader is in jail.
Tundu Lissu.
Uganda is going through an election next year. The main opposition leader is in jail. These are things that are not seen here in the country. You see, last year we went on the streets, and a few months later, the people of Uganda tried to copy what we were trying to do here in Kenya. And within few minutes,
it was bad for them.
It was bad for them. So the gains we've had as a country are courtesy of Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and his compatriots. And today we walk freely. We talk freely in this country.
Yes.
Because of 1982, 1988, rearrest of 1989, and the 2002, when we finally dealt with the authoritarian regime of Moi. And even better, in 2010, when now we came up with an expansive constitution that guaranteed us freedoms and rights in this nation.
Yes.
And all those, courtesy of the Prime Minister Raila Odinga, he's been on the front line all the time. Yes.
Well, I tell you, man, the conversation is still here with us. I've got, of course, Davis and Jared right here from the ODM Youth League, and we are still in a somber mood right here in studio at RGK. And, of course, our condolences go to the family of Raila Amolo Odinga. We're still going to be back